the entire investigation, and quite possibly her life and the lives of others at risk. She didn't regret the choices she'd made. She was proud of the work she did for the FBI, and frankly, she thought Alex could have been more flexible and understanding of the fact that there were times, unfortunately, when that work had to take priority. But the fact that he'd given up on their marriage still stung. Getting divorced was hardly a party, even if she and Alex had remained civil during the proceedings. If anything, that had made it worse, not hating him, because he would make a joke or say something nice to ease the awkwardness of the settlement conference, and she'd find herself sitting there with a lump in her throat, wondering how things had gone so wrong between them. Jessica saw her mom waiting for an answer, so she nodded. I think having some fun could be a good thing. Actually, she thought it could be a great thing. She was suddenly single again and back in Chicago, her hometown. Sure, it probably wouldn't be long before ye old biological clock started chiming, but for now, the idea of getting involved in any sort of serious commitment just seemed exhausting. Honestly, Mom, after these last few months, I just want to treat myself to meaningless, make-me-forget-my-own-name sex with a man who will go his merry little way afterward. Okay, she was close with her mom, but not that close. So then, fun it is, her mom said. That decided, she poured them each a glass of lemonade and asked how things were going in Jessica's new field office. Pretty good. I'll be traveling for the next couple weeks for an undercover investigation, but I don't mind. It's kind of nice to be busy. Jessica took another sip, keeping her tone deliberately casual. I have a new partner for the assignment. What's he like? Or she? He. So many things Jessica could have said about John. She could have talked about the fact that they'd been in the same class at the academy, and how the two of them couldn't stand each other back then. Or how, when she'd first been given the assignment, she'd been convinced that fate was playing a practical joke on her. Or she could have said nothing about John at all, and dodged the question by speaking vaguely about the investigation instead. But instead, he's cute. She nearly thunked her head against the counter. Oh, my God, what was she, 13 again? Her mom cocked her head. How cute. An image came to mind, of John in the hotel room that night, his shirt half unbuttoned, and his long, lean, broad-shouldered frame stretched out on the bed. Assuming, that is, you don't plan to make another move on me. Too cute, Jessica grumbled. If you're only looking for fun, sweetie, I don't think there is such a thing as too cute. Her mother shrugged off Jessica's look, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Just saying. While Jessica was stuck in traffic on the highway during her drive back into the city, her cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Levitt calling, she answered via the Bluetooth connection to her car. "We're in," Levitt said, sounding pleased. "Morano called me just a few minutes ago. Let me try to patch in John, and then I'll update you both." The phone went silent for several moments, until Levitt came back to the line. "Jessica, you still here?" "Yep." "John, how about you?" His low, rich voice sounded through Jessica's car speakers. "I'm here, too." "All right. So Blair wants $50,000 in cash to reach out to his friend on the Land Use Committee," Levitt said. "Agent Todd and I discussed it, and we think you guys should do the exchange at the restaurant site. It's quiet and private enough that Blair won't feel like he needs his security detail there." A key factor, seeing how Blair obviously wouldn't want to do the cash exchange for his illegal bribe in front of 2 Jacksonville police officers. "That works well?" While we're there, we can tell Blair about the grand plans Ashley and Dave have for the space, Jessica said. Dave has decided he's very committed to those sexy red leather banquettes, John said. So I hope Ashley is prepared to go to the mat if she's not yet on board. Jessica rolled her eyes. Not that John could see it. Levitt chuckled. Todd and I were talking earlier about this fake competitive dynamic you two added to your undercover roles. It plays really well. Almost like you've been doing this for a while. Imagine that. 17. Since one of the upsides of being an FBI agent was that John didn't have to wait in the notoriously long security lines at Chicago's O'Hare Airport, he found himself quite at his leisure as he made his way to his gate on Tuesday morning. He and Jessica were catching a 10:15 a.m. flight, which would give them plenty of time, even with delays, also notorious at O'Hare Airport, to check into the hotel and make their 7 p.m. meeting with Blair and Morano. Blair had chosen the time, likely tied up for the rest of the day strategizing with his campaign team on how to maximize all the publicity he'd been getting over the last 24 hours. The mayor of Jacksonville was the city's hero. Over the weekend, the governor of Florida, from the opposite political party as Blair, had met with a small group of business and state government leaders and had said, per an audio tape that had been leaked to the press, that there wasn't anything iconic about Jacksonville. He'd joked that the most memorable thing about the city was the smell of roasting beans coming from the Maxwell House coffee factory, and then went on to note that Everbank Field, home of the Jacksonville Jaguars football team, was surrounded by a jail, abandoned buildings, and 50 acres of polluted old shipyard. Needless to say, the proud citizens of the country's 13th largest city were not pleased with this characterization. Naturally, the governor had tried to smooth over the brouhaha caused by his leaked remarks, claiming that he'd been merely attempting to explain his support for a bill that would give tax credits to businesses that relocated to Florida. Nevertheless, on Monday afternoon, when the mayor of Jacksonville stepped up to the podium as the keynote speaker at a Community Action Awards luncheon, the local press waited with collective bated breath. Never one to miss an opportunity, Blair gave the media exactly what they'd been hoping for. He took a moment to address the governor's comments before beginning his speech, describing Jacksonville as a big city with small-town charm. He spoke proudly of the city's many bragging points, including its 111,000 acres of parks, the largest urban park system in the United States, the miles of sandy beaches that gave the Jacksonville area its nickname, the First Coast, the booming restaurant and arts scenes, and its naval base that employed over 30,000 active-duty military personnel. And if all that isn't impressive enough, Blair thundered away to a ballroom filled with people who were already on their feet and clapping. How about the fact that we're also the hometown of Lynyrd Skynyrd? Perhaps the good governor needs to come over from Tallahassee and join me for a beer at one of our 9 craft breweries. We'll listen to a little Freebird and Sweet Home Alabama and have a talk about what is and is not iconic. The crowd had gone wild, as had the rest of the city, after the press reported the mayor's comments in every local paper and television newscast. According to Levitt, who'd called John and Jessica yesterday evening to give them the update, it was a virtual love fest for Blair in Jacksonville right now, and they were anticipating that his already high approval ratings would go through the roof. I've been informed by my SAC that, in light of all the favorable publicity Blair is getting, the U.S. Attorney is paying particular attention to the progress of our investigation, Levitt had told them during yesterday's call. So I hope you guys aren't the type to buckle under pressure. He'd chuckled, then paused and lowered his voice. Seriously, You're not, are you? After serving in combat and having worked undercover with some truly bad guys as part of the FBI's organized crime group, John was pretty sure he could handle one charismatic douchebag mayor. While walking to his gate, he spotted a Starbucks and decided to grab a cup of coffee before boarding. Suitcase in tow, he maneuvered around the crowd of people scurrying in both directions and headed for the end of the line. Then he spotted her. Jessica stood near the front of the line, her head bent as she checked something on her phone. John's eyes moved over her, taking in the sophisticated look of her cream suit and heels. He wasn't sure whether to be amused or wholly unsurprised by this coincidence. 2 steps ahead of him, once again. He pulled out his phone and texted her, "I'll take a tall of the dark roast." She looked up from her phone, glanced around, and spotted him at the back of the line. She made a big show of checking her watch. "Nice of you to show up this morning," she texted back. Cute. He got out of line and walked over. "Better make mine a grande. I sense extra quippiness in you today, and I think I'm going to need it." He took the handle of her suitcase, since she would need both hands free to carry their drinks, and wheeled their suitcases over to an empty table. There he noticed a black backpack that sat unattended on one of the chairs. His eyes skimmed the crowd just as a frazzled-looking woman pushing a stroller hurried over, scooped up the backpack, and went on her way. That resolved, John went back to semi-casual people-watching as he waited for Jessica. Once she had their drinks in hand, hers appeared to be some iced mocha concoction, she headed to the sugar bar and waited while the 2 people ahead of her added sweetener and milk to their beverages. He watched as she slid the straw of her drink between her lips and nibbled on it absent-mindedly. Christ, not this again. I have a slight oral fixation. So help him, if the woman did anything even remotely erotic with that damn straw during their 2-hour flight, the iced mocha concoction was going out the emergency exit door. Even a man who typically didn't crack under pressure had his limits. After she finished at the sugar bar, she walked over and handed him his coffee. Side by side, they wheeled their suitcases in the direction of their gate. "Our friend made CNN this morning," John said, keeping his voice low and his words intentionally vague. While not front-page news, Blair's verbal bitch-slapping of Florida's governor had been picked up in the politics sections of several national media websites. "I saw that." Jessica slowed as they passed a bookstore, her eyes skimming over a display table of bestsellers. "I watched the video of his speech. Our friend definitely knows how to work a crowd." She picked up a paperback with a beach scene on the front cover and flipped it over. John waited as she put down that book and picked up a second one. Then he waited some more as she checked out yet another book. "Forget to pack the e-reader?" he teased. He'd noticed it had been her trusty companion during both of their prior flights together. "No, I have it. But I buy paperbacks, too," she shrugged, "mostly for reading in the bathtub." John carefully kept his face impassive. Don't even think about picturing her in the bathtub. He was picturing her in the bathtub. Trying to distract himself from the image of her all wet and slick and naked, he grabbed the book closest to him on the table and thrust it at her. "What about this one?" She flipped it over and read the blurb out loud. "In hot pursuit of San Francisco's most deadly serial killer in 2 decades, FBI Special Agent Kit Mancini—" Yeah, no thanks. She put the book on the table and moved along to a nearby magazine rack. John chuckled. He couldn't read books about the FBI either, but I'm sure it's very suspenseful and accurate-ish. She snorted. "I bet Special Agent Kit Mancini never once—" She trailed off, staring at the cover of some magazine on the rack in front of her. Her expression turned serious as she hastily reached for a copy. Frowning, John walked over. "What is it?" She didn't answer. Instead, she flipped through the pages, found whatever she was looking for, and began reading. John glanced at the cover. People magazine. He lowered his voice so only she could hear. Is it Blair? What did they name him, sexiest windbag alive? He was only half joking, not having a clue what could have Jessica so riveted. She shook her head, her tone quiet as she kept reading. It's not Blair. After a few moments, she closed the magazine and haphazardly set it back on the rack. Sorry, I was just... What were we talking about? She looked rattled. Jessica Harlow never looked rattled. John put his hand on the small of her back, leaning in. Jessica, what's wrong? It's nothing. She pointed to a photo on the bottom left corner of the cover. I just wasn't expecting to see my ex-husband on the cover of a magazine. Ex-husband? John took a closer look. In the photo, a couple held hands as they beamed for the cameras at what appeared to be a movie premiere or some other kind of red carpet event. He recognized the woman, a brunette, some 20-something actress whose name he was blanking on. The man standing next to her, Jessica's former husband, apparently, was dark-haired, in his mid-30s, and had a medium build. Above the happy couple was a short headline, Pregnant and Engaged. Jessica straightened her shoulders. Well, we should probably head to our gate and stake out our places in line to board. She feigned a smile. You know how it is, trying to get overhead bin space these days. Without waiting for his answer, she turned and walked away. He was the least qualified person for the job. Rare was the occasion John could say that, not to toot his own horn, but, generally speaking, he had skills. He could adopt a variety of personas for undercover jobs, and had a knack for reading people. He'd been deployed to combat zones 15 times, and was lethally accurate in all manner of firearms, including assault rifles, machine guns, sniper rifles, and grenade launchers, and he'd been trained to fight on every type of terrain from the desert to the mountains. Yes, he hadn't quite figured out how to start a fire with 2 sticks and the ass end of a lightning bug, but he did know how to survive 10 days in a swamp with a minimum of food provisions and on less than 3 hours of sleep per night, all while carrying 80 pounds of weapons and equipment over 200 miles in 90-degree temperatures. But in this particular instance, he was in over his head. Sitting beside him, Jessica gazed out the airplane window. She'd been quiet, having said all of about 10 words the first 30 minutes of their flight. Even her trusty e-reader couldn't seem to hold her attention. Resting on her lap, the device had long since gone into sleep mode. He should say something, obviously, but what? He was hardly an expert when it came to talking about feelings and relationship issues. Hell, the last time he'd had a problem in his own personal life, he'd gotten drunk, then had avoided the situation entirely by running off to Quantico and subjecting himself to 2 weeks of pure physical and mental torture. It seemed like a perfectly reasonable solution at the time. His brother, the charmer, would know what to say in this situation. His brother would have had Jessica laughing by takeoff, immediately diffusing the awkwardness of the moment, and making her feel better with a self-deprecating men suck joke or something like that. John doubted he could pull off a men suck. But maybe he didn't have to address the problem specifically. Instead, he could signal the flight attendant for a couple of those miniature bottles of whiskey, pour Jessica and himself a drink, and just start talking about football. Men had been effectively communicating that way for hundreds of years. Surely she would understand that by not saying anything, he was in fact speaking volumes. He glanced over and saw that she was still staring out the window. Something inside him softened at the sight of her, looking so vulnerable. He always did have a weakness for that. "I'm sorry you had to find out about your ex-husband this way," he said, genuinely. She turned her head away from the window. "It's not what you think." She paused, conceding. "Okay, it's not entirely what you think. It's not that Alex has moved on. That was inevitable for both of us. But the magazine said that his fiancée is 5 months pregnant." She let that hang in the air. "Alex and I separated only 6 months ago." "Ah. And now you're thinking—" "Of course that's what I'm thinking. I suppose it's possible they got together right after Alex and I separated. But I know that actress. She was working with Alex on a film right before our marriage ended, and now I can't help but wonder if—" "Don't." Jessica blinked at his interruption. "I'm sorry?" "Don't go there," he said, matter-of-factly. She sat back in her seat, sounding defensive. "Well, it's not like I want to go there, but it would certainly explain some things about our divorce." "You still don't want to know." She opened her mouth and then shut it, as if thinking better about whatever she'd been about to say. "I think I'm the better judge of what I want to know, thank you. Seeing how I'm the one who just found out my ex-husband was very possibly having an affair." After shooting him a glare, she turned away and fell silent once again. So, this conversation was going well. "Men suck," John offered. She turned and looked at him as if he'd just sprouted a third ear. "Yeah, I knew I couldn't pull that off," he muttered. She shook her head, then turned back to the window. A long silence stretched between them as John debated whether he wanted to go down this road. "It's different for us," he finally said, his voice low enough that no one around them would hear. "You think you'll have some kind of resolution if you know whether your ex cheated, but you're not thinking about what happens after that." "What happens after that? Enlighten me," she said dryly. "You'll replay in your head every conversation you had with him, and her too, going back through even the most meaningless interactions, trying to figure out if there was any sign of what they were doing behind your back." He looked at her knowingly. "Because there had to be some sign, right? Some look, some hint, something one of them said to you, something you missed, that if you'd only paid more attention to it, you could have at least saved yourself the embarrassment of feeling like a fool for not having suspected a thing. So you'll parse through it all, like a new case file, studying every detail and trying to figure out how the hell two people with no undercover training and no particular skills at deception managed to pull the wool over your eyes. And the short answer is, they just did. As much as people like us hate to admit it, we're not infallible. And if you go down this road, trust me, you won't find any answers to the questions you've been stewing over since you saw that magazine. All you'll end up with is a lot of needless self-doubt." Jessica's expression had softened by the time he was done speaking. "It sounds like you have some experience with this." "You could say that." He saw her waiting for more. Fine. He supposed he had to share now, after opening the door with a speech like that. "Last month, I walked in on my girlfriend having sex with one of my friends." Her eyes went wide. "No. Literally mid-act?" "Judging from the fact that he was groaning, 'I'm gonna come so hard in you,' I'd say they were nearing the end of the act," he said wryly. She covered her mouth with one hand. "Oh my God. What do you even do in a situation like that? Did you kick the guy's ass?" "Unfortunately, no," John grumbled. And he still wasn't sure he'd made the right call on that one. He'd jumped off the bed, buck naked, dick swinging everywhere. It was not a situation I wanted to get closer to. She made a face. Fair enough. She paused, as if proceeding cautiously. Had you and your girlfriend been dating a long time? 2 years. John almost left it at that, but then, oddly, found himself continuing on. We'd been going through a rough patch for a few months. I was traveling back and forth to Detroit for a job, and she wasn't happy with the situation. She called me a part-time boyfriend. Jessica bristled at that. Didn't she know what line of work you were in before you started dating? John pointed. Thank you. That's what I said. Another silence fell between them as one of the flight attendants stopped by to take their drink orders. For me and Alex, the undercover work became this constant source of tension, Jessica said, keeping her voice low after the flight attendant left. First, he started getting jealous of my male partners. She looked him over. He would have hated you. John had a sneaking suspicion the feeling would have been mutual. Then we started arguing any time I had to cancel plans for work, she continued. John snorted, well familiar with that argument. Like you want to cancel plans, because that's so much fun for you. I know, right? As if I wouldn't rather be on a beach in Mexico instead of working. But what was I supposed to do? Blow an entire investigation just so I didn't have to reschedule a vacation? Try explaining that to the SAC. Sorry, sir, that the LA County Sheriff's Department will get away scot-free with multiple corruption and civil rights violations, and that I wasted taxpayer dollars on a now meaningless 13-month investigation, she imitated. But this is the week to go to Cabo. Everyone who's anyone in Hollywood will be there. John pulled back. Hang on. Are you talking about Operation Pandora's Box? Last summer, the investigation into the Los Angeles County jail system had been one of the FBI's most talked-about sting ops, making national news and resulting in the conviction of 5 high-ranking members of the LA Sheriff's Department. That was you? That was me. He looked her over. Well done, you. She smiled at the praise, then fell quiet again. Side by side, they sat for several moments, until she tilted her head in his direction. I do feel bad about canceling the vacation, she said, more serious. And I also had to bail last minute on the premiere of one of Alex's movies. I think that might have been the night that he... Well, let's just say things weren't the same after that. John nodded. Yeah, he'd been there, too. Don't beat yourself up over these things. If your ex couldn't appreciate how important your work is to you, hell, how important it is to society, well then, his loss is the Chicago FBI's gain. His eyes met hers. You're a great agent, Jessica. One of the best, if not the best, I've ever worked with. She blushed at his words, then cleared her throat and went for a joke, repeating his words from the other day. How much did that pain you to say? More than the time another HRT selectee dropped a 35-pound battering ram on my foot. Ouch. With a smile, she glanced down at her e-reader, as if just realizing it was there. She picked it up off her lap and got comfortable in her seat, then looked sideways at him. Thank you. For what? You know what for. She held his gaze meaningfully. John felt something in his chest pull tight. Any time, Harlow. 18. 20 minutes late, Blair and Morano walked through the front door of the vacated bank building that soon would be home to Ashley and Dave's pizzeria and wine bar, supposedly. Sorry to keep you waiting, Blair said, as he and Morano crossed the room to the wall of empty teller windows where Jessica and John stood. It took me longer to wrap things up at the office than I'd anticipated. Without much attempt at subtlety, his gaze traveled over the fitted white sheath dress Jessica had changed into at the hotel. No problem, she said. Dave and I passed the time by listening to Freebird and Sweet Home Alabama on my phone. Blair let out a bark of laughter. "Heard about my speech, did you?" "Mr. Mayor, I think practically everyone in this country heard about that speech." "All in a day's work." Blair winked at her, obviously enjoying the flattery, then gestured to their surroundings. "So, this is going to be your Tuscan-like pizzeria and wine bar." Morano also checked out the space. "How long will it take to turn this into a restaurant?" "Ideally, we'd like to open in late fall," John said. "Here, let me show you what we have in mind in terms of design." Jessica leaned against the teller counter, watching as John gave Blair and Morano a brief tour of the space. He too had changed at the hotel, into a light gray checkered suit, white shirt, and a tie that was almost the exact deep blue shade as his eyes. Probably she needed to stop noticing things like that. "What do you think?" she asked Morano and Blair after they'd finished the tour. "I think it's going to be a hit. I'll be sure to have my assistant book me a table for opening night." Blair strode back to where Jessica stood and rested an elbow on the teller counter. "Now, about your zoning and parking problems." "Yes, about that." Jessica held his gaze. "Anthony says you've agreed to help us out." "I have." Blair looked down at the briefcase at her feet. "Assuming you have what I think you have in that briefcase." Actually, Jessica had a little surprise for him on that front. But first, she wanted to get him to talk more about the bribe. She and John were wearing wireless mics again, with agents Levitt and Todd listening in from an unmarked car parked in an alley a few blocks away. "Before we get to the briefcase, Dave and I have a few questions." Blair looked between her and John, who leaned casually against a nearby cubicle. "What kind of questions?" "We just want to make sure everyone's on the same page. A couple years ago, Dave and I had a problem related to some zoning issues back in Chicago. An alderman we thought we had a deal with tried to scam money out of us by making promises he couldn't deliver. That's made us more cautious with these types of arrangements." She smiled. "I'm sure you understand." Blair's eyes flashed with arrogance. "With all due respect, Ms. Evers, I'm no fucking alderman." "With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, I wouldn't be paying you $50,000 for one phone call if you were. But since we plan to develop several projects in Jacksonville, we consider this more an investment in a long-term, mutually beneficial relationship." Blair studied her for a moment. "All right. What do you want to know?" "Anthony mentioned that you have a friend on the Land Use Committee." "Not just on the committee. He's the director, Paul Yu." "And he'll make sure our zoning and parking applications get approved?" she asked. "He will if I ask him to." "What if he asks why you want our applications approved?" John said. "Obviously, this deal needs to remain between us." "You think?" Blair snorted. "Paul's not going to ask why. I'm the mayor. I ask someone for a favor, and it's done. Simple as that." "There are some timing issues here, not the least of which is making sure we don't lose this property," Jessica said. "How quickly after we give you the money can you reach out to you on our behalf?" "I'll call him tomorrow." He cocked his head confidently. "Is that quick enough for you?" Jessica looked sideways at John as if to say, "I'm good. You?" He nodded. "Well then." She reached for the briefcase at her feet and handed it over to Blair. His fingers brushed over hers as he grabbed the handle. Not an accident, she was quite certain. Blair unzipped the case, peered inside, and frowned. He gave the briefcase a shake. "Is this a joke?" "That's half of the money now," Jessica said. "The remaining $25,000 is yours as soon as our applications are approved by the committee." Morano stepped forward, his expression one of genuine surprise. That's not what we agreed. There was never any talk about splitting the payment into parts. Indeed, they had not discussed this part of the plan with Murano. Despite the fact that he was cooperating with the FBI, he wasn't privy to the agent's strategy at all times. The Jacksonville FBI office was eager to wrap up their investigation of Blair, and this sting-op was the last piece of that. While the mayor said he would act quickly to get Ashley and Dave's applications approved, the FBI was hardly inclined to believe the mere word of a man whom they were about to arrest for corruption, bribery, and honest services fraud. This way, by holding the remaining $25,000 over Blair's head, he'd be more inclined to finish the job as soon as possible. As you said the other day, Mr. Mayor, I think we understand each other, so I'm sure you can appreciate why Dave and I feel the need to have some sort of guarantee in this situation. Blair zipped up the briefcase. Then he took a step closer to Jessica, lowering his voice. Careful, Ashley. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw John watching. Like her, he was ready to act if need be, despite the fact that he hadn't outwardly changed his relaxed position against the cubicle. Blair stopped just inches from her, the edge of his briefcase rubbing against her leg. His voice dipped lower, turning coy. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were trying to see me again. Mindful of her obligations to play nice as part of the sting-op, Jessica feigned a smile in return. That's just a bonus, Mr. Mayor. He boldly held her gaze before turning and heading toward the door, as if this were all part of some cat-and-mouse game between them, which it was, of course, except the mouse hadn't yet realized who was who. Levitt and Todd seemed pleased with how things went, Jessica said, as she steered the Mercedes away from the abandoned warehouse that served as their rendezvous spot with the Jax agents. As they should be, John said, next to her in the passenger seat. When this investigation goes public, the media's going to jump all over Blair's "I'm the mayor" speech. You have a knack for getting great sound bites out of the guy. We have a knack for it, she corrected. He gave her a pointed look. Come on, it's clear Blair responds better to you. I'm basically the undercover cock-blocker at this point. Jessica laughed hard at that, thinking she wouldn't have put it quite that way. Well, that is a very key role. Sure it is. She smiled at his self-deprecating tone, although she wasn't entirely joking. With John present during the meetings, she was free to act impressed and intrigued by Blair's braggadocio, which in turn got him to talk more on the record. If the two of them were alone, on the other hand, Blair very well might be tempted to take his flirtation up a notch and create some awkward situation that Jessica would have to finagle her way out of without A, blowing her cover, B, making Blair suspicious, or C, rejecting him in a way that left him so pissy he clammed up and stopped giving her all these great one-liners the U.S. Attorney's Office would undoubtedly use in their case against him. Not that she couldn't handle herself in such a situation, if need be, but it was handy to have John around, so it didn't come to that. Actually, it wasn't so bad having him around, period. She glanced over. The evening sunlight brought out the deep gold of his hair that she'd sunk her fingers into just 5 nights ago, as they'd kissed against the wall of his hotel room. The memory made her feel compelled to say something. Obviously, it's just acting. It's not like I enjoy having to flirt with Blair. He seemed amused by her comment. You mean you're not secretly crushing on the corrupt, egomaniac politician who soon will be going to prison for the next 15 to 20? Yeah, I think I got that. She smiled, because of course that should have been self-evident. But she had a feeling, had she still been married to Alex, and he'd learned that she was flirting with a man as part of an undercover assignment, that his reaction would not have been so matter-of-fact. Not that she was comparing the two men. She and John weren't romantically involved, heated, hair-gripping kiss notwithstanding, and the fact that he was an undercover agent, too, meant he should understand the position she was in. But still, it was nice to be with someone who just got it. Jessica turned from I-95 onto Butler Boulevard, the freeway that would take them to the beach. Out of the blue, John broke the silence that had settled between them. "I still don't like the way he looks at you, though." Hearing the low, almost rough tone of his voice, she looked at him. He held her gaze for a moment, then turned and stared at the road ahead of them. After dropping off the car with the valet, she and John headed inside the hotel. Slowly they came to a stop by one of the lobby's white marble columns. "You're heading up to your room, then?" he asked. "I think I'll order a glass of wine and dessert from room service. It's kind of a thing I do after a job." Undercover work always left her a little wound up from all the adrenaline. "You?" He shrugged. "I'll probably go for a run." She nodded, as an image popped into her head of John running along the beach at sunset, getting sweaty in the warm evening air, his T-shirt clinging to his muscular chest. She cleared her throat, her mouth having gone a little dry. "Should we meet here tomorrow morning, then? Say 7 o'clock? "Sure, 7 o'clock, he agreed. A silence fell between them, neither John nor her moving to leave. Finally she gestured in the direction of her room, not sure why she was hesitating. "Well, I guess I should get going. Good night, Dave." He gave her a nod, his voice husky. "Good night, Ashley." As she walked back to her room, she told herself that she was being silly for feeling oddly unsatisfied with that goodbye. Yes, she supposed she could have suggested they grab a drink together. She'd certainly done that with other undercover agents after a job, to blow off steam. But she remembered in vivid detail what had happened the last time she and John had been together, in this very hotel, with all the post-undercover adrenaline running through them. Better not to tempt fate. So instead, tonight she would unwind with a hot bath, a nice glass of wine, and dessert, and curl up with her book. And if that suddenly seemed boring in comparison to her last night at this hotel, when she'd kissed John and had nearly climbed the man like a tree, well, that was just fine. She was an undercover FBI agent, traveling halfway across the country and staying in a beachfront hotel as part of a sting investigation into a high-profile politician. Probably a little boring wouldn't kill her for one night. Once in her room, she took off her dress and heels and threw on a tank top and yoga pants. Grabbing the room service menu, she flopped onto the bed and was debating between the Cabernet and the Pinot Noir when her cell phone pinged with a new text message. She stretched across the bed, grabbed her phone off the nightstand, and saw that the message was from Tara. "Have you seen this? Call me." Attached to Tara's message was a photo of the People magazine, with Alex and his pregnant fiancé on the cover. God, that... Jessica had completely forgotten about her ex-husband and his possible affair. She sprang off the bed and grabbed her laptop out of her briefcase. Taking a seat at the desk, she settled in to do some down and dirty research. Alex's fiancée was a fairly well-known actress. Somewhere on the internet, TMZ, Perez Hilton, Us Weekly, there had to be more gossip about her pregnancy and engagement. But just as she began to type the actress's name into the Google search engine, John's voice popped into her head. "You don't want to know." But really she did. Sort of. Trust me, all you'll end up with is a lot of needless self-doubt." With a sigh, Jessica sat back in the chair. As soon as she'd spotted that magazine in the airport, she'd started racking her brain for any signs that Alex had been cheating on her. But maybe John had a point. Would it truly give her any sort of resolution if she had confirmation that Alex had been unfaithful? Their marriage was over. She'd moved on, and so had he, obviously. At least, unlike John, she still had the option of choosing to believe that someone she'd once trusted and loved hadn't betrayed her in that way. "Last month, I walked in on my girlfriend having sex with one of my friends." She cringed at the thought. It was bad enough having to deal with the possibility that Alex had been cheating on her. She couldn't imagine having actually seen it. As an aside, who the heck cheated on John Shepherd anyway? And she wasn't even taking the stupid hotness into account, although, hello, did his ex-girlfriend have eyes? Sure, he had a well-developed ego, and he definitely could be too cocky and sarcastic. But having gotten to know him better these last couple of weeks, she had to admit that there was a lot more going on underneath the surface of the all-American G.I. Joe exterior than she'd originally given him credit for. He was funny, in a dry-humored way. Smart, too, and very thorough when it came to work. Not a bad listener, either. In fact, he'd been surprisingly easy to talk to during a very personal moment. After she'd seen her ex-husband on the cover of People magazine, he could have easily avoided the conversation, but instead he'd opened up about his own personal life and had even given her some pretty good advice. And talk about being capable. She'd heard enough about HRT tryouts to know that the Bureau really put those guys through the ringer. But John had made it through. Of course he had. He'd dominated on the firing range and in every physical and tactical challenge at the academy, and he'd been breathing down her neck in the academic portion. And if she was being honest with herself, even back then, she'd found that kind of confidence, ability, and know-how actually quite sexy. Her phone suddenly chimed with another text message. Jessica blinked at the sound, coming out of her reverie. Spotting the actress's name on her computer screen, still waiting in the search line, she deleted it and shut her laptop. Maybe, on second thought, it was better not to go down that road. "I told you," she could practically hear John saying. Yeah. Apparently, even in her imagination, the man just had to be right. She grabbed her phone off the desk, expecting the new text message to be from Tara again, checking up on her. But instead, it was from John. "Can I come to your room?" Well then, Jessica's heart skipped a beat as she tried to recall how cute the underwear she had on was. "Not for that," he quickly added. Psh, well, obviously. Of course she'd known he hadn't been referring to that. Moving on. Not sure what was going on, she typed back her room number. She did a visual sweep of the room, making sure it was presentable, and scrolled through the possible reasons John would want to see her. Maybe Levitt had called about something that had come up in the investigation, although that didn't seem likely. The Jax agent had always conferenced in both of them whenever he'd called in the past. Maybe a problem in Chicago? Something personal, perhaps, and John had to jump on a plane tonight and get back home? Worried it might be something like that, she wasted no time answering the door when he knocked, barely 2 minutes later. "Hey," John said, standing on her doorstep. He'd changed into jeans and a navy t-shirt, and his cheeks looked a little flushed, as if he'd literally run right over after texting her. "Hey, is everything okay?" she asked. He glanced sideways, checking out the hallway. "Can I come in?" "Of course." She held the door open for him. He stepped into the room and waited until the door shut. "So, there's been a development." She cocked her head. "With Blair? What happened?" "It's not about Blair." Jessica waited. He had a very odd expression right then, one she couldn't read. "Okay. What is it about, then?" His mouth curved into a slow grin. "I made the hostage rescue team." "Oh. Wow." Jessica felt a sharp twinge in her chest, which she quickly shoved aside. "You made it? Oh my God! That's incredible! Congratulations!" She threw her arms around his neck and hugged him. When his hand slid to her waist, she closed her eyes, feeling little butterflies in her stomach as she pressed against him. "Thanks," he said huskily in her ear. After lingering in his arms, one moment just shy of getting awkward now, Jessica slid out from his grasp and put on a bright smile. "You must be over the moon about this." He ran a hand through his hair. "I haven't really wrapped my mind around it yet. I just got the call a few minutes ago." He exhaled and then grinned. "Crazy, huh?" She teasingly dismissed this with a wave. I'm not that surprised. Remember, I was there at the beginning, when you were running circles around me on the yellow brick road and barking orders about the quality of my sit-ups." "I keep telling you, I was being motivational." "Sure you were." The inside joke hung in the air between them, and for a moment he just looked at her. Feeling oddly exposed under his gaze, she glanced down at her clothes. "Well, clearly I need to change." He cocked his head at the non-sequitur. "Actually, I'm digging the yoga pants. But if you feel a sudden need to start shedding clothes after hearing that I made HRT, by all means, proceed." She gave him a look. "Ha ha. I meant that I need to change before we head down to the bar to celebrate." His expression softened. "Jessica, you don't need to do that. You're already settled in for the night." She stepped closer, peering up into his eyes. "I just found out that my partner made the most elite counter-terrorism team in all of federal law enforcement. I think that merits a drink or two. Just give me 5 minutes." "19. Their options, John discovered, were limited. The resort's more casual bar, located on the beach, stopped serving drinks at sunset, which, as the bartender pointedly informed him, was in about 5 minutes. He directed John up a spiral staircase to the Seahorse Grill, the hotel's signature restaurant. At the hostess stand, a 50-something woman in a black pantsuit greeted him warmly. "How can I help you?" He asked for a table for 2, then did a quick survey of the place. White linens on the tables, a vaulted ceiling with exposed beams, and floor-to-ceiling windows that showcased a sweeping view of the Atlantic Ocean. He gestured to his jeans. "Am I okay dressed like this?" The hostess looked him over. "Darling, you could walk in here wearing a barrel and I don't think anyone would mind." She grabbed 2 menus and smiled. "Right this way." She led him toward an open table along the window, in the center of the restaurant. John spotted another table in the far corner, where no one else was currently seated. There, he and Jessica would be able to talk without being overheard. "Could we have that one instead?" he asked, pointing. She nodded graciously. "Of course." After being seated, he texted Jessica to let her know about the change in venue, then ordered a bourbon on the rocks when the waitress came by. It was one of the rare nights he wasn't carrying his Glock, and he wasn't driving, which meant he was free to drink and celebrate with abandon should the mood strike. While waiting, He took in the view of the Atlantic Ocean, still trying to process everything. The hostage rescue team. Holy shit, he'd made it. "Hope you saved room to finally put badass on your resume," Pizer had said when he'd called to deliver the news. "You're on the team, Shepard. Welcome to the best job in the FBI." In some senses, John probably shouldn't have been so caught off guard. This was, after all, what he'd been recruited for. Then again, being recruited for HRT was no guarantee that one would actually make the team. Only about 10% of agents brought into the FBI via the tactical recruitment program actually ended up being HRT operators. In fact, in the 30-plus years since HRT's inception, fewer than 300 men total had been selected for the team. And now he, the grunt with the mere bachelor's degree from Wisconsin, would be one of them. Heady stuff. It wouldn't be an easy lifestyle, he knew that. HRT operators understood that the team always came first, before even their own individual needs. He would be gone from home for extended periods of time and could be called away with little notice. But having no girlfriend, wife, or kids made him the perfect candidate in that regard. The upside of Alicia's cheating was that it had freed him up to seize this opportunity without worrying about uprooting anyone else to Virginia, or about the strain the HRT lifestyle would put on his personal life. He'd been free to think about just himself, probably for the first time since his mom had gotten sick and he'd transferred to the Chicago field office. Our motto, Servare Vitas, means to save lives, and that's exactly what we do. John could still hear the pride in Pizer's voice that first day they'd met at Fort Benning to discuss HRT, pride that had been there for good reason. Despite John's show of cockiness that day, even he had to admit that HRT operators were an entirely different level of badass than Rangers. They were special agents whose only counterparts were Navy SEAL Team 6 or U.S. Army Delta Force. No other law enforcement SWAT team was its equal. They were an exclusive unit uniquely trained to handle terrorist and other high-risk incidents both in the United States and around the world. As part of HRT, he would be on the cutting edge of the FBI's capabilities, his every day focused on firearms, tactics, preparation, and specialized skills such as close-quarter battle, fast roping out of helicopters, and parachuting. "So, what do you say?" Pizer had asked, when John had gone momentarily quiet after hearing he'd made the team. He enjoyed working undercover. Actually, he enjoyed it a lot. But this was the chance of a lifetime, an opportunity to do something few people could do. He'd proven himself during HRT selection. He was proud and honored to have been chosen for the team, and he knew, logically, that if he ever planned to take this step in his career, the time was now. So he'd told Pizer yes. John's cell phone, resting on the table, buzzed with a new text message. He glanced down to read it. "Sorry, on my way. Jessica." If anyone had told him 6 years ago that she would be the first person to buy him a drink in congratulations for making HRT, he would have laughed in their face. But now, here they were. "About time. How hard is it to take off a pair of yoga pants?" he texted back. His phone screen was quiet for a moment, and then he saw the 3 dots that indicated she was typing. He braced himself, waiting, and then the screen went quiet again. "Saucy quips eluding you tonight?" he teased. "I really don't like you sometimes." He smiled and set down his phone, the exchange reminding him of the many times she'd sassed him at the academy. Only this time, he was pretty sure she didn't actually detest him, which was nice. Heck, she'd even hugged him when he'd told her he'd made HRT. A sweet gesture, that, albeit also a torturous one, given how incredible she'd felt pressed against him, wearing only a tank top and yoga pants. As his hands had slid around her waist, he'd had to quickly remind himself that they'd agreed they wouldn't complicate their partnership by getting physically involved. Or, at least, she'd made some proclamations and he hadn't disagreed. He'd said he wouldn't touch her again, unless she made a move on him, and he intended to stick to his word. But sometimes, when she looked at him a certain way, he remembered how hot their kiss had been, and how sexy it had sounded when she'd moaned his name. John. As if on cue, Jessica strode into the restaurant. Immediately his grip tightened on his rocks glass. The woman clearly loved to torture him. Tonight she'd shed her usual white-collar-esque attire in favor of a long, summery dress with a slit on one side. The breezy fabric parted as she walked, giving him peekaboo glimpses of sleek, bare leg all the way to her mid-thigh. And for the first time, with the heeled sandals she was wearing, he noticed that her toenails were painted purple. No clue why that did it for him, but man, it really did. "That was 12 minutes, he growled when she got to the table. "Not 5. "You're cranky with me already? I just got here." She considered this for a moment and smiled. "That's impressive, even for me." Cute. His jaw tightened as she took the seat across from him and flashed more peekaboo leg. She ordered a mojito when the waitress came by the table, then leaned in and lowered her voice once it was just the two of them. "So, the hostage rescue team." Her blue eyes sparkled. "This is going to do wonders for your ego, isn't it? You should probably prepare yourself for obnoxious levels of bragging and insufferability tonight." She laughed. "I appreciate the heads up." John smiled, thinking it was nice that they could joke around like this. It was a shame, really, their timing. Just when she'd finally stopped detesting him, he was leaving. Feeling an odd pang, he brushed it off and took a sip of his bourbon. No sense dwelling on that. She lowered her voice again, a curious gleam in her eyes. "I've never worked with anyone who went through selection, but I've heard a few stories." John wasn't surprised to hear it. Despite the fact that the specifics of HRT selection were supposed to remain confidential, somebody always talked. And in the 30-plus years since the team's inception, the stories that ran around the FBI field offices had reached near mythic proportions. At 4 a.m. sharp, that first morning of tryouts, they'd lined up John and his fellow selectees, buck naked, for a weigh-in, and then had put them through a grueling series of physical fitness tests. After that, there'd been a psychological test, and then the selectees had headed out to the shooting range for a preliminary qualification course. 5 selectees had dropped out by dinner that first day. By the end of the 4th day, they'd lost another 6. "What kind of stories?" John asked, playing coy, and enjoying this rare moment of knowing something the esteemed Jessica Harlow did not. Jessica paused as the waitress dropped off her drink, then took a sip of her mojito. "For starters, I heard they practically starve you, and then give you only enough food for half the group to see who will be greedy and who will take care of his teammates. That would be an interesting exercise. I also heard they make you race 22 miles over the yellow brick road with full gear." That had been day 4, and actually it had been 22.5 miles. She was correct, however, about the full gear. The selectees had each carried backpacks and personal gear that weighed 45 pounds combined, and had taken turns carrying an additional 50-pound bag stuffed with medicine balls. And John's dinner that night, after rations had been divvied up, had been a banana. That had not been one of the easier days. The details are a little fuzzy. After about mile 16, they all start to run together, he joked. Jessica remained undaunted. And I also heard there's a claustrophobia test, where they make you crawl through the academy's heating ducts while blindfolded. Also true, but far worse, in John's opinion, had been the time they'd made him and the other selectees swim through rancid sewer water. That shit had been cold. Literally. You've heard a lot. She looked at him for a moment, then shook her head, her tone a mixture of admiration and disbelief. How do you do this stuff? I barely made it through OC spray day. He laughed, the reference bringing back another memory from their time together at Quantico. OC spray day was one of the most universally dreaded days for special agent trainees at the academy, when their defensive tactics instructors hit each of them with a burst of pepper spray and then made them, while incapacitated, defend their firearm and get an attacker on the ground in a spread-eagle position. John had been through a similar exercise as a ranger, so he'd known what to expect. Others had struggled more, including linguistics PhD, who'd gotten yelled at by the instructors for keeping his eyes closed while fighting. They had to have at least one open to pass, and then had thrown up in the grass afterward. But what John remembered most vividly about that day was Jessica, coughing, eyes red and teary, as she'd drawn her training pistol and had forced her attacker to the ground with an authoritative command. FBI! Don't move! Actually, he'd found that part of the exercise pretty hot. What are you talking about? You did well that day, he told her. You did well that day. I passed. She made a face, saying the word distastefully. He grinned teasingly, leaning in. You don't have to get an A+ in everything, you know. Says the man who fought me tooth and nail for the one high mark he didn't already have in the bag. Fair enough. John took another sip of his bourbon, then looked at her for a moment, noticing how the blue pattern in her dress was nearly the same shade as her eyes. He had a random thought then, that this was the kind of flirty, summery dress she would probably wear back home in Chicago, if the two of them went out on a date. She cocked her head at his look. What? There was something he needed to know. Did you really hate me back then? She seemed surprised at first by the question. Then she swirled the straw in her glass. I was aggravated by you. Wanted to throttle you most days, and I was jealous of you, of course. We all were. But hate you? No. His eyes held hers. Were you attracted to me? Her poker face was stellar. I've already admitted you were the best-looking guy in our class. That's not what I asked. She conceded this with a slight smile. It was the kind of look that had him thinking again, this time about the silky softness of her skin as his fingers had slid up her thigh. Would you two like another round? Asked a voice to his left. John blinked at the waitress's interruption, then glanced at his and Jessica's near-empty glasses. His eyes still holding hers, he answered for both of them. Yes, we would. After their second round of drinks had arrived, in keeping with Jessica's post-Undercover tradition, they decided to order dessert. Over spoonfuls of dark chocolate brownie topped with warm salted caramel and vanilla ice cream, John played good cop, asking Jessica about her family, her new condo, and what she thought so far about the Chicago field office. His motives in this were twofold. First, he was curious and genuinely wanted to know more about her. And second, when she talked, his gaze naturally fell to her lips. He really liked looking at her lips. They were interrupted at one point by a flurry of text messages from her sister and brother, Maya and Finn, he learned, who apparently wanted to throw an anniversary party for their parents and couldn't agree on a location. "How long will they do this?" John asked, fascinated, watching Jessica's phone, which rested on the table. She'd long since turned off the ringer once the twins had started texting, but her phone vibrated and lit up every time a new message came in. "It usually lasts about a half hour, and then they burn themselves out." Her smile was affectionate. "It's annoying, I know, but you get used to it. Actually, when I was in L.A., I found myself looking forward to their daily text spats. I could practically hear them arguing. It was like being home again." He caught her word choice there, that Chicago was home, not Los Angeles, apparently, despite the fact that she'd lived there for several years. After a brief skirmish between them over the dessert's one maraschino cherry, he asked Jessica how she'd gotten into undercover work. This was something else he'd been curious about ever since they'd partnered up. "My second year in L.A., the Violent Crimes Squad asked me to help out in a kidnapping investigation," she said. "They'd tracked down the suspect and the 3-year-old girl, his stepdaughter, to a room he'd rented at the Fairmont Hotel in Santa Monica with a stolen credit card. They had him under surveillance from the room next door, and they were trying to come up with a way to get him to open the door without taking any extreme measures that could possibly put the child in danger. Of course. So, they asked me to dress up as one of the housekeeping staff." John let out a bark of laughter. "Get out. Of course that's what the L.A. office would do. That's like something out of a movie." "Maybe, but it worked. I put on the uniform, rolled a housekeeping cart up to the guy's door, and told him I was there to do the turn-down service. He let me into the room, and, well, let's just say 30 seconds later, he was face down on the ground, wearing my handcuffs." She smiled at the memory, then turned more serious. "When we reunited that little girl with her mother, that's a moment I'll never forget. It wasn't even my case. Barely more than a walk-on role, but I've had the undercover bug ever since. So much of what we do as agents is behind the scenes, but undercover work is on the front lines. It's up close and personal, actually meeting with the bad guys and getting them to trust you and tell you all their dirty little secrets. It's exhausting at times and unpredictable, but every time I go out on an assignment, I feel that same rush I did 4 years ago." She blushed, as if embarrassed for having gone on so long. "Well, you know how it is." He nodded, feeling a twinge of nostalgia that this would be his last undercover case. Yes, he did know. She gestured. "What about you? How'd you get into it?" He rested his arms on the table. "Funny story, that. I'd been in Detroit for 2 years, on the organized crime squad, when they roped me into a walk-on role. Another agent on the squad was trying to infiltrate a motorcycle club we'd been investigating for a laundry list of criminal activity, and we wanted to bolster the agent's credibility as a bad guy. So we decided to stage an altercation at a bar that the club members hung out at." She cocked her head. "What kind of altercation?" "Ah, how naive you are, my white-collar crime friend, that you even have to ask. See, life on the organized crime squad isn't about posh beach hotels and snazzy suits. We tend to be a little grittier, more real." "I see we've entered the bragging and insufferability portion of the evening," she said dryly. He chuckled. "No offense taken. The plan was that another agent would go to the bar, pretend to be a drunk patron, and start trouble with the undercover agent trying to get in good with the motorcycle club. Things would escalate into a fight, the second agent would lose, convincingly, and the club members would see what a tough guy the first agent was. And you were the second agent? She asked. Yes. I see. Her blue eyes sparkled. So, basically, your first job as an undercover agent was to get your ass kicked. He looked up at the ceiling. I sense I'm going to regret telling you this story. You know, instead of kicking your ass, the other agent could have just faked like he was hurt and then pulled you to the ground in an armbar hold. I'm told that can be a very effective maneuver against a man of your size. John gave her a withering look. Give it time. In another 6 years, that joke's going to be really funny, she said cheekily. So, how real an altercation are we talking about here? Did you actually get hurt? Not really. Just a black eye, some bruised ribs, and 15 stitches in my hand. Her eyes widened, her tone instantly turning serious. Oh my gosh, what happened? Actually, this was his favorite part of the story. The other agent and I had choreographed the whole fight, right down to a theatrical beer bottle smash that I would duck away from just in time. And that all went as planned, except, apparently, some glass from the bottle landed on the floor by our feet. So the other agent and I are going at it. He's acting like a tough guy, and I'm hamming it up, slurring my words and pretending to be drunk out of my mind. Finally, he throws me to the ground. He used air quotes, because the other agent had been all of about 5'11" and 170 pounds, and, well, come on. And my hand lands right on a chunk of glass from the beer bottle. Jessica grimaced. Oh, that's bad. No, it was perfect. It sliced my hand open, so there's blood everywhere. On me, on him, all over the bar. It totally made the fight look even more authentic. My squad leader was so impressed, as soon as they released me from the ER, he took me and the guys on the backup squad out for beers. She stared at him for a long moment. I think you organized crime guys might actually be a little crazy. He flashed her a proud grin. We prefer to think of it as dedicated to our craft. She considered that, then beckoned with her hand. All right. Let's see this perfect battle scar of yours. He slid his left hand across the table. The scar ran across the top of his palm, about 2 inches long. He'd worn it like a badge of pride these 4 years since his debut undercover assignment, a symbol of his dedication to the job and his willingness to go all in for a role. Jessica picked up his hand to take a look, wrapping her fingers around the back of his hand. He went still at her touch. She frowned, and then flipped his hand over as if looking for something. Are you sure this is the right hand? Ha ha. He moved to take his hand back, but she held on. I'm kidding. She turned his palm back up and gently traced her finger over the scar. He drew in a breath. She peered up. Does that hurt? He met her gaze. No. A pink flush crept over her cheeks, and neither of them moved or spoke as the air seemed to go still between them. Then she cleared her throat, letting go of his hand as the waitress approached. Whenever you're ready, no rush, the waitress said with a polite smile, leaving the check on the table. After the waitress walked away, Jessica looked over her shoulder at the empty restaurant. I didn't realize we'd shut down the place. He had. He'd just been enjoying himself too much to care. Since it was a nice night, they decided to walk along the beachfront path to their rooms. It was nearly a full moon, and a light breeze coming off the ocean cut through the thick humidity in the air. What did your family say when you told them the news about HRT? Jessica asked. John stole another look as the breeze parted her dress. Those legs. He pictured them wrapped around him, the heels of her sandals digging into his back as he... She stared at him expectantly. Right. They were walking and talking here. Probably he should pick up his tongue off the walkway before she tripped over it in those heels. My brother mocked me, as expected, and asked if I would have to wear tights and a cape now that I've graduated to full-time superhero camp. That's what he calls HRT. As for my dad, I haven't told him yet. I want to give him the news in person. He wasn't thrilled when I went through selection. Jessica sounded surprised. He doesn't want you to be on the team? I think it's more that he doesn't want me to move to Virginia. Ever since my mom died a year ago, it's pretty much just been him, my brother, and me. He frowned. I need to figure out how to make that situation right before I leave. I'm sure he'll come around. He's a former cop. He knows what kind of opportunity this is for you. Jessica glanced his way. And I'm sorry to hear about your mom. Thank you. He smiled, realizing something. She would have loved seeing me with you. As soon as the words came out, he rephrased that. I mean, seeing you as my partner. What makes you say that? The breeze had tangled a lock of Jessica's hair in the delicate gold necklace she wore, and she worked on the knot with her fingers as they walked. She was a big feminist. That's how she met my dad, in fact. John should know. He and his brother had heard the story only about 100 times. May 10th, 1980. She rallied in Grant Park with 80,000 other activists in support of the Equal Rights Amendment. Betty Friedan and Gloria Steinem spoke, and they all marched down Columbus Drive wearing white sashes in honor of the 1920s suffragists. And your dad marched too? Jessica looked impressed. How progressive of him. Actually, he was one of the cops assigned to cover the protest. He was lined up on Columbus doing crowd control, and, so the story goes, as the protesters marched by, he saw this woman trip and fall down. Worried that she might get trampled, he shoved his way through the crowd and helped her up. Turns out the woman, my mom, had sprained her ankle pretty badly. But she was stubborn and insisted that she wanted to keep going. My dad watched her hobble along the street for about 100 feet before she gave in and sat down on the curb. He'd probably never given the Equal Rights Amendment a second thought before that day. But something about the disappointment on my mom's face got to him. So he walked over, picked her up, and carried her the rest of the way so she could finish the march. Jessica put a hand to her chest. Oh, my God. That might be the most romantic thing I've ever heard. He winked. We shepherd men have moves. You're a modest people, too, I hear. He laughed. So saucy. The point is, my mom would have loved your story. Jessica gave him a bemused look as she tried to work her hair from the necklace. I wasn't aware I had a story. Please. The whole one of only 2 women in our class thing? Dominating in academics and all that extra training you put in on the shooting range and with the PT? You had a story. Hell, I could practically hear Maniac playing in the background every time you stepped into the gym. She went tellingly silent. It was your theme song at the academy, wasn't it? He asked. She laughed like this was the funniest thing. My theme song, right. She shot him a look, saw his grin, and threw up her hands. Okay, how could you possibly know that? Mind powers. He laughed when she poked him in the shoulder. Fine. I could hear the song playing on your iPod every morning before PT. She humphed at that, looking a little piqued. You must have been hovering awfully close. He shrugged, his tone sly. I probably was. They walked in silence for a moment, the peaceful rhythm of the ocean waves the only sound between them. He couldn't resist. She's a maniac, maniac on the floor, he sang under his breath. She shook her head, seeming to fight back a smile. That's fine. Laugh it up." Finally, she stopped struggling with her necklace and let her hands fall to her side. "All right, I give up. I'm stuck. Come here." He moved closer, and they both stopped on the walkway. Bending his head, he took a closer look at the necklace. "Your hair is knotted around the clasp. Just yank it out. The rest of my hair will cover the bald spot." Despite her attempt at levity, her voice sounded throatier than usual. "There's a joke somewhere in there about never harming so much as a hair on your head." And it wasn't a joke, actually. This particular agent had always brought out the protective side of him, even if she'd never needed it. Patiently, he began unwinding the tiny lock of her hair that was caught around the necklace. It took a few moments, and then he freed the last strands from the clasp. There. That accomplished, he smoothed her hair back around her shoulders. Standing just inches away, she peered up at him with those gorgeous blue eyes. "Thank you." He moved even closer. "You know, normally, with this whole romantic backdrop, the moonlight, the beach, I'd probably kiss you right about now." "Would you now?" She raised an eyebrow. But she didn't move back. He shrugged, feigning nonchalance. "Well, with you being single and me being single, and with all the laughing and joking around tonight, it just feels expected." "Expected?" Her lips curved as she considered this. "What's stopping you, then?" "I promised I wouldn't make a move on you. Actually, it wasn't a promise, per se. More like I agreed not to disagree with you." "So you're saying the ball's in my court?" He bent his head, stopping just before his mouth touched hers. "The ball has always been in your court, Jessica," he said huskily. "From the first moment I walked up to you at the academy." She looked at him for a moment. Then she stood up on her tiptoes and leaned into him. The instant her lips touched his, John slid one hand to her waist and threaded the other in her hair. About damn time. 20. This time, Jessica and her inner pragmatic were in complete agreement. If John kept kissing her this way, she could not be blamed for any indecent acts she committed right here on the beach. First, he tangled his hand in her hair, holding her close as he teasingly explored her mouth. Then he took it up a notch and deepened the kiss, leaving her weak in the knees as his tongue wound hotly around hers. Yes, this. For too long they'd been dancing around each other, but that ended tonight. Hooking a finger into the waistband of his jeans, she tugged him closer, as close as she could get him, and felt the thick ridge of his erection pressing against her stomach. That was not where she needed it, exactly. "You're too big," she murmured. She felt him smile against her mouth. "I mean, too tall." Although, judging from the situation in his jeans, she'd been spot on with the big guy nickname. His hands moved to the backs of her thighs and lifted her up so she could straddle his waist. Better. Much better. Eye to eye with him for a change, she cupped his face in her hands and kissed him. Their mouths melded together as his hands curved around her bottom, holding her up as their lips and tongues tangled heatedly. He pulled back to gaze at her for a moment, both of them slightly out of breath. Without discussion, he began walking up the path toward the nearest building. She smiled. "You can't carry me to your room like this. If someone walks by, they'll know what we're up to." He pointed with his chin. "Then we're lucky my room is right there." She glanced over her shoulder, then turned back to him in indignation. You got another oceanfront room?" He grinned, tipping her toward him. "You can rail at me for that later." His mouth covered hers, his kiss commanding all her attention, until they reached the outer door of his building. He set her down and reached into his back pocket for his room key card. Making quick work of the lock, he opened the door, grabbed her hand, and tugged her into the hallway, just as a man in his 60s, dressed in athletic pants and a t-shirt, stepped out of a room farther down the hall. Jessica and John walked chastely in silence as the man headed their way. In tandem, they gave him a nod while passing by. "Nice night for a walk," he said. "Quite," Jessica said with a casual smile. "Sure is," John agreed. They waited until they heard the outer door shut behind them, then reached for each other again. Moving so fast her head nearly spun, John pinned her against his hotel room door. Bracing his hands on either side of her, he leaned down and kissed her, long and deep. "John," she breathed. They needed to get inside the room. Now. "It drives me crazy when you say my name like that." He peered down into her eyes. "Why now? You said you didn't want to complicate things between us." "Yes, she did." "Well, you're leaving now." She paused, trying to remember if he'd ever actually said that he'd accepted the spot on the team. "You are leaving, aren't you?" He looked at her for a moment, and then nodded. "Yes." Pride and admiration, along with her genuine happiness for what he'd accomplished, mixed with a more bittersweet emotion. Latching on to the pride, she reached up and touched his cheek. Good for him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He should go. Then that keeps things pretty simple between us, doesn't it? Her words were gentle, but matter-of-fact. Something flickered in his eyes. "Yes, it does." He lowered his head and kissed her. The heat of the moment took over. The two of them intertwined against the door as their hands began to move impatiently, almost desperately. Reaching around her, he slid his key card into the lock and opened the door. They tumbled into the room, and she reached for the hem of his t-shirt before the door had even shut behind them. Stepping back to help, he yanked the shirt over his head. Sweet Jesus! She blinked, not sure where to look first. Chest sculpted like an armor plate, broad shoulders, strong corded arms, rippling abs with a trail of dark blonde hair that dipped invitingly into the waistband of his jeans. "What time is our flight tomorrow?" she asked. 9 o'clock. "Good." She gestured to his body. "I'm going to need some time with all this." He smiled wickedly, his eyes a deep smoky blue as he closed the gap between them. Sliding his hands up her back, he found the zipper of her dress. She exhaled unsteadily as he pulled down the zipper, exposing her back to the cool air of the hotel room. Holding her gaze, he inched one dress strap off her shoulder, then the other. The dress fell to the floor and pooled at her feet. His gaze traveled up, taking in her heels, her cream silk thong, and her strapless bra. "Even better than I'd imagined," he murmured. Wasting no time, he unhooked her bra, which slipped to the floor next to her dress. "What else have you imagined?" she asked. His lips curved. Moving quickly, he pinned her against the wall, capturing both of her hands in his. She smiled coyly as their eyes met. Now they were getting somewhere. His mouth swept down on hers, his kiss demanding and possessive. He released her hands and lifted her up so that she straddled him again. His lips found her breasts, and she dug her fingers into the back of his hair as he teased one of her nipples with his tongue. Moaning softly, She arched against the rock-hard cock that pressed between her legs. He growled low in his throat. "I don't think I can do this the nice way, Jessica." "Good. I don't want it the nice way," she breathed. That decided, he carried her into the bathroom. Holding her up with only one arm, he continued kissing her while rummaging around in his job kit for what she hoped was a condom. Once he found it, they made it only as far as the hallway, where he set her down against the wall. Their hands began moving frantically. He yanked down her underwear as she undid the button on his jeans, pausing only to grip his forearms for balance as she stepped out of her thong, one leg at a time. Then she unzipped his fly and shoved his jeans and boxer briefs past his hips, both of them breathing heavily. He handed her the condom and kicked off his jeans and underwear, making equally quick work of his socks and shoes. She got a split second to marvel at the sight of him fully naked as she ripped open the condom, and then he was on her again, big and hard as she rolled the condom on. Ready and so willing for what was about to come next, she straddled him when he lifted her up. She felt him between her legs, and then he gripped her bottom and pressed her against the wall for leverage. She closed her eyes and moaned as he eased into her, filling her completely. God, that was good. Opening her eyes, she saw John's hot, fierce expression. Holding her gaze, he began to move in smooth, deliberate strokes. Their ragged breathing cut through the stillness of the room until the intimacy of the moment became too much and she closed her eyes, throwing her head back and surrendering as he thrust faster, fucking her hard against the wall and giving her everything she needed as she climbed to the edge of her orgasm and then plummeted over, with wave after wave of intense pleasure flooding through her. He spread her legs wider, completely dominating her now in deep, claiming strokes that pinned her to the wall. He groaned, and every muscle in his beautiful, powerful body seemed to draw tight as he swelled inside her, his breath ragged and strained until he shuddered, almost violently, and slowly, finally, came to a stop. Her eyes met his as she tried to catch her breath. Wow. His voice was husky, still slightly shaky. Did I hurt you? She felt her chest tighten. Far from it. His gaze softened, and then he bent his head and kissed her, pulling her off the wall to carry her to the bed. Carefully depositing her there, he gripped the base of the condom and pulled out. Jessica checked out his ass appreciatively as he walked into the bathroom. A few moments later, he came back out, his eyes roving over her as he walked to the bed. Sliding one hand down her leg, he gripped the back of her ankle and lifted it up. He undid the buckle of her strappy sandal and let the shoe fall to the floor, then did the same thing with the other shoe. He climbed onto the bed, his arms planted on each side of her, trapping her in. Bending his head, he gave her a devilish smile. Now I'm ready to do this the nice way. Afterward, they lay side by side on the bed as he traced lazy lines along her arm. When do you leave? She asked. His fingers paused. Labor Day weekend. So soon. Only 2.5 weeks away. She nodded, going for a joke. Good. That's about when I was planning on getting sick of you anyway. Psh, I'm already counting down the minutes until I can make my escape from this room. It's your room. Shit. Foiled. She smiled, then turned her head to look at him. Gently he brushed a lock of hair out of her eyes. Suddenly wanting to be even closer to him, She shifted on the bed, resting on her forearms and leaning forward to kiss him. He palmed the nape of her neck, curling his fingers into her hair as he claimed her mouth. His other hand skimmed down her back, a light, seductive touch that sent a thrill up her spine. She'd already had the man twice tonight, but she still felt like she couldn't get enough of him. Seemingly of a similar mindset, he gripped her by the hips and lifted her on top of him. She slid her knees forward, straddling him, and whimpered with pleasure when his erection pressed between her legs. "Are you sore?" he asked huskily. It should have been weird, hearing John Shepherd ask her that, but instead it felt intimate and erotic, and actually it turned her on even more. "I'll manage," she said throatily. He rolled her onto her back, giving her a steamy kiss before climbing off the bed. Then he held out his hand. "Come with me." She put her hand in his, and he led her into the dark bathroom. He flicked on the makeup mirror light, so a soft, ambient glow filled the room, then headed over to the shower and turned on the water. She said a silent prayer that her waterproof mascara would live up to its promise. As steam filled the room, she followed him into the shower and shut the glass door behind them. She ducked under the spray, closing her eyes as she brushed back her hair and felt her muscles loosen under the hot water. She was about to make a joke about their situation, that she still wasn't giving Dave his sexy red leather on the banquettes, even if she was sleeping with him. But then she opened her eyes and saw John watching her. His gaze was as hot as blue fire. "Looks like we're going to need another condom," she teased. Her eyes traveled down to his erection. Criminy. No wonder she was a little sore. He pressed her back against the marble tile. "I have something else in mind." Then he got down on his knees in front of her. Oh, she really liked where he was going with this. "You might want to hang on to the soap dish," he warned. Despite being utterly turned on, she smiled. "Because you're going to rock my world that much?" "Yes, but also because of this." He took one of her legs and hooked it over his shoulder, spreading her open to him. "John," she moaned, threading her fingers through his thick, wet hair as he licked her. "I told you what it does, hearing you say my name like that." Splaying his fingers over her hips, he held her steady as his tongue flicked over her clit. She leaned her head back against the marble, thinking he had a really good start on that promise to rock her world. "Why weren't we doing this 6 years ago?" she breathed. "Because you didn't like me 6 years ago." "Well, that." 21. The following day, as soon as he was back in Chicago, John set up a meeting with the special agent in charge. They met late that afternoon in Nick's office. Nick stood up from his desk when John walked in. "Funny coincidence, Shepherd. I heard a rumor that HRT calls went out yesterday. Then this morning my assistant told me you'd requested a meeting." John saw no reason to beat around the bush with that lead-in. "I made the team." "So you did." Nick stepped around his desk and shook John's hand earnestly. "Congratulations, John. It's an incredible achievement, and very well deserved." "Thank you, sir." John took a seat in front of the desk, opposite Nick. "You'll start knots in a couple weeks, then?" Nick asked. He nodded. "The Tuesday after Labor Day. My plan is to head down to Virginia the weekend before." He'd thought about trying to rent an apartment in advance, but had decided it wasn't worth the hassle. Instead, he'd booked a reservation at an extended-stay hotel just outside Quantico, and figured he'd look for something more permanent once he got there. "I'd like to tell you the easy part is ahead of you, now that you've made it through selection, but I doubt any part of HRT can be called easy." Nick spoke jokingly, but his tone also held an unmistakable measure of respect. "I suspect I'll be finding out how true that is in the very near future." John had talked to Pizer about the HRT training agenda, so he knew what to expect. He would spend the next 32 weeks in new operator training school, NOTS, after which he and his fellow classmates would be divided among the sniper and assault teams, depending on HRT needs. If placed on a sniper team, he would then be sent to the Marine Corps 8-week sniper school for additional training. It sure as hell wouldn't be easy. John didn't need to be told that. But there was an adrenaline rush that came with the knowledge of what lay ahead, similar to, but even more powerful than, the thrill he'd felt when he'd been asked to join the 75th Ranger Regiment. Sure, after one tour, that thrill had subsided, and he'd decided to leave military life and pursue a career in law enforcement. But this was the hostage rescue team, the elite of the elite. He'd set out to achieve something few could, and he'd been accepted. Frankly, the whole idea still humbled him. "What's your caseload look like?" Nick asked. "Anything that can't be transitioned to someone else? My only active undercover case is the Jacksonville assignment, and that should wrap up next week. Agent Harlow and I will be giving the mayor his final chunk of cash as soon as he pushes our zoning variances through the city's land use committee. Everything else can be transitioned, which I'm sure my squad mates will be thrilled to hear." Nick chuckled. "Good to hear about Jacksonville. Hope it hasn't been too rough for you, moonlighting on the public corruption squad." An image flashed into John's head of Jessica in the shower last night, naked, wet, gorgeous, and digging her fingers into his hair as he licked her to an orgasm. Hardly rough, that. "I'm getting by." He struck a nonchalant tone, not wanting his boss to get even a sniff of anything beyond a professional relationship between Jessica and him. What had happened in Jacksonville was their business alone. "At least I scored a few fancy suits out of the assignment. Not that I'll need them where I'm going." Unlike other FBI agents, HRT operators showed up for work in T-shirts and workout clothes. No sense bothering with a suit and tie when the day started with a 2-hour training session in the gym. Nick met John's gaze. "Well, I can't say I'm thrilled to lose you. Speaking as a former undercover agent, you either have what it takes to do this job or you don't. And you have it. When you first asked to transfer here, the SAC in Detroit personally called me to put in a good word for you. He said I'd be lucky to have an agent with your dedication to the job, and as proof of that, he told me a story about your first undercover assignment." He looked amused. "Something about a staged altercation at a motorcycle bar? That story sure was making the rounds these days." "Heavy on the staged part," John said modestly. "I probably shouldn't tell you this," Nick continued, "but the Detroit SAC said your squad leader had originally picked you for that assignment because of your size. He figured it would impress the motorcycle club even more if the other undercover agent took down a guy as built as you. But when he saw how much you committed to the assignment, how eager you were to take on a thankless role for a case that wasn't even your own, he knew he was working with an agent who was going places. You're talented and a true team player, John. Selfishly, I wish your time with this office could have been longer. In the 2 years you've been here, you've certainly impressed both your squad leader and me every bit as much as the Detroit guys promised you would. But if HRT is where your heart and aspirations lie, I can't argue with that, and I genuinely wish you all the best." John swallowed, not having expected all that. "Thank you, sir. That means a lot." A few minutes later, while riding the elevator down to his squad's floor, he mulled over his boss's words. "If HRT is where your heart and aspirations lie, I can't argue with that." As with many things in life, it wasn't quite that simple. Did he have mixed feelings about giving up a successful career as an investigator and undercover agent? Of course he did. This was a big decision, one involving a move halfway across the country and a job completely different from the one he held now. Sure, he would get to play full-time superhero, but anyone who focused exclusively on the swagger of being an HRT operator and didn't give serious thought to the realities of the job, the grueling missions, the life-and-death stakes, the nonstop training, probably wasn't sane enough to hold the title. There would be no more up-close and personal work, as Jessica had called it. No more getting the bad guys to trust him and tell him their dirty little secrets. The hostage rescue team didn't play nice, and they certainly weren't trying to gain the bad guys' trust. It was a different line of attack for a specific kind of situation. HRT operators rolled into a mission full bore, wearing body armor and armed with submachine guns, automatic assault rifles, flashbang grenades, breaching gear, and the confidence that they were the toughest and most prepared guys on the scene. Yes, there was a lot he would miss about Chicago. His family and Wes, his job, his squad mates, and other things. But he'd committed to this course of action the day he'd arrived at Quantico for selection, and he had great admiration for the hostage rescue team and what they could accomplish. He'd given Pizer his answer, and now he would see that through. When the elevator hit the 5th floor, John stepped out and headed to his desk. Two of his squad mates, Brandon and Jared, were hanging out at Jared's cubicle discussing a drug trafficking investigation and a new lead they'd uncovered during a wiretapped telephone conversation. His other squad mates in the surrounding cubicles were relatively quiet, going about the daily business of reviewing files, conducting online research, and filling out interview reports. Another reason to join HRT, John thought. Less damn paperwork. Or so he hoped. He took a seat at his desk and began organizing his case files, not expecting whichever of his squad mates inherited his cases to understand his creative filing methods. About 10 minutes into that project, an all-office email from the SAC popped up on his computer screen. John's name was in the subject line. "I'm pleased to announce that Special Agent John Shepard will be joining this year's class at New Operator Training School." Several whoops rang out from nearby cubicles before John had finished reading the email. Jin rolled his chair into the center aisle to gape at him. "Holy shit, Shepard! You made HRT? God damn, that's kick-ass!" Ryan was on his feet, grinning as he headed over to John. "When did you find out?" His squad mates circled around him, slapping his back and shaking his hand in congratulations. As they fired questions at him, their squad leader, to whom John had broken the news earlier, came out of his office and joined the fray. "When was the last time someone from this office made the team?" Brandon asked their squad leader. Gunner thought about that. "It's gotta be 5 years now." Ryan fist-bumped John. "Way to represent the squad." John soaked in the camaraderie. Maybe the swagger alone wasn't a good enough reason to join HRT, but it sure as hell was a nice perk. That evening, Jessica caught a cab outside her condo building and gave the driver the address for Sepia Restaurant. She was running late for her dinner with Tara, having gotten stuck in rush-hour traffic after being out in the northwest suburbs conducting interviews related to another bribery case. This one involving a clerk for the Cook County Recorder of Deeds who'd been accepting cash payments in exchange for preparing fraudulent quitclaim deeds. As the cab weaved through the city streets, she scrolled through her emails, making sure she hadn't missed anything urgent while conducting her interviews. When she saw the email from the SAC with John's name in the subject line, she paused momentarily before clicking. I'm pleased to announce that Special Agent John Shepard will be joining this year's class at New Operator Training School starting September 5th. Agent Shepard has given 6 years of exemplary service to this office and the Detroit field office, and has been instrumental in several of our most significant organized crime investigations. Agent Shepard's hard work and dedication has led to countless arrests and successful prosecutions. Our loss will be HRT's gain. So, it was official. Jessica could only imagine the celebration on the 5th floor when the news had broken. Probably John's squad mates had cheered and preened collectively that one of their own had been selected for the team, and then had dragged him out to a bar for a night of drunken revelry. At least, she hoped that was what they'd done. Organized crime agents might be a little rough around the edges, but she assumed they knew when a few shots of whiskey were in order. She thought about texting John, maybe a teasing comment about being partnered up with the office celebrity, but then thought better of it. If he was out drinking with his squad mates, there was too big a risk that one of them might somehow see her message, and on top of that, that kind of flirty-ish, out-of-the-blue text felt a little intimate, like something she would do if they were dating, which, obviously, wasn't the case. When the cab pulled to a stop, she stuck her phone into her purse and paid the driver. Located inside a historical building and formerly an 1890s print shop, Sepia had a warm interior that blended both rustic and contemporary elements, exposed brick walls with vintage prints, an Art Nouveau tile floor, and ornate chandeliers surrounded by modern sheer drum shades. The hostess led Jessica to a table near the back of the restaurant, where Tara was already seated with a glass of wine. When she saw Jessica coming, she stood up and gave her a hug. "Sorry I'm late. Traffic coming back into the city was awful," Jessica said. Tara squeezed her tighter. "Don't worry about it. I'm just glad you could make it." "I'm really glad you suggested this," Jessica said as they took their seats. Tara had texted her earlier that day about dinner, and she'd been all too eager to accept. Given the events of the last 24 hours, she had some seriously juicy gossip to share. Tara's tone turned serious. "Of course. I've been thinking about you all day." Jessica cocked her head, thinking that was a curious thing to say. "You have?" "Well, yeah. I still can't believe the news about Alex." "Right. That." Jessica had completely forgotten, again, about her ex-husband and his new fiancée. In her defense, she had quite a lot going on these days, between her undercover assignment, traveling back and forth to Jacksonville, her other cases, and a smokin' hot interlude with her partner last night. Or, if one was being technical, 4 smoking hot interludes with her partner last night. Just sayin'. Quickly, she mustered the proper level of indignation about Alex. "I know. You'd think he'd at least do me the courtesy of sending an email as a heads-up, so that I wouldn't have to find out the news from a magazine in an airport." Tara nodded in agreement. "What a jerk. It sucks that you were blindsided like that." No kidding. I was looking for something to read in one of the bookstores, and then I turned around and bam, there was the magazine, right in my face. Jessica glanced down at the wine list, then nodded at Tara's glass. By the way, what are you drinking? The Sangiovese. Interesting choice. Is it any good? I like it. Here, try it yourself. Tara held out her glass. Jessica took a sip. I think I'll go with that, too. That decided, she set the wine menu off to the side and steered the conversation toward something more pleasant than her ex-husband. So, what's going on with you? With all my traveling, I feel like we haven't talked in forever. Tara stared at her. Is that it? Is what it? Aren't we going to talk more about this thing with Alex? Burn the man in effigy? Bitch about how men suck, then get drunk and make snide comments about how his fiancée's last movie stunk? Which it did, by the way. I saw it in the theater a couple months ago, and 20 minutes in, I was so bored I pulled out my phone and started playing Candy Crush. Jessica doubted it was that bad, but she appreciated the loyalty. I'll be sure to skip it when it comes out on iTunes, she said, a touch dry. Tara pointed. There, that's the sarcastic Jessica I know. She paused on that note when the waiter stopped by the table to take Jessica's drink order and tell them about the specials. After the waiter headed off, Jessica returned to the topic at hand. It's a slippery slope, she explained. If I start talking about Alex, I'll start asking questions, like when they first hooked up, or how interesting it is that his fiancée is 5 months pregnant when we were still married 6 months ago. And if I go down that road, the next thing you know, I'll be scouring the internet for every detail I can find about their engagement. Tara shrugged. That's what I would do. Jessica half smiled. It would drive me crazy if I thought I missed some sign that Alex was cheating. I think I'm better off not knowing. Now you're stealing my lines, Harlow, she could practically hear John saying. Apparently, even in her imagination, the man couldn't pass up an opportunity to gloat. The waiter brought Jessica her glass of wine, and after she and Tara ordered dinner, their conversation turned to topics that were less fraught with peril. Work, who went home on The Bachelorette, and Tara's most recent Tinder horror stories. Jessica bided her time, waiting until their entrees arrived before she ever so casually changed gears. So, a funny thing happened last night, she let in, cutting into her strip steak. While you were working? It's been a while since your last crazy FBI story. Do tell. Technically, this happened after we'd finished working. With a sly air, Jessica took a sip of her wine, just to prolong the moment. Tara cocked her head. What's with the look? Are you braced? I need to be braced for this? Why? What did you do? Jessica set down her wineglass. I slept with John Shepherd. Get out! Tara giggled when Jessica shushed her. But you can't stand him. Her eyes widened. Ooh, was it hate sex? I've always wanted to have hate sex. It wasn't hate sex. Jessica mentally scrolled back through their night together. Just really, really good regular sex. Ah, look at you with your cheeky grin. Jessica's got her groove back. Tara lowered her voice conspiratorially. Not that I give a crap, but are you two allowed to hook up? You know, since you're partners? There's no official rule against it, and I guarantee this isn't the first time it's happened. It's more a judgment thing. Ah, and what convinced you more when you were judging the situation? His handsome face or his Thor-like body? That's funny. Tara winked. So, come on. Give me all the details. What, where, when. I think I know the why and how already. Jessica thought about where to start. Well, we got stuck on this undercover investigation together, and we've been traveling as part of that, and I don't know, we just started talking and getting along. Last week, we had an argument. Actually, I'd call it more a misunderstanding. And that led to a pretty incredible kiss. She caught Tara's look of indignation. I know, I've been meaning to tell you about that, but work's been crazy, and I thought it was just a one-time thing. Then last night, we had a few drinks to celebrate some good news he'd received, and we were joking around and sharing work stories, and there was a beach and moonlight, and one thing led to another. She smiled coyly, and then one thing led to another 3 times after that. Nice. Tara clinked her wine glass to Jessica's. Okay, I have to mentally reset here, because all I've ever heard about this guy has been negative. So we don't hate John Shepherd anymore? We don't hate John Shepherd anymore, Jessica confirmed. And you like John Shepherd now? Tara gave her a pointed look, putting aside the beach and moonlight and the really, really good sex. Jessica immediately opened her mouth to say something quippy, but then she stopped herself. So much had changed with John these last few weeks, it was hard for her, even, to wrap her mind around it. That first meeting in the SAC's office, there'd been so much anger between them, to the point where she'd had serious misgivings about their ability to work together. But now, well, John was the guy who put a Band-Aid on her finger after she cut it on a broken wine glass, albeit while being bossy, but still. He was the guy who unwound her hair when it was caught on her necklace, being careful not to damage even a strand. The guy she talked to about her failed marriage after seeing a picture of her ex-husband on a magazine cover. The guy she shared funny work stories with over a brownie sundae. The guy who understood the pressures and the rewards of her job. The guy she trusted implicitly as her partner to have her back. And the guy who somehow had the ability to make her smile, even when he was annoying the heck out of her. And you like John Shepherd now? Her lips curved, thinking about how far they'd come since their days at Quantico. Yes, I do. Tara blinked, as if she'd expected a different answer. Then slowly she smiled. Well, if you like the man, that's all I need to know. She leaned in, speaking excitedly. So what does this mean? Are you guys like dating now? Could it turn into something serious? No. The word came out a little too quick, so Jessica regrouped and slowed down. You know I'm not looking for anything serious right now. This is my rebound, my fun, hot, post-divorce fling. And even if, hypothetically speaking, I were looking for something serious, this wouldn't be it. Tara frowned. Why would you say that? You just told me you liked the guy. Because he's leaving. As the words fell between them, Jessica shrugged, matter of fact. Leaving? Where's he going? Tara asked. Virginia. He made the hostage rescue team and has to relocate to Quantico. She saw Tara's blank look and explained. It's this elite counter-terrorism unit. Basically, these are the guys the FBI sends in to handle major U.S. crisis situations. Hostage and terrorist incidents, significant criminal threats, that kind of thing. They get deployed for overseas missions, too. A lot of times, HRT operators are embedded with Navy SEAL or Delta Force commandos, and when they're not on a mission, they train, constantly. I can't even imagine the amount of testosterone flowing through that little corner of Quantico. Picture 90 super alpha males running around with the coolest toys, guns, ammunition, and vehicles the U.S. government can buy. Wow. Tara took all that in. So he's leaving for good, then? Jessica swirled her wine glass. Technically, John wouldn't be an HRT operator for the rest of his career. Most of those guys burned out after 5 or 6 years on the job. But it was unlikely he would ever be in her neck of the woods again. After HRT, there would be tons of options open to him, like leading a field office, SWAT team, being an instructor at the academy, or working at FBI headquarters. But instead of going into that, she simply said, "Yes, for good." She took a long sip of her wine, then noticed that Tara was watching her. "What? Oh, come on. Stop looking at me like you're waiting for me to burst into tears or something. First off, I'm happy for John, truly. Second, this is what I want, remember? To use your words, dirty, no-strings-attached, rebound sex with a hot Mr. Wrong that I will shamelessly use until our time together has run its course." "I did say that. But when you told me you liked John a few moments ago, you had a look on your face that I haven't seen in a while." "What kind of look?" Tara's eyes met hers. "Happy." Jessica blinked, caught off guard by the words, but the undercover agent in her quickly recovered. "I guess that's what good sex after a 6-month hiatus will do to you," she quipped. Tara studied her for a long moment. "Let's go back to the hypothetically speaking part." Jessica sighed. "Here we go." Tara ignored her. "Let's say you were looking for something more than a rebound. There's always long-distance dating, you know. In the age of texting, FaceTime, and phone sex, it's actually quite possible." Jessica humored her just for a bit. "Okay, and then what?" "Hypothetically speaking, let's say that works for a few months. In between John's incredibly intense training schedule and my less than predictable work schedule, we managed to find a few stolen moments for FaceTime chats and steamy phone sex. How long until that gets old?" "I don't know. I think the relationship would either fizzle out, or it would grow stronger, and then you'd have to make a decision about following him to Virginia, I guess." And therein lay the rub. "There's no decision. Moving isn't an option for me. I just transferred to Chicago. Under FBI policy, I'm not eligible for another transfer for 2 years. Jessica watched as Tara's expression lost its hopeful glow. Her voice softened, adding, "And that's just being eligible. Realistically, it would probably take at least 3 years. Oh, that is a problem." Tara fell momentarily quiet. Then she met Jessica's gaze and smiled gently. "I guess it's a good thing we were just speaking hypothetically, then." Jessica returned the look. "Yes, it is." The last thing she wanted was for anyone to start getting ideas that this interlude between her and John had legs. That line of thinking would almost certainly lead to disappointment, and quite possibly heartbreak. And she, for one, already had been through enough of that this year. 22. The following evening, John approached the target's house, armed with 2 of the most lethal weapons at his disposal: cheeseburgers and French fries from 5 Guys. For extra ammunition, he'd also brought along a couple of chocolate shakes. Operation Butter Up Dad Before Breaking the News was officially underway. Another working title. His father opened the front door, his eyes lighting up when he saw the red and white checkered logo on the shakes. "This is a surprise. I figured you were just bringing pizza. Is there bacon on those cheeseburgers?" "I assume that's a rhetorical question." 30 seconds later, they were seated at the kitchen table, cartons and paper wrappers spread out before them. As they chewed in silence, John surreptitiously studied his father, trying to get a read on his mood. "You still working on that undercover assignment?" his dad asked. "The one with the public corruption squad?" John wiped his mouth with the napkin. "It's almost wrapped up. We have one more meeting left, and then the case agents should have everything they need to make the arrest. How big's the target? Big enough?" With the investigation still ongoing, John couldn't say much more. His dad raised an eyebrow. "Big enough that I'll be reading about the investigation in the papers?" "Possibly." John pictured the look on Blair's face when Agents Levitt and Todd showed up at his front door to make the arrest. Actually, it would be Levitt and Todd and a backup squad. The FBI never took chances, and guys like Blair were highly unpredictable during arrests. The esteemed mayor of America's 13th largest city was no hardened street criminal for whom prison was practically a rite of passage. For him, being arrested by the FBI was essentially the end of the world. When faced with the sudden knowledge that his career and once bright political aspirations were over, and that instead he'd be spending the next 15 to 20 behind bars, there was no telling what he might do. Unfortunately, John and Jessica wouldn't be there for the party. As the undercover agents in the investigation, they would take no part in the arrest and receive none of the proverbial glory. Once the two of them wrapped up the sting-op, they wouldn't see Blair again until they testified in closed court. And to protect their anonymity, their names would never be associated with the case in press releases and court documents. To the outside world, he and Jessica would be simply known as UC1 and UC2. His dad reached for his shake and took a sip. "Nate mentioned that your partner on the case, this Jessica Harlow person, was in your class at the academy." Nate had talked to his dad about Jessica? John had a bad feeling he knew where this conversation was headed. Did he now? "He also said you get tense and shifty every time her name comes up." Bingo. John threw out his hands in exasperation. Why is Nate so focused on this? Doesn't he have other things to worry about, like whether to add a buffalo chicken sandwich to the bar's brunch menu? His dad studied him. "Huh, you do seem a little tense. Shutting up now?" John took a bite of his burger and chewed more forcefully than usual. After he swallowed, he saw that his dad seemed to be watching him with amusement. He went for a more diplomatic answer this time. "Yes, there was some friction between Jessica and me at the academy, but we're fine now." In his mind's eye, he saw her stretched across his hotel room bed, naked except for her high-heeled sandals. Oh, yeah, just fine indeed. His dad nodded. "It was the same way with me and your Uncle Don." John fought back a grin. Well, probably not exactly the same. Either that, or his dad and Uncle Don had been a hell of a lot closer than he'd realized. "I couldn't stand the guy the first time I met him," his dad continued. "Thought he was a cocky SOB. But when you're partners, you find a way to work it out." "That's true." John was still stuck on the vision of naked Jessica in his bed. Blonde hair tousled, her gorgeous legs straddling his hips as they'd— "What's with all the goofy smiles?" his dad asked, cutting into his thoughts. "Busted." "This cheeseburger's just so good," John said, covering with another bite. His dad eyed him suspiciously, then reached for a French fry. His tone turned more casual. "Anyway, it's good that you worked things out with your partner. It'd be a shame to end your career as an investigator on a bad note before heading off to HRT." John froze at the words. Fucking Nate. His dad read the look on his face. "Don't go blaming your brother. He didn't say a word. You and I haven't done dinner on a weekday since your mom got sick, and then you suddenly show up with 5 guys? I was a detective for 25 years, John. I think I can figure it out. John sighed. So much for gradually easing into the subject. I got the call 2 days ago, when I was out of town. When do you leave for Quantico? The weekend before Labor Day. John sat forward, resting his forearms on the table. Look, I know you're not thrilled about this, but it's a good opportunity for me, and his dad held up a hand. I know perfectly well what it means to make the hostage rescue team. He looked John in the eyes. And if this is what you want, then I'm happy for you, son. And I'm also incredibly proud. John blinked, having been braced for a much tougher conversation. Oh, well, thank you. He sat back in his chair, exhaling in relief. Okay, then. I know I was hard on you the last time we talked about HRT. I was just being, well, selfish. His dad shifted in his chair, his tone gruff, yet slightly sheepish. When you transferred back from Detroit, I guess I figured you were here for the long haul. It's been nice having you around these last couple of years. I probably don't tell you and your brother this stuff often enough, but our Sunday dinners are the thing I look forward to most all week. A dagger of guilt pierced John through the chest. Dad, his father stopped him again. I'm just explaining why I reacted the way I did last time. Look, I get that this is your life, not mine. You have to do what's best for you. Just because your mother and I chose to make Chicago our home doesn't mean you're bound to this city, too. It won't be forever. Who knows, in 5 or 6 years I could end up back here again. John tried to look at the bright side. Plus, Virginia's only an hour-and-a-half flight away. I still get vacation time, and then there's the holidays. He trailed off, not wanting to make too many promises. When on a mission, HRT operators worked until the job was done. There were no holiday breaks. You'll come home when you can. I know that. His dad paused, his eyes looking shiny. Then he cleared his throat, sounding gruff once again. So, you got an address where I can come visit you in Virginia? Or do I have to figure that out for myself, too? While finishing their burgers, they talked about the logistics of John's move. He'd spent the bulk of his day working on that, calling moving companies for estimates, finding a decent extended-stay hotel that was in his budget, and renting a storage unit outside Quantico where he could temporarily stash his furniture until he found a place to live. Sounds like you're moving full steam ahead, his dad said, as they cleared off the kitchen table. John shrugged. Not much choice. Labor Day weekend will be here before I know it. He immediately regretted his choice of words. Way to be sensitive, asshole. His dad nodded, his voice subdued. Yep, it will. A silence fell between them. His dad looked at him a moment, then walked over to the refrigerator and pulled out 2 beers. He held one out to John. Cubs game starts in a few minutes. Lester's pitching. Should be a good one if you want to stay and watch. With a slight smile, John took one of the bottles. I'd like that. Shepherd men might have been good at a lot of things, but overtly expressing feelings wasn't one of them. A couple of beers on a warm summer night and baseball. That was how they said goodbye. Friday afternoon, Jessica wrapped up her second day of interviews in the county clerk bribery case and managed to beat the bulk of rush-hour traffic into the city. Once back at the FBI office, she saw that someone had left a message on Ashley's cell phone. Judging from the 904 area code, the caller was from the Jacksonville area. Ashley, it's Patrick Blair. I've got an update for you. Call me back. The message caught Jessica somewhat by surprise. This was the first time the mayor had contacted either her or John directly. Prior to this, Morano had always acted as an intermediary between them. Wanting to find a quiet space before calling Blair back, she headed to an empty conference room at the end of the hallway and shut the door. Instead of dialing up his office directly, she called an internal bureau number that was answered by a computer. Using the keypad on her phone, she entered the code set up for the case, Blair's phone number, and the phone number she wanted to show up on Blair's caller ID, in this case, Ashley's cell phone number. Then she took a seat in one of the conference room chairs as the computer dialed Blair's phone number and began recording the call. "Mayor Blair's office," his assistant answered. "Hi, this is Ashley Evers, returning the mayor's call. One moment, Miss Evers. I'll see if he's available." A satellite radio station cut in as Jessica was put on hold, and the song "Take My Breath Away" began to play. Oh man, she loved this song. She hummed along as images of hot men in aviator sunglasses and flight suits ran through her head. All too soon, the music cut out as Blair's assistant came back on the line. "The mayor will be right with you, Miss Evers." "Thank you." Seconds later, Blair picked up on the other end of the line. "Miss Evers, you caught me just before I left the office," he drawled. "Glad I did. Your message left me curious, Mr. Mayor. I hope this update means there's good news." "Sure does. Tell your assistant to book you a flight down here for Thursday." Jessica felt a rush of excitement. They were so close to wrapping up this case, she could practically taste it. Why? What's happening Thursday? She had a pretty good idea, but she wanted Blair to spell it out for the recording. He chuckled, sounding smug. "The question you should be asking is, what's happening on Wednesday?" When he fell silent, she realized he was actually waiting for her to ask. Of course he was. "All right. What's happening on Wednesday?" she said, playing along like a good little undercover agent. "The Land Use Committee meets that afternoon. I played golf this morning with Paul Yu, the director, and he says there won't be any problems getting your variances pushed through. Naturally, I played up my excitement for your project and reminded him how eager I am to create investment opportunities for out-of-state businesses. After hearing that, Paul was all in." "That is good news." "I would expect you'll get official word of the committee's decision late in the day on Wednesday." Blair's voice dipped lower. "And then you and I will have some business to settle." "If we get that call from the committee," Jessica emphasized, because Ashley was hardly the kind of businesswoman to travel halfway across the country based solely on a man's word. "Dave and I will be on a plane the next morning." "There is no if, Ashley. This is a done deal. I told you, in my city, I always get what I want." Blair left it at that and hung up. Jessica checked to make sure the call was disconnected and sighed. Turning and returning to some secret place inside. Yep, that song was going to be stuck in her head all day. 23. After leaving the conference room, Jessica bypassed her cubicle and headed for the stairwell, so she could update John and let him know that they likely would be traveling to Jacksonville on Thursday. Sure, she supposed she could call him, or even simply send him a text message, but she felt like giving him the news in person. It was a chance to stretch her legs, get some exercise. Very important, that, when one had a desk job. She took the stairs 2 flights down, and then followed the hallway into the main office area. Having never been on the 5th floor before, she looked around curiously. For the most part, it looked the same as her own floor. A large open space filled with cubicles that were broken into groups, floor-to-ceiling windows, and various white boards and bulletin boards with case information lining the internal walls. Tucked into the corner, with windows that looked out over the group, was a small private office belonging to the squad leader. She passed by several cubicles, looking for John's, and smiled to herself when she spotted his nameplate above a currently unoccupied desk by the window. John M. Shepard, Special Agent. Interesting. John M. Shepard. She made a mental note to find out what the middle initial stood for. Michael, perhaps, or maybe Matthew. Inquiring minds wanted to know. Tabling that issue for the moment, she headed over to see if John's squad mates knew where he was. There were 5 of them, all men, in the nearby cubicles. Busy working, they didn't notice as she approached. "Excuse me, do any of you happen to know if John is around?" At the sound of her voice, all 5 agents peeked their heads over the tops of their cubicles. There was a split-second silence as they looked at her, and then 3 of the agents stood up, as if to introduce themselves. The tall agent with light brown hair got to Jessica first, extending his hand with an easy grin. "You must be Agent Harlow. Ryan Hannigan." Someone behind him cleared his throat. Without looking back, Ryan gestured in the direction of the other guys, Agents Choi, Samuels, Botch, and Lanarelli. In turn, each of them smiled and said hello. "Actually, we met a couple weeks ago, in the elevator." Botch, the youngest-looking of the group, paused as if searching for more to say. "We were both going up." Agent Choi rested his arm on the cubicle wall. "We heard you're from the Los Angeles office. What was it like there?" "Warm," Jessica said. The 5 of them laughed like this was the funniest thing. She smiled with them. Yeah, she was quickly getting the impression they didn't have a lot of female agents on this squad. "I was hoping to talk to John about a development in our case." She checked her watch and saw that it was 4:30. "Is he gone for the day? I can always just try his phone." "He took off a little early. Said he was heading to the gym," Ryan said. "That was only about 20 minutes ago, so I'm sure he's still there." "Thanks. I'll check it out." With a friendly nod goodbye, she headed in the direction of the elevators and hit the button for the 2nd floor, where the building's state-of-the-art gym was located. Currently, the gym was relatively quiet, not unexpectedly for this time of day. A few agents ran on the indoor track, and 2 more were using the cardio machines. No sign of John, so she headed toward the weight room. She found him there, working the heavy bag. Wearing a fitted gray t-shirt and athletic shorts, he moved around the bag while throwing different combinations. Each punch was powerful and controlled, a fluid movement of hips and shoulders and arms and footwork. Sweat made the t-shirt cling to his broad, toned chest, while his strong forearms and biceps flexed and strained gloriously with each hit. And she had slept with this man. Her lips curved in a private smile. Damn right she had. His eyes met hers in the mirror behind the heavy bag, and she regrouped. Right. Work first. Ogle her hot partner later. She crossed the room and leaned against a rack of dumbbells. "Your squad mate said you cut out a little early today." He grunted in response and kept hitting the bag. She spotted his phone on the mat, saw that he had the timer going, and assumed he was doing some sort of interval training. 46 seconds left, according to the clock. She'd wait. The view wasn't half bad, after all. He hit the bag with a punishing right hook, so forceful she half expected it to go flying through the air. Actually, the view was pretty darn fantastic. He moved the way he would in a real fight, his footwork active as he worked a variety of shots, hitting from different angles and changing speeds. He focused intently on the bag, striking hard in 2- and 3-punch combinations. As she watched, she sensed that something was off. Granted, she hardly expected the man to smile and giggle as he kicked the shit out of a 100-pound bag, but still, he looked aggravated. The timer on his phone went off, and he ended the interval with another right hook that had some truly bad intentions behind it. Stepping back from the bag, he glanced her way, then yanked open the strap of one of his gloves with his teeth. She walked over to his phone, bent down, and hit the button to stop the beeping timer. Next to his phone was a water bottle, so she picked it up and handed it to him. "Thanks," he panted. "You're welcome." She watched as he chugged the water, beads of sweat trickling down the sides of his face. "How many rounds do you do?" 10. 3 minutes each. She waited for the expected teasing comment or quip, but instead he took another sip of water. Something was definitely off. "You seem irritated," she commented. "Yes, somebody interrupted my workout," he shot back. Good poker face, and he sounded flip enough, but she wasn't buying it, so she simply cocked her head and waited. He scoffed. "What is this? The good cop routine?" "Do I need to break out the good cop routine?" He gave her a look, and she raised an eyebrow. He sighed resignedly. "It's no big deal, Harlow. I handed over my biggest case to another agent today. Armenian street gang. Extortion, violent crimes, illegal firearms deals, narcotics. You name it, these guys are guilty of it. We've been running wiretaps on 24 different phone numbers, and I just convinced a man on the inside to flip. Took me months to make that happen. He put a lot of trust in me to keep him and his family safe." He shrugged. "The new agent will take care of him. I know that. It's just very unsatisfying to walk away." Jessica nodded. She'd recently been in this position herself, when she'd transferred from Los Angeles to Chicago and had to give up all of her cases. Agents spent months on investigations, often longer, and sometimes the work became very personal. But there was a bright side. There are plenty of bad guys where you're headed, John, and lots of people in really terrible situations who'll be kept safe because you were there to make sure of it. He seemed momentarily surprised by the sincerity of her tone. Then he looked at her, taking in her high heels and tailored suit, and held out the gloves. "Want to go around?" The teasing gleam was back in his eyes. "Cute. The last time we faced off on a boxing mat, that didn't go so well for you." "You distracted me last time. But now I know your tricks." She smiled coyly at that. "I think I could still find ways to distract you." Their eyes met, her words lingering in the air, as two agents walked into the weight room. Back to business. "Blair called me this afternoon," she told John. "He called you directly?" His less than enthused expression reflected his opinion on that, but he made no further comment. "What did he say?" She filled him in on the situation. "Blair seems confident the committee is going to approve our variances. I'll call Levitt when I get back to my desk and bring him up to speed." "I'm around this evening if he wants to talk to us both." John glanced at the two agents over by the bench press, then looked back at her. "You getting out of here soon?" His tone was casual, just an agent making chit-chat with his partner at 4:30 on a Friday afternoon. But there was a warm look in his eyes as he held her gaze. "I shouldn't be here too much longer. Probably another hour." She let that sit for a moment, and then she smiled. "I'll let you know if Levitt says anything noteworthy. Otherwise, have a good weekend, Shepard." She turned and left the room, nodding at the two other agents on her way out. When back at her desk, she called Levitt, who was understandably surprised to learn that he was out of the loop. "Blair called you directly? He's stepping up his game," Levitt said. "Lucky me." They discussed the logistics of Thursday's meeting, and then Jessica booked her hotel room and began looking into flights to Jacksonville. As she was checking out the available seats on the plane, a window for her, an aisle for John, per usual, it hit her that this was the last trip the two of them would take together. "When do you leave?" "Labor Day weekend." "Everything okay?" Jessica blinked, realizing that she'd been staring at her computer screen for who knew how long. She turned around and saw one of her squad mates, Vaughn Roberts, standing in the aisle with his briefcase in hand. "Yes, just finalizing some travel plans." She smiled, relaxed, not too bright. "Nothing to see here." "Heading out?" She chatted with Vaughn for a few minutes. Nice guy, new dad, had lots of funny stories about all the ways in which his 2-month-old daughter was keeping him and his wife on their toes. And then, shortly thereafter, she called it quits, too. As she was walking across the parking lot, heading to her car, her cell phone buzzed with a new text message. From John. "What's your address?" She didn't have to ask why he was asking. That was obvious. She glanced around the parking lot, feeling a little clandestine to be trading these kinds of messages with her partner while still at work. 500 West Superior, she typed back, and hit send. She waited for her inner pragmatic to tell her this wasn't a good idea, that what happened in Jacksonville should stay in Jacksonville, blah, blah. But instead, silence. Jessica smiled to herself. Apparently, her inner pragmatic had enjoyed the view of John in his sweaty t-shirt, too. 24. Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has indicated it's now safe for you to use all approved electronic devices. In a few moments, the flight attendants will be making their way through the cabin to offer you... Next to John, Jessica pulled her laptop out of her briefcase as soon as the announcement was made. "No trusty e-reader today?" he asked. "Unfortunately, I have to write 2 302s. I was supposed to do them earlier in the week." "Falling behind in your paperwork? Tisk, tisk, Harlow. I think that's grounds to be stripped of your high mark in academics." He put a hand to his chest. "As the first runner-up, I happily accept the award instead." Eyes on her computer, she was already typing away. "Never going to happen, Shepard. Learn to live with the disappointment." He fought back a smile, his eyes roving over her slim-cut black pantsuit and heels. They hadn't seen each other since he'd left her place early Saturday morning, and being with her again, just the two of them, trading jabs on a plane, felt good. Really good, actually. Between her work schedule and his personal commitments, he and Jessica seemed to have been going in different directions this week. On Saturday, he and Wes had driven 2 hours out of the city and camped at Starved Rock, a tradition of theirs, the same thing they'd done before John had left for basic training, and then again when he'd been assigned to the Detroit field office. Sunday, he'd gotten back into town just in time for dinner at his dad's house, and then he and his brother had spent the evening shooting hoops at Foster Beach on one of the illuminated basketball courts. During a break, John had sat on one of the benches by the water, checking out the nighttime skyline in the distance. "Think you'll miss it?" his brother asked, sitting down next to him. "Of course," John said. Just because there were bigger opportunities out there for him didn't mean it was easy to say goodbye to everything he was leaving behind. Nate was quiet for a moment. "You know I only make the superhero camp jokes because I don't like saying goodbye, right?" "I'll be back." John paused. "And actually, I kind of like the superhero camp jokes. Of course you do, fucking egomaniac, Nate muttered under his breath. He looked sideways at John, and then they both started laughing. After a comfortable silence fell between them, John glanced at his brother. Despite all the joking around, and the fact that much of their relationship was based on trying to annoy the crap out of each other, they'd always been close. So, as a parting gift, he decided to give Nate something he would cherish for years to come: the satisfaction of being right. I had sex with Jessica Harlow. Nate's eyes widened. I knew there was something going on with you two. When? Last week, when we were traveling, and then again a couple nights ago. Nate gripped his shoulder. Aw, this is huge! After 6 years, you finally got her to sleep with you. He squeezed John's shoulder in congratulations. So, was she worth the wait? John took a sip of water to cover his smile. Clearly, his brother had never met Jessica Harlow. Halfway through the flight, Jessica took a break from her writing and stretched her arms over her head. She looked at the files stacked on John's tray table. What's that? She asked. I pulled the debriefing reports for some of HRT's biggest missions. Figured it can't hurt to know my history before I show up for knots, John said. She leaned over, checking out the report on his lap. Waco? Not exactly light reading, that. No kidding. 86 people dead, including 4 federal agents, in what was one of HRT's most well-known and controversial missions. So, what's this new case you had to travel for? He asked, more interested in talking about her than an operation that was over 2 decades old. He'd texted her on Monday to see if she wanted to get together, and she'd shot him back a message saying she'd gotten a last-minute assignment out of town and would be gone until Wednesday evening. He'd understood, of course, but still he'd been disappointed. It's an investigation being handled by the Columbia field office, she told him. The solicitor of Lexington, South Carolina, reached out to them regarding a complaint he received against one of the city's police officers. Lexington, South Carolina? That was a new one. What's the complaint? A woman claims she was sexually assaulted by a police officer who responded to her 911 call. Apparently she and her boyfriend had gotten in an argument earlier that evening. He beat her in their home and then took off when she called the cops. She says that when the police officer arrived, instead of helping her, he took her into a bedroom, fondled her and exposed himself, and then arrested her for making a phony 911 call. John shook his head in disgust. I know. It's awful, Jessica said. The solicitor believes she's telling the truth, which is why he brought the case to the FBI, so we could investigate the potential civil rights violations. Unfortunately, there's no evidence to corroborate the victim's story. And, to make things more complicated, she'd been drinking that night. You know exactly how that will play out in court, especially when she's testifying against a police officer with a clean record. So, to alleviate that problem, the case agents in Columbia put together a plan to try to catch the cop red-handed. That's where I come in. What kind of plan? John asked, even though he had a pretty good idea where she was going with this. I'll pretend to be a domestic assault victim. Fake bruises, overturned furniture on the scene, the whole works. And we make sure this cop gets my 911 call. We'll put cameras and mics all over the place. I'll act like I've been drinking, and when the cop arrives, we'll see what happens. He looked her in the eyes. Meaning, you'll see if he tries to sexually assault you too. Yes. After a moment, she pointed. I think your Waco file is toast. He glanced down and realized he'd clenched his fist tight enough to crumble the debriefing report. Nice. He set the mangled papers on his tray table. The Columbia field office doesn't have any female undercover agents who could handle the assignment? He asked, keeping his tone conversational. Or the Charlotte office? Atlanta? Is Chicago handling all the undercover assignments now? Or just the one where we send in our agents to be attacked by armed sexual predators? She cocked her head pointedly. Fine. Perhaps that had been slightly sarcastic. Given the delicate nature of the assignment, Jessica said, they were looking for an undercover agent with significant field experience. Apparently, my name was at the top of the list. She held his gaze, no hesitation, and I'm glad it was. I want the assignment. This guy preyed on a woman who'd just been beaten up by her boyfriend. It was his job to protect her, and instead he took advantage of her in one of the worst ways possible. So now I am going to do my job, and I'll make sure this piece of shit never carries a badge again. Seeing her blue eyes flash, John felt a warm feeling spread across his chest. Well, tough to argue with that. He took a moment before answering. The man in him didn't like the idea of her being in a position where she might have to let some asshole expose himself to her or touch her. But the agent in him knew there wasn't anyone in the FBI better suited for the job. He'd seen Jessica in action, after all. She would play this piece of shit like a fiddle. If this guy somehow gets you pinned down before backup arrives, use that leg breach you liked so much at the academy. That's a good move. It almost even worked on me. Almost, he emphasized. When her lips curved, he frowned. What? You're cute when you're protective, she said. He snorted at that. I'm not being protective. I'm simply giving you professional advice, one colleague to another. Ah. Well, thank you for that, then. She turned back to her laptop. Her break was over, apparently, and started typing again. As John watched her work, something compelled him to speak. Maybe I'm being a little protective. She looked up from her computer to meet his gaze. Suddenly feeling like he'd admitted more than he'd intended, he shifted in his chair. Mostly because you make very questionable footwear choices. He nodded gruffly at her high heels. You'll break an ankle chasing a bad guy in those things. She smiled. When's the last time you heard of a white-collar crime agent getting in a foot chase? Fair enough. 25. On the way to the hotel, Jessica called Levitt to check in. It'll be just 3 of you today, the Jack's agent informed them, his voice sounding through the car's speakers. Apparently, Blair told Morano he could sit this meeting out. Jessica exchanged a look with John, who was driving. That's a surprise. Morano was disappointed to miss it. I think he was hoping for one last chance to break out a Cherry's Jubilee, the Jack's agent joked. After they hung up with Levitt, Jessica mused over this newest information. Do you think Blair is trying to cut Morano out of the loop? Possibly. Blair thinks we're planning several more investments in the city. He's gotten comfortable with us, John said. Why give Morano 20% of the bribes when Blair can work with us directly? That just cuts into his own profit. Indeed, that sentiment seemed to be confirmed when they met Blair a few hours later at the restaurant site. Did I tell you the land use committee would come through or what? Blair asked as he strode through the front door of the abandoned bank. John extended his hand, greeting the mayor with a grin. For the record, I never doubted you. It was all Ashley's idea to split the payments. Playing her part, Jessica threw him an irritated glance before turning to Blair and shaking his hand. We're thrilled the problem could be resolved so expeditiously. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All in a day's work. True to form, his eyes skimmed over her pencil skirt and short-sleeve white shirt. And I think it's time you started calling me Patrick. Leaning against the teller counter, John cocked his head as if just realizing something. "Where's Murano?" "He had another commitment, a dinner with one of his clients," Blair said with a dismissive wave. "He sends his regrets." Knowing this was a lie, Jessica watched for any changes in Blair's body language or demeanor. Sorry he couldn't make it. She threw out a little bait to see if he would bite. "But I think the three of us can manage well enough without him." An opportunistic gleam entered Blair's eyes. "I couldn't agree more." He eyed the briefcase that rested near John's feet. "Assuming you don't have any surprises for me today." "No surprises here." John reached down and grabbed the suitcase, then handed it over to Blair. $25,000 in cash, as promised." After taking the briefcase, Blair looked between Jessica and John, as if debating whether to unzip it and count the money. Apparently trusting them by this point, he let the briefcase fall to his side and gestured to their surroundings instead. "When do you start renovations?" "Hopefully in a few weeks," John said. "We already have the plans drawn up, so the next step is finding the right general contractor." "Have you given any thought to what your next project in Jacksonville will be?" Blair asked Jessica. "Actually, yes. We'd like to switch things up, concept-wise. We're thinking about a farm-to-table neighborhood bistro that'll bring in a big weekend brunch crowd. Something upscale, where the menu changes every week depending on the season and what's fresh in the market. I have this idea for a rotating special of gourmet scrambled eggs. Maybe pancakes, too. The kind of place that people keep coming back to because the food is great, and they're curious to see what the chef has on the menu, but that still feels approachable and relaxed." "Gourmet scrambled eggs and pancakes. Sounds very metropolitan." Blair considered this. "I like it." As he moved closer, his tone turned teasing. "Just don't forget the grits, Ashley. Jacksonville may be a big city, but it's still Southern at heart," he drawled. She smiled. "Grits. Got it." He paused, looking her over. "We should talk more about this project the next time you're in town. Maybe over dinner?" With 6 years of field experience as a special agent, the last several of which she'd focused on undercover cases, Jessica had learned the value of paying attention to nonverbal cues. And right now, without even saying the words, Blair was telling her something quite interesting. Dilated pupils, increased blink rate, a slight flush to his skin that indicated an elevated pulse. The way he'd begun to speak a little faster ever since he'd lied about Murano, all of which led her to believe that the mayor was either afraid or excited about something, and she highly doubted he was afraid. "I'd like that. I'll call your office to set that up," she said. Blair pulled his cell phone out of his suit jacket. He touched the screen a few times, and then Ashley's phone began to ring inside Jessica's purse. "Call that number instead. It's my private cell." He winked, then ended the call and stuck the cell phone back into his jacket. "Until next time, then." He extended his hand. When Jessica took it, she felt his thumb brush deliberately over the top of her fingers. She so couldn't wait to see this guy in an orange prison jumpsuit. "Until next time," she echoed. Blair turned to John with a more disinterested air. "Dave?" He briefly shook John's hand in goodbye, then turned and walked out the door. John waited several moments, until they could be sure he was gone. "He's up to something." Jessica thought back to the opportunistic gleam she'd seen in Blair's eyes. Yes, he is. At the rendezvous spot, Levitt and Todd were in such a celebratory mood, Jessica half expected them to break out a bottle of champagne right there. "And that, my friends, is a wrap," Levitt said, as Jessica and John climbed out of their rental car. Todd shook both their hands heartily. "Well done." He flashed them a wide grin, a departure from his usual reserved demeanor. "I'll be drinking the good whiskey tonight." Jessica chuckled at that. She'd had a few long, intense cases herself, and knew what a relief it was when they finally came to an end. High on adrenaline and victory, the four of them went through the play-by-play as Jessica and John handed over their mics. "Who came up with the scrambled eggs idea?" Levitt wanted to know. "That was all Jessica," John said. Todd pointed at her. "When you gave Blair your pitch, I turned to Levitt and said, 'Hell, I want to eat at this restaurant.'" Thunder boomed ominously above them. "The sound of Blair's demise," Levitt whispered faux dramatically, getting another laugh from all of them. "Speaking of which, when do you anticipate you'll make the arrest?" Jessica asked. "We have a few odds and ends to tie up, and then the U.S. Attorney's Office will want to review everything," Levitt said. "But I know they're as eager as we are to get the ball rolling. I can't imagine it would be more than a few weeks." The sky flashed with lightning as drops of rain began to fall. "I think that's our cue." Todd shook both their hands, thanking them for their assistance with the case. Levitt followed suit, promising to touch base by the following Monday if they hadn't yet moved forward with the arrest. Jessica and John made it to the car a few seconds after it began to downpour. She scrambled into the passenger seat and slammed the door shut as rain battered the car. "For Christ's sakes," John muttered. Running her fingers through her damp hair, she looked over as John reached for the buttons to adjust the driver's seat, his knees practically touching his chin. "Perhaps you might consider moving the seat back before you exit the vehicle?" he asked, a touch dry. "Just once?" She tried hard not to smile as his seat slowly inched back. "I told you, I'm happy to drive all the time, Agent Shepard." After his seat was finally in position, he started the car. She cocked her head, curious about something. "Why didn't you tell Levitt and Todd you made HRT?" He'd had the perfect opening when Levitt had made the comment about calling them the following Monday. "That tends to be a long conversation. People want to know about selection. They have questions about knots. It's a whole thing. I don't have time for a whole thing tonight." "Big plans?" John put the car in gear to head back to the hotel. The look in his eyes heated enough to fog the car windows. "Very big plans, Agent Harlow." 26. It was a little after 8 o'clock by the time they reached the hotel grounds. Because of the storm, John decided to skip the valet and park as close to his room as possible. No way were they making that walk from the lobby in this downpour. Apparently, however, everyone else staying at the resort had the same idea. He took the closest spot he could find, which wasn't saying much, and then grabbed the gift shop umbrella they'd stashed in the back seat earlier. Small and lime green, it was hardly an awe-inspiring weapon against the current elements. "Stay here," he told Jessica, as rain cascaded over the car's windows in thick sheets. He pushed the door open and got the umbrella up, then climbed out of the car and strode around to the passenger side. He opened her door and held out his hand to help her out of the car. Huddled close together under the umbrella, they made a run for the door through the driving rain. Once inside, they both grinned as they assessed the damage. He was essentially soaked from the shoulders down, and Jessica hadn't fared much better. Most of her left side and the lower half of her body were wet, her clothes clinging to her. That part he didn't mind. They hurried through the frigid, air-conditioned hallway, and he unlocked the door to his room. She made a beeline for the temperature control panel on the wall and shut off the air conditioning. Apparently still not warm enough, she opened the door that led out to the covered balcony and let the humid, ocean-scented air fill the room. John headed into the bathroom to grab a couple of towels. While there, he quickly shed his clothes and shoes, everything except his boxer briefs, and hung them over the shower door to dry. He came out of the bathroom to find Jessica leaning against the balcony doorframe, gazing out at the rain and the ocean. Her hair was wavy and wild from the humidity, and she was bare-legged, having ditched her shoes and skirt. She looked lost in thought as she worked on her shirt, her fingers toying idly with one of the buttons. When she noticed him standing there, she smiled. "Towels. Good idea." He walked over and handed her one. "What were you thinking just then?" For the barest second, he could have sworn he saw a flicker of something he couldn't quite read in her eyes, but then it was gone. Her tone was light as she dried off her legs and feet. "I was thinking how unfair it is that you get even better looking when wet, when I look like I'm trying out for an 80s glam rock band." She set the towel on the nearby chair, next to her skirt. Closing the gap between them, he stood facing her in the balcony doorway. He reached over to brush a lock of hair out of her face, hair that, if he was being totally honest, was doing some pretty strange things right then, and seemed to be getting bigger and wider by the minute. And yes, her makeup had run a little, her blue eyes smudged with black eyeliner and mascara. She even had a small smear of it on her right cheekbone. But still, "You look beautiful," he said huskily. Her expression softened, and then she blushed, appearing momentarily unsure what to say. He ran his thumb gently over her bottom lip. "I can see the self-deprecating quip just hovering here, begging to come out." She smiled at that. "You know me well." Yes, he did. He lowered his head and kissed her, slowly at first, but then her lips parted eagerly, and he wound his tongue around hers, wanting more. Impatiently, he shifted her to the side, never breaking the kiss, and used one hand to slam the balcony door shut, giving them privacy. Pinning her back against the balcony door, he slid one of his legs between her thighs and began unbuttoning the rest of her shirt. She was already breathing harder, and he was right there with her. After spending the last 10 hours playing it cool for the sake of their assignment, he was glad to finally drop the facade. He pushed the shirt off her shoulders and let it fall to the floor. She sank her fingers into the back of his hair and touched her tongue to his in a slow, erotic kiss that had his cock straining against his boxer briefs. The woman always had driven him crazy with her mouth. Cupping her ass in his hands, he lifted her up. Given their 13-inch height difference, it was easier to kiss her this way. Not to mention, this position conveniently put his cock right between her legs. As the full length of his erection pressed against her, she inhaled unsteadily. He pulled back from kissing her and saw the unabashed desire in her eyes. Seeing that made him feel things. Dangerous things. "Take off your bra," he said in a low voice. She unhooked the front clasp and slid the straps off her shoulders. She didn't say a word as the bra fell to the floor, but with the daring way she held his gaze, she still managed to make the gesture look saucy. He sucked the rosy tip of one of her breasts into his mouth, relishing the sound of her ragged breathing as he teased her with his tongue. "John," she moaned. There it was again, his name on her lips, in that throaty voice that drove him fucking wild. Backing away from the door, he carried her over to the bed and set her down. She watched with obvious appreciation as he shed his boxer briefs. "Lay back," he told her. Heat flashed in her eyes as she stretched across the bed. "You're a little bossy tonight." "I can make it a lot bossy, if you prefer," he shot back. He climbed onto the bed, moving alongside her for a long, heated kiss. His hand trailed down her breasts and stomach and kept going, disappearing into the waistband of her underwear. She sucked in a breath when he slid a finger inside her. As he stroked her in a slow, smooth rhythm, her nipples tightened, and she arched against his hand. "Does that feel good?" he murmured. "Yes," she breathed. He added a second finger, and then brushed his thumb against her clit. She gasped and spread her legs a little more. Heat coiling in his abdomen, he sat up and yanked open the nightstand drawer, where he'd stashed a box of condoms earlier. As he pulled one out of the box, Jessica climbed onto his lap, straddling him. Seeing her playful, naughty look, he slid his hands down to cup her round, perfect ass. "You need to take off this underwear." "In a minute." Moving her hips, she rubbed his erection against her and closed her eyes in pleasure. Christ. Palming the condom, he slid his hands to the lacy wisp of fabric at her hip. He gave it a sharp yank, and her underwear fell by the wayside in 2 pieces. Problem solved. With a somewhat wry expression, she reached between them to pull out the front half of her underwear and dropped it to the floor. He grinned wickedly. "I did ask nicely first. Sort of. Speaking of asking questions, I have one for you." She cocked her head, smoothing her hands up his chest. "Have I ever told you I have this slight oral fixation?" "Oh, fuck, yes. I think you may have mentioned it," he said, trying to play it cool. With a knowing smile, she climbed off his lap and stepped back from the bed. She curled her finger, indicating he should move closer to the edge. He did so, resting his feet on the floor. Then she knelt down in front of him. "Jessica." He trailed off. She hadn't even started yet, and he was already throbbing. Just seeing her, on her knees like this, was enough to get his blood pumping. She took his cock in her hand. "Tell me what you like." "Everything about you," said a voice inside his head. "You can start by wrapping those pretty lips around me." Groaning when she slid him into her mouth, he threaded his fingers into her hair. "Take me deeper. Just like that." Leaning back, he watched as the sexiest woman he'd ever met licked, sucked, stroked, and teased him with her mouth and hands, bringing him treacherously close to his breaking point. "Look up at me." When her eyes met his, he felt something raw and primal clawing at him. "You are the hottest thing I've ever seen." Holding his gaze, she teasingly circled her tongue around the head of his cock. He needed to be inside her. "Now, come up here," he said. She eased him out of her mouth and pressed a soft kiss against his inner thigh, then climbed onto the bed. He grabbed the condom and handed it to her, inhaling sharply when one of her hands brushed against his balls as she rolled the condom over him. The saucy minx gave him a coy smile. "Turn around," he growled. She did so, getting onto her hands and knees. He smoothed a hand down her back and along the curve of her ass, then gripped his cock and pushed the head into her warm, wet entrance. Looking down, he watched as he sank deeper into her, not stopping until he was all the way in. She moaned, her body clenching tight around him. Fuck, she felt amazing. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself not to move as she adjusted to him. "Tell me if I go too hard." "You won't," she gasped, as he slid in and out. When he sensed she was ready, he tightened his fingers around her hips and pulled back, then thrust fast and deep. She whimpered in pleasure, so he did it again, and then faster, smacking their bodies together as he took her hard. The sounds of her moans and his ragged breathing filled the room, and when she moved down onto her elbows, letting him take complete control, he groaned at the raw intimacy of the moment. "John, touch me," she said, her voice thick with need. Feeling her body tremble, he leaned down and reached between her legs, the words pouring out of him in a low, possessive growl. "I love when you're on the edge like this. You're so goddamn sweet. So mine," she cried out, clenching around him like a glove. He thrust hard and came with her, groaning as his body shuddered in release from an orgasm so strong he thought his eyes might roll back in his head. Gasping, he sank against her. Feeling her legs shake, he flattened his hand against the bed to avoid crushing her as he collapsed. After disposing of the condom in the bathroom, John washed his hands and gave himself a long look in the mirror. "You're so goddamn sweet. So mine." So that last part had just sort of slipped out. Dirty talk, obviously. He was hardly the first man to get carried away with grandiose words when on the brink of an orgasm. Surely Jessica understood he hadn't been saying that he thought she was his. Pfft, clearly that wasn't the case. He knew their time together had an expiration date. In 8 days, he would ride off into the sunset and start a new phase of his life in Virginia. He and Jessica hadn't had any conversations about what happened after that, nor did he expect them to. She, too, would move on, and this fling between them would become mere memory, a fun time they both looked back on fondly. Hopefully, they would even stay friends. He would text her sometime when he was back in Chicago visiting his dad, Nate, and Wes, and he'd meet her for coffee or a drink. He would tell her about HRT, and she would catch him up on life in the Chicago field office and her newest cases, and maybe even slip in a mention of some guy she was dating, a nice guy, who took her to fancy restaurants and made her laugh, and had met her family, and... John relaxed his jaw, which had suddenly clenched tight. Anyway, he headed back out to the bedroom and found Jessica lying face down on the bed, her head tucked in one arm. When he took a seat on the edge of the mattress, she propped herself up on one elbow. "Everything okay?" she asked. In light of the "so mine" slip-up, he was careful to sound as casual as ever. After that, he nodded pointedly at the bed. "Everything is definitely okay." Quick to get off that subject, he reached for the room service menu on the nightstand. "Don't you have some tradition about ordering a glass of wine and dessert after finishing a job? We should follow Todd's lead and splurge on the good stuff tonight. This was, after all, officially my last undercover assignment." She glanced down at the menu and then smiled. "That's certainly worth the good stuff." Later that night, after they'd polished off a key lime tort and a bottle of wine, the latter of which had been consumed, in part, during a sexy tryst in the oversized bathtub, Jessica finished brushing her teeth and came out of the bathroom to find John already asleep. With a slight smile, she shut off the lamp on her nightstand and climbed into bed. As she settled in, he rolled onto his side and draped an arm over her hip, his hand coming to rest against her stomach. Probably he was half asleep and barely aware of what he was doing, but still, the intimacy of the gesture felt nice. More than nice, even. Ahem, her inner pragmatic said pointedly. "Relax, it's just a little cuddling," Jessica reassured the voice. She never claimed she didn't like John. Okay, fine, at least not in the last week or so. They were friends and partners, and there was, admittedly, a strong physical attraction between them. But there was a limit to how deep her feelings could go, a limit to how deep she would allow them to go. With him leaving for good in little more than a week, she didn't have any other choice in the matter. 27. Thursday evening, John surveyed the small loft condo he'd rented for the summer, satisfied with the progress he, Nate, and Wes had made in just a couple of hours. The movers were coming at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning to load all of the furniture and kitchen items, as well as most of his clothes and other personal effects, onto a truck that would arrive in Virginia on Wednesday, after the holiday weekend. Given how relatively little stuff he had, particularly after the breakup with Alicia, John doubted it would take the movers long. With any luck, he'd make it into the office by 10 o'clock. By this point, he'd been phased out of all of his cases, so it wasn't like he had any actual work to do. But he had a cubicle to clean out, people he wanted to see before he left, and he also had a feeling, given the surreptitious conversations that ended as soon as someone spotted him heading back to his desk, that his squad mates had planned a going-away party for him, which was exactly what he'd told them not to do. But presumably, the assholes couldn't pass up the chance to embarrass him one last time. Squad loyalty required nothing less. In the flyaway kitchen, Wes taped up a box of glassware and dinnerware and used a Sharpie to write "Fragile" on the top and sides. John had focused on packing his clothes, with the exception of a week's worth of stuff that he would throw into a suitcase and take with him, and his brother was in charge of boxing up photo albums, picture frames, and other irreplaceable items that John preferred to transport himself, just to be safe. "Check out the dinosaur pajamas on this guy." Sitting on the living room floor, Nate held up a photo from an album their dad had given John after their mom died. John moved closer, grinning at the picture of the two of them with their mom on a Christmas morning about 30 years ago. Says the guy wearing a onesie with ducks on it. "Dude, I'm 18 months old there? I make that shit work." Nate paused for a moment, taking in the photo. "Mom looks so young." John nodded, his expression softening too. "She does." Then he pointed to another photo on the opposite page. "Check out Dad's sideburns. He looks like Wolverine." As Nate chuckled, John grabbed the last of the garment boxes and stacked it along with the others in the corner of the room. He'd gone over to his dad's house for dinner the night before, one final time before leaving town. That hadn't been an easy goodbye, but for the most part, John had kept things light and positive. Indeed, that had been his modus operandi since he'd returned from Jacksonville. Instead of dwelling on everything he was leaving behind in Chicago, he was keeping his eyes on the prize. By this time next week, he'd be a knothead, knee-deep in training and on his way to becoming either a sniper or assaulter on the only U.S. law enforcement unit capable of responding on 4 hours' notice to terrorist or criminal threats anywhere in the country. Servare Vitas. Hope you saved room to finally put badass on your resume. Welcome to the best job in the FBI. Hell yes, he was pumped and ready for that. "Well, what do we have here?" Nate said, interrupting John's thoughts. John turned and saw his brother holding another photo album, one he dug out of God only knew where, a random collection of photos John had taken while in the Army. Also tucked in there, because he hadn't known where else to put them, filing skills were hardly his strength, were 2 class photos from the FBI Academy. The first had been taken at the shooting range, the trainees all dressed in their new agent uniforms. The second was a more formal shot in the auditorium on graduation day, with everyone wearing dark suits, white shirts, and muted ties for the men. His brother held one of the two 8x10 photos in his hand. "So this is the infamous Jessica Harlow." He looked slyly at John. "I'm guessing, of the two women in the class, that she's the noticeably hot blonde." Before John could answer, Wes scurried across the room to check out the photo. "Let me see." Standing behind Nate, he grinned approvingly. "Ah, now I get why you were crushing on her so hard." John shook his head as he walked over. At this point, it wasn't even worth responding to their comments. He took the photo from Nate and saw that it was the one taken at the shooting range. "I haven't seen this picture in years." There they were, all 41 of them, dressed in their blue polo shirts, khaki pants, and hiking boots. John's eyes lingered on Jessica, who stood off to the right in the front row. Wes peered over his shoulder. "Isn't she a little short to be a special agent?" John smiled. Now that Wes mentioned it, she did look smaller than usual in this photo. It must have been the lack of high heels. "You don't notice it in person. She has a very commanding aura about her." Nate and Wes exchanged a look. Pretty sure he didn't want to know what that was all about. John handed the photo back to his brother. "Think you can fit the rest of that into one box? I'm running out of trunk space here." Determined to keep moving, John grabbed his suitcase out of the closet and began packing the remainder of his clothes. 2 hours, 3 fist bumps, and 1 joking but solid man hug later, John stood on the sidewalk in front of his building, watching Wes's car drive off. It still felt weird sometimes, only seeing Wes. 2 months ago, if John had been leaving, there would have been a bigger send-off that would have included Rob, Matt, and Lucas, probably at some trendy bar with a rooftop deck where Rob knew somebody who could get them a table. Rob would have made a toast to John that would have been funny but surprisingly touching. For all his many flaws, the guy was charismatic at least. And Matt would have gotten drunk and hit on 10 girls he had no shot of landing, while Lucas would have spent the entire night focused on one girl, whom he did actually have a shot of landing, if he hadn't waited so long to make his move that another guy had beaten him to the punch. For a fleeting second, John wondered what the 3 of them were up to, and whether they'd heard the news through Wes that he'd made HRT and was moving to Virginia. He assumed, although he sure as hell hadn't asked, that Rob was still seeing Alicia, so presumably she knew as well. That whole situation seemed like a lifetime ago. In the 8 weeks that had passed since he'd walked in on Alicia and Rob, he'd been through the hell of selection, found out that he'd made the hostage rescue team, and had participated in a sting operation targeting the mayor of one of the largest cities in the United States. And then, of course, there was Jessica. She would be his last goodbye, which, given their history, was perhaps the most surprising turn of events of all. He hadn't seen her for the past couple days. She'd been in South Carolina, preparing for the Undercover op that was going down tonight. But the plan was for him to spend the night at her place tomorrow. He'd made a joke about it, naturally, claiming that he needed a place to crash since his own bed would be halfway to Virginia by then. But the truth of the matter was, there was no one else with whom he'd rather spend his last evening in Chicago. Which reminded him. He pulled his phone out of his jeans pocket. They'd talked about the case before she left, so he knew Jessica wasn't scheduled to make her Lexington, South Carolina acting debut until midnight, when the scumbag cop who liked to prey on female victims was back on shift. Right about now, she was probably with the case agents and backup, setting up the hotel room the FBI had commandeered to use as the scene of the alleged domestic assault. John could practically see the determined gleam in her eyes as she counted down the minutes until showtime. "Text me when you're done tonight," he typed. She'd be fine. He knew that. He just wanted to hear it straight from her, when this whole thing was over. The undercover agent in him might have been cheering her on from the sidelines, and might even have been a little jealous professionally over some of the details of her cover. Apparently, they'd hired a special effects makeup artist to give her fake bruises, and that was some cool, sneaky shit. But the man in him seemed to be more focused on the fact that she was over 800 miles away, and on an assignment where the best possible outcome was that an armed police officer tried to sexually assault her. John took a moment to consider that, then added another sentence to his text message. "Doesn't matter how late it is." He hit send, then headed back inside. There he found his brother relaxing on the couch, beer in one hand and checking his phone with the other. John grabbed another beer from the fridge and joined him. "I've been doing some research on your superhero camp," Nate said conversationally as he put his phone away. "Honestly, I'd never heard of the hostage rescue team until you mentioned it. Thought maybe you'd just made it up to sound cool." John took a sip of his beer. "And you're satisfied now that it really exists?" "Yep, and from what I read, it's the real deal." Nate paused. "In fact, I read that 2 HRT operators were killed just a couple years ago, during some training exercise off the coast of Virginia Beach." He glanced over. "I assume you know about that already?" John nodded, his tone turning more sober. "Yes." Apparently, the 2 operators had been fast roping out of a helicopter that had encountered some sort of difficulty, and they'd fallen 150 feet into the water. There were no acceptable losses in the FBI, and every effort was made to prevent such tragedies from occurring. That was why HRT trained as hard as it did. Nevertheless, every operator who joined the team did so with a full understanding of the risks involved. Nate looked over and held John's gaze. "Just be careful and all that." John smiled slightly, not fooled by the faux casual tone, and touched by his brother's rare display of concern. "I will." With a nod, seemingly glad to have that off his chest, Nate eased back and put his feet up on the coffee table. "Now, about this Jessica with the commanding aura you keep talking about. I'm pretty sure the only reason we keep talking about her is because you keep bringing her up." Nate ignored this. "Kind of a shame that things between you two seem to be heating up right when you're about to leave." John considered that. "Most likely it wouldn't have turned into anything serious, even if I weren't leaving. She just got divorced and isn't looking for a relationship, especially not with someone she works with. Hell, she even told me she only slept with me because I'm leaving. Or maybe she likes your aura too, but doesn't want to admit it," Nate said. "How long before we drop the aura thing?" "I've just never heard you talk about a woman that way," Nate said. John took another sip of his beer, thinking it was best to let that one slide. After watching him a moment, Nate shrugged. "Well, it sounds like you dodged a bullet there." Of course that was what his brother would say. "You know, not all men think being in a relationship is this thing to be avoided at all costs, like chlamydia or serving time in a third-world prison." Nate gave him a pointed look. "What I meant is, if Jessica had been looking for something more serious, you would have had to leave for Quantico, knowing that you might have actually had a chance with her." The words fell between them as John went silent. Then he cocked his head, his demeanor as casual as ever. "You're right. I guess I did dodge that bullet." He pointed to his brother's nearly empty beer. "Want another?" Without waiting for an answer, he stood up and walked to the refrigerator, ignoring the feel of his brother's eyes on his back. "Hope you don't get stuck with some lame-ass purple unitard in tights on the day they hand out uniforms. Even a superhero can't get laid wearing that." Those, of course, had been his brother's parting words as they'd hugged goodbye. A comedian till the end, although John had caught the way Nate's voice sounded thicker than usual. Now alone, he exhaled while standing with his hands on his hips in what would soon be his former living room/bedroom. Everything was packed and ready to go, save for the few things he would need to get him through Saturday morning. He planned to hit the road early, since the drive to Quantico would take him at least 12 hours. Nate had offered to come by the condo on Saturday afternoon, after John left, and let in a cleaning crew before returning the key to the company that had handled the rental. Really, at this point, there wasn't much left for John to do. He checked his phone and saw that it was 10:30 p.m., 11:30 p.m. in Lexington, South Carolina. T-minus a half hour until Jessica placed a distraught call to 911 that would get the ball rolling. John thought about the good Undercover story she would have after this, yet another for her already impressive collection. With that in mind, he grabbed a second beer from the fridge and settled onto the couch for a long night of channel surfing. Both the man and the agent in him knew there was no chance either of them was falling asleep until she texted to say she was all right. And then what happened? Jessica raised a trembling hand to push a lock of hair out of her eyes, feigning a wince as her fingers brushed against her bruised cheekbone. He, ran out when I called 911. Probably took the car and left." The cop, Officer Luttrell, stood a few feet from her while jotting things down in a small notepad. "What's the license plate of the vehicle?" Jessica frowned, slurring her words. "It's SFK 739, I think, or maybe 793. "Color, make, and model of the vehicle?" "Red Chevy, a Silverado." Again she slurred the S sound. The scene had been set, and so far everything was going according to plan. Earlier today, Jessica had used the name Becky Sauer to check into the Comfort Suites in Lexington, a town in central South Carolina, located 12 miles outside Columbia. So the story went, she and her boyfriend, Jonah Reed, had driven down from Greensboro, North Carolina, to attend a surprise 30th birthday party for one of Jonah's former fraternity brothers. They'd had a few drinks, both at the hotel beforehand and at the party, and had been having a good time, until Becky had gotten a text message from her ex-boyfriend, Ryder. It was just a meaningless thing, so her ex texted her sometimes, so what? But Jonah, who'd always been possessive and particularly jealous of Ryder, had just lost it. They'd gotten into a big fight at the party until Becky had stormed out and come back to the hotel, which, apparently, had only made Jonah even angrier. Wearing a short dress that had one torn spaghetti strap, and with bruises on her cheek and arms, Jessica sat on the edge of the room's king-size bed. On the dresser that doubled as a TV stand was a half-empty bottle of bourbon. Almost immediately after he'd walked into the hotel room, Officer Luttrell, her target, had noticed the half-empty bottle of bourbon, as well as the hotel room telephone that lay smashed in pieces by the wall. What he had not noticed, nor would he ever, were the minuscule microphones and video cameras that had been hidden all over the room. Nor did he have any idea that in the next room, on the opposite side of an adjoining door that had been rigged to appear locked but was actually ready to open, was a 6-man FBI SWAT team armed with Remington 12-gauge shotguns and Glock 17 pistols. Jessica had 2 code phrases, one in case of an emergency, and the other that conveyed that she'd gotten everything she needed from the target. Either one would have the SWAT team bursting through the door in an instant, their movements quick and precise as they got Luttrell on the ground before he had the chance to even contemplate reaching for his gun. But first, Jessica had her job to do. Moving closer, Officer Luttrell picked up the overturned chair, setting it upright in front of the desk. "How many drinks did your boyfriend consume tonight?" Jessica teetered slightly on the bed. "I don't know. A lot." "And how much have you had to drink, ma'am?" Luttrell asked. She sat up straighter. "Just a few." She peered at the cop, blinking as if she was trying to focus. "Maybe 3 or 4. Luttrell considered this, then walked over to his partner, a younger police officer, around 23 or 24 years old, who stood by the door. In case the cops were watching as they began to talk between themselves, Jessica ran her hands through her hair, letting her eyes well up with tears once again. If Luttrell was going to take the bait, this was the part where he would come up with some excuse to get rid of his partner, who was obviously junior in seniority. "Why don't you go talk to the people in the nearby rooms, see if anyone heard or saw anything," Luttrell suggested to Junior Cop. Hearing that, Jessica felt a rush of adrenaline. Here we go. Luttrell lowered his voice as he continued. $10 says we're going to find this Reed guy in one of the bars on Main Street, with even more bruises than she has. He spoke quieter still, so Jessica could only partially make out his next words, something about out-of-towners, partying, and sober up. "Should I call in the vehicle?" Junior Cop asked. "Check to see if it's in the parking lot, but hold off on calling it in for now. I'll meet you downstairs in the lobby after I finish up here." Jessica glanced over as Junior Cop left the room. The door shut behind him with a firm click, leaving her and Officer Luttrell alone. "Sounds like your boyfriend isn't in any condition to be driving," Luttrell said as he crossed the room. He grabbed the desk chair, turned it around, and sat facing Jessica, close enough that his knees brushed against hers. He looked at her for a moment, his gaze traveling from the neckline of her dress to her bare legs. "You shouldn't let him treat you this way. A woman as pretty and nice as you can do a lot better." Catching the predatory glint in his eyes, Jessica bent her head. "It only happens when he drinks," she said quietly. Luttrell put a hand on her leg, just above her knee. "Talk to me, Becky. I'd like to help you if I can." Jessica watched as Luttrell's hand slid an inch higher up her leg. She took a deep breath, pretending to attempt to compose herself, but on the inside, she felt as calm and steady as ever. She raised her tear-stained face to meet the cop's gaze. "Game on, asshole." 28. "Told ya we'd be in and out in less than 2 hours. I wish all my jobs were this easy." Mike, the head mover, handed John his copy of the paperwork. The two of them stood next to the moving truck, which was parked on the street in front of John's building. "So what's in Virginia?" "New job," John said. "Cool. Good luck with that." He shook John's hand and told him that his guys would be in touch on Tuesday to give him their approximate arrival time. Standing on the curb, John watched as the truck drove off with his things. When it turned at the end of the street and disappeared, he exhaled as the finality of the moment sank in. This was it. Obviously, he'd known that this day, his last in Chicago, was coming. He'd been preparing for it these last 2 weeks, and part of him couldn't wait to be on the road tomorrow, driving to Virginia to get started with this next phase of his life. Another part of him, however, a part he'd been doing his best to ignore these past couple days, felt a little unsettled, particularly whenever he thought about the fact that this was the last night he would spend with Jessica. Stumbling into a casual, no-strings-attached arrangement with a smart, funny, beautiful woman who had no problem with the fact that he couldn't offer her more was like striking gold for a single 30-something man in his position. He knew that. He was moving halfway across the country and was about to start a high-intensity job that would require all his time, energy, and commitment. It was hardly the time for him to be starting a new relationship, especially a long-distance one. Still, it wasn't like he enjoyed the thought of saying goodbye to Jessica. They'd gotten close in the 5 weeks since she'd started at the Chicago office, and as much as it killed him to admit it, even the saucy comments had grown on him. They worked great together. She challenged him, she made him laugh, and if he was being honest with himself, he would miss all that when he was gone. Very much, in fact. His loft now empty except for the suitcases and the few remaining boxes he would transport in his car, John locked up and headed to work. As he pulled into the parking lot of the FBI office, his cell phone buzzed with a new text message. He glanced down at the cup holder on the console, where he kept his phone, and could see that the message was from Jessica. They'd exchanged a few brief messages at 2 a.m., after she'd texted to let him know that she'd finished the Undercover op in Lexington and that everything had gone fine. Given the nature of the assignment, both the man and agent in him wanted to know more specifically what fine entailed, but she hadn't been able to talk at the time. She'd still been wrapping things up with the agents from the Columbia office. She'd promised, however, to text him in the morning with her flight information. After John parked his car, he picked up his phone and saw that her message was longer than he'd expected. The AUSA who will be handling the case wants to meet with the Columbia agents and me at 1 o'clock. Told them I have to be done by 2:30 to make the 4:17 flight. Lands at 5:29. I'm sorry I'm going to be late. I can tell my doorman to give you the key to my place so you can let yourself in. Immediately after that, she'd sent a second message. But don't peek at the gift bag on the kitchen counter. Smiley face. He felt a warm feeling spread across his chest. You bought something for me? He grinned at the thought of her shopping for him. Just a little going-away present. His smile faded. Right. A goodbye gift. He should have guessed that. Text me when you're bored, he typed back. I'll probably just hang out at the office until you're home. It was his last day in the Chicago field office, after all. His last few hours as a special agent. He might as well soak it in. Once he got into the office, his last day at work flew by. His squad leader took him out for a lunch/exit interview. He tackled the dreaded packing up of his desk, and at 4 p.m., his squad mates surprised him with a going-away party. Despite his no-party protests, they even pulled out a cake decorated with the HRT insignia, an eagle carrying a broken chain over the words Servare Vitas. Genuinely appreciative, and a little embarrassed by all the fuss, John said a few words to thank everyone. And as he looked around the room, at the faces of his squad mates, his squad leader, the agents on other squads that he'd worked with over the last few years, and even the SAC, who'd made a point of stopping by, he felt a sudden, strong mix of emotions. To cover, he ended his speech with a joke about how much time he had left before they assigned his cubicle to someone else. "About 15 minutes, Nick, the SAC, shot back with a grin. Everyone laughed, John included. Eyes on the prize, he reminded himself. The crowd was big enough that the party spilled out of the conference room, with people mingling around the cubicles and in front of the squad leader's office. John made the rounds, wanting to talk to everyone, and didn't have a chance to catch his breath until well after 5 o'clock. By that point, almost everyone had cleared out except for the agents on his squad, who'd long since turned the party into a roast, telling stories about his cases and getting in their last jokes and jabs. "Speaking of interesting cases, your white-collar partner in crime never showed up," Ryan commented. "What's her situation, anyway?" Jin asked. "What do you mean, her situation?" John asked. "Is she single?" Brandon asked bluntly. John half chuckled at that, buying himself a moment before answering, and saw that all 5 guys standing around him were waiting with bated breath. He threw a sideways glance at Ryan. "Don't tell me you're getting into this gossip now, too." Ryan shrugged that off with a grin. "I wouldn't mind knowing if she's single. I only talked to her for a couple minutes the other day, but she made an impression." An irrational wave of possessiveness swelled inside John. "Actually, she is seeing someone. Me." Obviously, he couldn't say that. First off, he and Jessica were keeping their personal affairs private. And second, after tomorrow, that statement wouldn't be true anymore. He would be in Virginia, and Jessica would be free to date anyone she wanted. He doubted she would get involved with another agent. She'd had a lot of concerns about dating a coworker, and he would have liked to think that she'd broken her rules for him because the connection between them was unique. But his squad mate's interest was a sharp reminder that other men were going to be pursuing Jessica. Good guys, like Ryan, who could offer her a real relationship, not just a 3-week fling. Guys she could fall in love with. John relaxed his hands, which he belatedly realized he'd clenched behind his back, and gave his squad mates a diplomatic answer. "She's never mentioned a boyfriend to me." After steering them onto another topic of conversation, he excused himself from the group. Looking for privacy, he headed to the hallway by the restroom and pulled out his cell phone. He'd turned the ringer off during his speech, and he saw that he'd missed 1 call from Jessica and 2 text messages letting him know that her flight had been delayed. John dialed her number, wanting to get a full update. Perhaps it was the fact that it had finally hit him that he was leaving tomorrow, or possibly he was still feeling unsettled after the conversation about Jessica with his squad mates. He just really wanted to know when he was going to see her. Shortly after the flight attendant made her plea for everyone to stow their bags and take their seats as quickly as possible, Jessica's cell phone rang. "Hey, you," she said. She'd been trying to reach John for hours. Unfortunately, she wasn't sure how much time she had to talk, so she got the most important information out first. "So the bad news is, some storm front moved in that delayed my flight. The good news is, I'm finally on the plane, and we're pushing back any moment. They're saying we'll land in Chicago at 6:55. She lowered her voice, even though she'd scored one of the single seats on the left side of the regional jet, and doubted anyone could hear her over the hustle and bustle of all the boarding activity. "I missed your going-away party, John. I'm really sorry about that." Having become something of an expert in disappointing people because of her job, she braced herself, and she deserved his frustration. This had been a big day for John, and she'd been a no-show. But instead he said, in a teasing voice, "It turned into a roast. I know you. If you'd been here, you would have been tempted to regale the crowd with tales of a certain fight between us at the academy. And I'm not sure our relationship can withstand that story going public." She laughed. "God, I miss you." The words nearly flew out of her mouth before she caught herself. Wow, that was quite a heavy sentiment there. Those were the kind of words a woman said to someone she was really, truly dating, not to a man who was leaving for good tomorrow. As she'd been doing all day, every time that thought set in, Jessica ignored the nagging feeling in her stomach and focused on the matter at hand. "Do you want to hang out at my place? I already called the doorman and told him to let you in if you come by." "I'm good. I'll grab a beer at my brother's bar and hang out there until you land." He shifted topics. "You haven't told me yet how things went down last night. First and foremost, are you okay?" When Jessica heard that, something inside her melted. She was running late, way late, on his last night at home. She'd just missed his going-away party. But the thing he was most focused on was whether she was okay. Because John Shepherd was that kind of guy. A really good guy. Jessica looked out the airplane window, trying to focus as her throat suddenly felt tight. Get a grip, she told herself. Probably she was just over-emotional and exhausted from the events of the past couple of days. "I'm okay." She maintained a relaxed, confident tone. "My target was mostly into exposing himself to someone he thought was in a vulnerable position. Needless to say, certain parts of him shriveled up right quick when 6 guys with body armor and shotguns came storming through the door." The flight attendant signaled her to put her phone in airplane mode. "I have to go," she told John. "We're about to take off. We'll talk more when you get home." "I want to hear the rest of the story," he said. "It might even top the one about being a hotel housekeeper." After saying goodbye, she hung up and looked at her phone for a moment. "We'll talk more when you get home." Under different circumstances in which John wasn't leaving town for good tomorrow, it probably would have been nice to have someone like him to come home to after an exhausting investigation. Really nice, in fact. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to smile at the 50-something male passenger across the aisle from her. "Heading to Chicago for business or pleasure?" she asked him. "Work conference," he said. "You?" "Heading home. I'm with the FBI in Chicago," she offered. "FBI? Wow." The man eagerly angled his body in her direction. "What's that like?" Desperate times called for desperate measures. He wouldn't stop asking her questions the entire flight, and that was precisely what she needed. Something, anything, to keep her thoughts about John at bay. 29. 2 hours later, however, Jessica was about to seriously lose her shit, along with every other passenger on the plane. Another storm had rolled in almost as soon as they'd pulled away from the gate. Not wanting to lose their position in line, the pilot had kept the plane on the tarmac, with the hope of departing as soon as the skies cleared. But when lightning moved into the area, air traffic control grounded all flights and sent the planes back to the terminal. Due to the weather, unfortunately, air traffic control has canceled all outbound flights for the rest of the evening. The airline employee standing behind the desk at the gate looked harried as she repeated her speech. the same one she'd given to the 5 passengers who'd been in line ahead of Jessica. "I apologize for the inconvenience, and I'm happy to reschedule you for the first flight tomorrow morning." "No, I need to be on a flight tonight," Jessica emphasized. "Any airline. I don't care. I'll pay whatever. But it's imperative that I get to Chicago." The 5 passengers in front of her had been unsuccessful in their efforts to get on another flight leaving tonight, but she had a trump card. She pulled out her FBI credentials. She'd never used her job to get her anything, not even to get out of so much as a parking ticket. But tonight, if it would help, damn straight she would use it to get on a plane. "I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I need to be in Chicago tonight." The airline employee shook her head, barely glancing at the credentials. "I'm really sorry, but there's nothing I can do. The storm is anticipated to last at least another 4 hours, and all flights out of this airport have been canceled for the rest of the evening." "Fine. Put me on a flight out of Charlotte, then. Or Charleston, Myrtle Beach. Hell, I'll fly out of Atlanta if I have to." Jessica sounded a touch desperate, even to her own ears. "Charlotte is experiencing the same weather as us. They've grounded all flights, too. And both Charleston and Myrtle Beach are over 100 miles from here. Given the late hour, even if you got in a cab now, you wouldn't make any of the flights leaving those airports tonight." The airline employee's expression was sympathetic. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but I'm afraid you won't be getting to Chicago tonight." For a moment, Jessica just stood there. "But I have to make it back," she said. "A friend of mine is leaving tomorrow morning, and I need to see him. I don't know when I'll see him again after this, if I ever see him again." She swallowed as the reality of that settled in. Straightening her shoulders, she pointed to the computer. "Pull whatever strings you have to. I don't care if you stick me on a damn FedEx plane. Just find a way to get me home." The speech didn't work. Nor did it work 15 minutes later, when Jessica repeated it to the employee behind the airline's customer service desk. She was officially stranded. Running her hands through her hair, she took a moment to calm herself before she called John. "Your flight got canceled," he said quietly, as soon as he answered. "I've been checking the updates." "Everything's canceled. I can't get out of here tonight." She shook her head. "John, I'm so sorry. I don't even know what to say. I can't believe this is happening. Although maybe I shouldn't be surprised." She bit her lip, trying to force out a joke. "If we ever wondered how I ended up divorced, I think that mystery has been solved." "Don't do that," John said. "This is the job, Jessica. I get that." She knew that, too. But right then, it didn't make her feel any better. "Where will you sleep tonight?" "I'll crash at my brother's place." She nodded, not that he could see that. "They can put me on a 7 a.m. flight that arrives in Chicago at 8:13. I know you wanted to get an early start tomorrow, but if you can hold off until I get back, I'd really like to say goodbye in person." "Well, I'd hate to leave without my goodbye gift." His voice turned more serious. "I can wait." A few moments later, Jessica hung up the phone and stared at the window that looked out onto the tarmac. She'd checked the forecast, and it was supposed to rain for several hours. Yes, the weather was supposed to clear up by the morning, but as an experienced traveler, she knew there were never any guarantees when it came to the airlines, and if there were any delays in the morning, she'd lose her chance to say goodbye to John. She couldn't risk that happening. Carry-on suitcase in tow, she walked determinedly to the escalator and took it down to the lower level. Since time was of the essence, she headed to the first open rental counter she saw and pulled out her driver's license and credit card. "I need a car," She told the Hertz employee standing behind the counter, and also the location of the nearest Starbucks. With over 800 miles to cross, it was going to be a long night. Meanwhile, seated alone among a lively Friday night crowd at Sheridan's pub, John set his phone down on the bar after finishing his conversation with Jessica. A sharp pang of disappointment hit him right in the gut, but he immediately buried the feeling down deep. Maybe, in the long run, this was for the best. All day he'd been counting down the hours until he and Jessica could be alone again, and that kind of attachment was dangerous. Probably he'd gotten too close to her, and if they'd spent the night together, it would have been that much harder to walk away in the morning. He needed to start distancing himself, for his own sake. Nate grinned as he came around the bar. "That's a pretty gloomy look for someone who's about to spend the night with his dream girl." As always, his brother had impeccable timing. "I'm not spending the night at Jessica's. She's stuck in South Carolina until the morning," John said. Nate's face fell. "Shit, John. I didn't realize. What happened?" John shrugged. "Bad weather. They canceled all flights for the rest of the evening. Can I crash at your place instead?" "Of course." His brother looked at him. "Shit happens, Nate. We don't have to have a whole discussion about it." John took a swallow of his beer. Nate seemed like he was about to say something, but then he sighed and simply nodded instead. "If you say so." 30. Fueled by caffeine, upbeat music from her phone, and sheer will, Jessica made it to Chicago in exactly 12 hours and 12 minutes. Knowing she was racing against the clock, she left her rental car parked with the hazards on in front of her building, breezed past Luther the doorman with a promise that she would only be a few minutes, and then took the elevator up to her floor. Once inside her place, she brushed her teeth, did a quick refresher of her makeup so she didn't look completely like she'd been driving for 12 hours, and threw on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. On her way back out the door, she grabbed the gift bag off the counter. She texted John to let him know she'd be at his place in 10 minutes. In actuality, it took her 18 minutes, the latter 8 of which she spent driving around his neighborhood trying to find a place to park. Finally, she got lucky when someone pulled out of a spot across the street from his building. Standing on his doorstep, she took a moment to pull herself together. Of course it was bittersweet to say goodbye to someone who'd become a friend, with benefits, over this past month and a half. But that was where her emotions had to stay. For her own sake, she needed to just be level-headed here. She pushed the button on the intercom that rang his condo, and a few seconds later, the door buzzed as it unlocked. After taking the stairs up to the second floor, she followed the hallway to his unit. His front door stood wide open. Heading inside, she found John in the furniture-less living room, taping up a box. From the looks of things, he was all ready to go. The thought put a dull ache in her stomach, so she covered with a smile. I could have been a burglar. Burglars don't ring the buzzer. Wearing jeans and a gray t-shirt, he set the roll of duct tape on top of the box. You made it. The joys of airline travel, she quipped dryly. A brief pause fell between them, and she felt oddly like he was studying her. Playing it casual, she looked around the condo. So this is your place? Whenever they'd gotten together these past few weeks, aside from their hookups in Jacksonville, he'd always come to her condo. It was always temporary. I knew there was a chance I'd make HRT and have to move again, so I wasn't too picky. And now here you are. His mouth curved in acknowledgement. Here I am. Another pause between them. Well, she held out the gift bag. On that note, he took the bag from her. Jokingly, he feigned nearly dropping it. What'd you get me? A bowling ball? Hand weights for the car ride, she demonstrated, lifting her right arm in a curl. Can't have you showing up at Quantico not as pumped up and uber-manly as the other HRT guys. He threw her a look, cute, and then reached into the bag. He pulled out the bottle of Elijah Craig 21-year-old single-barrel bourbon she'd bought, and then looked up at her, seemingly taken aback. Jessica, this is a really nice bottle. She blushed, dismissing that with a wave. I figured you could crack it open when you graduate from Knott's. Maybe share it with your classmates. I'm sure you'll all be ready for a good drink by then. John glanced back down at the bottle, then nodded. Thank you. This is great. He put the bottle back in the gift bag and set it on the ground next to his small stack of boxes. She tried to sound bright. So it looks like you're all set to hit the road. Pretty much. I just need to load these last few boxes into my car. You said you're staying in a hotel outside Quantico? She asked. Only for the short term, while I house hunt. Since I'll be there for a while, I didn't want to rush into buying something. She nodded. Made sense. After all, as of today, Virginia was officially his home. John's eyes met hers, looking at him, really looking at him. Something inside her softened. I'm so sorry about last night. I had this whole plan to take you out to dinner for your last night in the city. He stepped closer. It's okay. These things happen. I told you. I understand. He flashed her a wry smile. On the upside, you did my brother a favor. He got in 12 extra hours of jokes about me wearing purple tights and a leotard at superhero camp. She laughed as that image flashed into her head. I better be the first person you text with a pic if that happens. He chuckled, too, and then his expression turned more serious. Come here. His voice husky, he pulled her in close. When his arms wrapped around her, holding her tight, her eyes welled up. Relying on all her undercover skills to fight back the tears, she gave herself one more moment to soak in the feel of him, and then she pulled away. Well, she exhaled, I know you want to get on the road, so I should probably get going. He nodded. I'll walk you to your car. Her car. Of course, he didn't realize that she'd driven all night in a rental. Undoubtedly, he assumed she'd come in on the 7 a.m. flight, like she'd told him she was going to do last night. It didn't matter now. The point was that she'd made it in time to say goodbye. But for whatever reason, standing here with him now, in their last few moments together, she felt self-conscious about the lengths to which she'd gone to see him. So she lied. I took a cab. I didn't want to worry about parking. She made her way to the door, then turned around. So listen, you be careful out there, big guy. Adopting a playful tone, she grabbed his shirt and tugged. I know it's HRT, but that doesn't mean you have to go storming into every place like you've got Bin Laden holed up in a Pakistani compound. He shook his head at the joke, a reference to the day their instructor had made him shadow her at Hogan's Alley. 6 years later, and you still remember that. Of course I remember. That was my favorite day at the academy. To cover up the wobble in her smile, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. Goodbye, John, she said softly. Then she opened his door and walked away, through the hallway and down the stairs. Once outside, on the sidewalk, she kept going, ignoring her rental car in case John was watching out his window. If he saw her, he'd wonder why she'd lied about taking a cab, so she'd come back for the car later. Right now, she needed to keep moving. Her heart was racing, and she felt like if she stopped or slowed down, if she did anything other than keep moving forward, she might do something incredibly foolish. So she just kept walking. John shut the front door after Jessica left. For several moments, he stood there with his hand on the doorknob. Then, slowly, he let go. He turned around, away from the door, and his gaze landed on the remaining boxes of his things. He needed to get out of there. Now. After packing the boxes into the trunk of his car, he locked up the condo for the final time. He left the keys in the mailbox for his brother, who would come by later to let in the cleaning crew. Then he climbed into his car and started the engine. On the front passenger seat was the gift bag Jessica had given him. He hadn't wanted to put it in the trunk, thinking the heat might ruin the bourbon. He grabbed the bag and put it on the floor of the back seat, out of sight. Jaw set, he shifted the car into drive and focused on the road ahead. 31. 2 weeks later. Jessica walked into Ombra, a restaurant in Chicago's Andersonville neighborhood, and spotted Tara sitting in one of the booths by the front door. Her mouth dropped open as she headed over. "Oh my God, your hair! I love it," she said, greeting her friend with a hug. Tara struck a pose. Previously long and wavy, her ebony hair now fell to her shoulders in a straight, layered style. "I got it cut yesterday. I felt like I'd had the same hairstyle forever." She checked out Jessica's suit and shoulder bag as they sat down in the booth. "Don't tell me you just got off work. It's 8 o'clock on a Friday." Jessica took a seat across the booth from Tara. "I know. I got this new case, and it's a total time suck." "That's what you said last Friday, when I asked if you wanted to go out," Tara said. "I did say that. This is another new case." "Wow." Tara cocked her head. "Sounds like you're working a lot lately." "You know what they say, justice never sleeps." With a wink, Jessica changed the topic. "What about you? How's work going these days?" Like Jessica, Tara had left the practice of law shortly after getting her degree, and now worked as a legal recruiter at a boutique firm downtown. The two of them talked shop for a while, and then Jessica asked Tara how things were going with the new cute guy she'd been messaging on Tinder. "I'm so done with this crap," Tara said, pulling out her phone. "I spent a week talking to him, and things seemed to be going well. Then this morning he messaged me to say that he'd had a dream about me last night, and that he woke up like this." She held up her phone, showing Jessica a photo of a man's hand wrapped around an erect penis. "Hello? He just sent you that out of the blue?" Tara set her phone back down. "Oh, yes, because apparently in today's day and age, a woman saying, 'Hey, you seem cool, maybe we should meet for coffee,' is code for, 'I'm horny, please send me a picture of your penis.' And what sucks is how normal these guys seem at first, so I'm thinking, hey, maybe we actually have a connection here. Maybe I somehow miraculously found a normal, single, 30-something guy. And then, bam, dick pic." Tara paused as the waitress stopped by their table. "Sorry, you caught me mid-rant." "Tinder?" the waitress asked. Tara turned to Jessica. "See? Be glad you can't be on it. I think I'd rather be single for the rest of my life than debase myself with any more of this shit." Jessica smiled at the waitress. "Any wine recommendations? What can you pour the fastest?" After they ordered drinks and some appetizers, Tara switched gears. So, tell me what's going on with John. Prepared for this line of inquiry, Jessica shrugged. He's gone. He left for Quantico 2 weeks ago. How are you doing with that? I'm fine. Both Jessica's tone and expression were relaxed. It's not like his leaving was a surprise. And how's John doing? At Quantico, I mean, Tara said. Jessica paused, not having anticipated that particular question. Actually, I haven't talked to him, but I'm sure he's doing just fine. Tara raised an eyebrow. I thought you said this hostage rescue team is a big deal. You're not curious to know how it's going? It's a very big deal. But trust me, if anyone can handle it, John Shepherd can. He's one of those people who are good at everything. Don't you hate people like that? Jessica chuckled. Sometimes, yes. Although, professionally speaking, it's not a bad quality to have in one's partner. True, but if he's that good, maybe it's not entirely a bad thing that he's gone, Tara grinned. Now you don't have to fight with him to be the superstar of your office. Knowing Tara meant the comment as a joke, Jessica smiled. Exactly. Good riddance. But then, out of the blue, her eyes prickled with tears. Quickly she looked away and cleared her throat. Tara leaned in and squeezed her hand. Aw, Jess, I'm sorry. I was just trying to be funny. I thought that's what we do when it comes to you and John. That is what we do, Jessica said firmly. Yes, the goodbye with John had been harder than she'd expected. And yes, maybe she'd been working even more than usual to keep her mind off him. But if that was what she had to do, so be it. John was gone. That was the reality of the situation. So these persistent, sad feelings she kept having, or whatever they were, needed to hit the road pronto. Like a gray early morning fog that lingered past noon, they had long overstayed their welcome. I'll be fine, she added, seeing Tara's look of uncertainty. Really, joke away. Tara seemed to consider that, and then nodded. Okay. That settled, they both leaned back in their chairs as the waitress dropped off their glasses of wine. From her sheepish smile, it was clear she'd overheard the last part of Jessica and Tara's conversation. I swear we're not normally this dramatic. You've caught us on a very odd day, Jessica said. The waitress chuckled. It's all good. I'll check back on you guys in a few minutes. After she left, Tara held up her end of the deal and kept the conversation light and fun. So I'm guessing you at least got some hot goodbye sex before John left? Jessica shook her head at that. Unfortunately, no. I'd been in South Carolina for an undercover assignment, and there were bad storms the night I was supposed to fly back to Chicago. I got stranded there. Ugh, that sucks. Did the airline at least put you up at a hotel for the night? Actually, I didn't spend the night in South Carolina. I rented a car and drove home. Tara blinked. You drove from South Carolina? What did that take you? 14 hours? 12 hours and 12 minutes, Jessica said proudly. If nothing else, she had at least made very good time that day. 12 hours and 12 minutes. In a rainstorm, Tara said. Technically, the rainstorms cleared up by Tennessee. But, yes, Tara looked her in the eyes. All so that you could see John. The bluntness of the comment caught Jessica momentarily off guard. But then she scoffed. I mean, I just wanted to get home. I suppose, in part, that was to see him. We are friends, you know. She took a sip of her wine, going for casual. Right. Seeing Tara's mouth quirk upward, Jessica sighed. Do not make a big deal out of this. Oh, honey, we are so past the no-big-deal phase. That ended the moment you said you drove halfway across the country overnight just to say goodbye to the man. I had a gift for him, a very nice bottle of bourbon. I didn't want it to go to waste. When she saw that this only made Tara's smile widen, yeah, fine. Even she couldn't sell that one. She regrouped and went for a more pragmatic approach. Look, maybe it meant something, but it doesn't have to mean everything. John's in Virginia. I'm here. It is what it is. She looked at Tara pointedly. And before you say whatever it is I can see you're dying to say, keep in mind that it's not like he's been blowing up my phone these last 2 weeks. I haven't heard from him once since he left. Maybe he's been pining away and avoiding the situation the same way you are. A sudden ember of hope flared inside Jessica. Staying rational, she quickly stamped it out. I'm not pining. Does John know you drove from South Carolina to see him? Jessica shook her head. We didn't have a lot of time the morning we said goodbye, and I felt weird telling him anyway. Tara cocked her head, her expression curious. Jessica frowned. What? Hypothetically speaking, Tara let in. Jessica groaned. Oh, crap. Not this again. Tara ignored her. Is there any way around the transfer rule with the FBI? Any exceptions, say, for badass undercover agents with top-notch records? You're not seriously asking me this with respect to a guy that I slept with for 2 weeks, are you? South Carolina, Jess. What's that, like 7 states you had to drive through? 6, 3 of which are very skinny, she shot back. Besides, you've known John a lot longer than 2 weeks. So come on. Are there any exceptions to the FBI transfer rule? Tara pressed. No. 2 years is the minimum before I could even try begging for another transfer. Oh. Tara's shoulders slumped. Damn. A silence stretched between them, and Jessica knew she should simply let the conversation die there. Really, she should. But something compelled her to keep going. However, the D.C. office is generally considered the easiest field office to get to as a special agent. It's filled with people who want to climb the ladder instead of doing the actual work. So while I couldn't officially transfer there, at least not for 2 years, I might be able to get a TDY. Hypothetically speaking, she was quick to add. What's a TDY? Tara asked. Temporary duty. I see. The gleam had returned to Tara's eyes. And D.C. is close to Quantico, isn't it? About 25 miles away. Tara's gleam grew into a full-fledged grin. So there is an option, if you and John wanted to make a go of it. Jessica held out her hands, incredulous that they were even having this conversation. I mean, technically, yes, but it's not a good option. First of all, I wouldn't even request the TDY until I'd been in Chicago for at least a year. I can't keep asking to move around. That would mark me as trouble. All right, so we've got some office politics to work through, but still, now we're looking at only a 1-year separation between you and John instead of 2 or 3. A year minimum, and one in which he and I would hardly ever get a chance to talk, let alone see each other. He'll be going through months of intense training at Quantico, and then they'll be sending him to specialty schools all over the country. Jessica pointed to herself. And I don't exactly have a 9-to-5 job either. How are we supposed to build a relationship through all that? Hell, I couldn't make my marriage work with a schedule that wasn't half so chaotic. It wouldn't be easy, Tara agreed. Jessica kept going, barely hearing her at this point. And all of this is based on the assumption that I'd be willing to move to D.C., that I'd be willing to leave my home, even though I like being back and close to my family and to you, And despite the fact that my career is on a great track here in Chicago, that would be a lot to give up. Any guy worth all that would have to be very special. Jessica looked her friend over. Why are you so in favor of this? You were the one encouraging me to have fun with a Mr. Wrong who I would shamelessly use for dirty, no-strings-attached rebound sex. I'm not in favor of this. Heck, I don't want you to move to D.C., Tara sighed. I don't know. Maybe you've caught me in a funny mood here, after encountering yet another jerk on Tinder this morning. But as someone with a lot of experience with what's out there, I can tell you that finding somebody who makes you happy and gets you and respects you is a special thing. And I guess I'd like to think that when two people feel that way about each other, somehow, some way, they can find a way to make it work. Jessica said nothing at first, then shifted uncomfortably in her seat. Christ, you get one dick pic and suddenly you're as sappy as a Hallmark movie. Tara laughed. So ignore me. We're speaking hypothetically anyway, right? Yes. The word sounded a little uncertain, so Jessica said it again, more convincingly. Yes. Monday morning, Jessica arrived at the FBI office, bright and early. She'd been feeling a little off all weekend, ever since her conversation with Tara, so she was eager to get back to the familiar routine of work. The office was relatively quiet. Most of the agents on her squad weren't in yet. She returned a few emails as she sipped her coffee, and then, as she had every morning for the last 2 weeks, she unlocked the top drawer of her desk, where she kept Ashley's cell phone, the burner she'd used while working undercover in the Jacksonville investigation. Levitt had emailed her last Thursday to let her know that the U.S. Attorney's Office had taken the Blair case to the grand jury, and that the mayor, as well as the 8 developers who'd bribed him, had all been indicted. Levitt expected they would be making their arrests imminently, as soon as they finalized the logistics. Because the plan was to arrest Blair and the 8 developers all at the same time, it would be a coordinated effort by the Jacksonville field office, involving 45 special agents grouped into 5-person arrest teams. She opened the desk drawer and turned on the phone, expecting to find the same thing she'd found every morning for the last 2 weeks. Nothing. But this time, she saw that she'd missed one call and had a new voicemail message from Blair's private cell phone. Jessica listened to the message and played it back a second time. Then she grabbed her own phone and called the Jacksonville field office. "Are you sitting down?" she asked, when Levitt answered. "Yes? Why?" he asked. "I think you might want to hold off on Blair's arrest." 32. The following day, over 700 miles away, John and his 6 classmates lined up along the bank of the James River, just a few miles south of the Chesapeake Bay. Standing in front of them while giving out instructions, per usual, was Tom Watts, their knots coordinator. In his clipped, brash tone, he told them that anyone who didn't want to partake in this particular activity was free to stay on the riverbank. John exchanged a subtle glance with the guy standing next to him, Tony Rivera, a special agent from Nevada. Whether the activity was phrased as an option or not, he and his classmates knew this was another test. The James River jump was an annual knots tradition, an initiation ritual for all HRT operators. No new recruit would ever lose the respect of his teammates by sitting this one out. The task, as explained by Watts, was straightforward enough. Climb 60 feet up a caving ladder to the gunwale of an old freighter docked in the river, wait for his signal, and jump. Keep your toes pointed down and your body straight and tight. Land wrong, and it'll be like hitting a brick wall at 45 miles per hour. That won't be pretty. Watts nodded in Tony's direction. Rivera, you're up first. Shepard, on deck. There was some good-natured taunting and trash-talking as the group made its way toward the freighter. Per tradition, they would be scored on their jump, so they were all pumped on a mix of competitiveness and adrenaline. The rest of John's classmates came from around the country, with a variety of pre-FBI backgrounds: a civil engineer, a surveillance specialist, a Marine sergeant, an ICE agent, a cop, and an Air Force pilot. They were a solid group, each of them confident, athletic, and highly capable. So far, the 7 of them got along well, which was a good thing, seeing how they spent 16 hours a day together. Their mornings began sharply at 5 a.m., with Watts leading them through a routine of agility drills, long-distance runs, high-intensity interval training, and close-quarter battle sessions. Afternoons typically were spent on the shooting range for combat firearms training, and then there were lectures in the evenings after dinner. Intermixed with that, over the course of the next 8 months, would be several types of specialty training: explosives breaching, knot tying, fast roping and rappelling, fire training at the hothouse, high-speed evasive driving, and dignitary protection. Every day, John and his classmates were tested. Their instructors pushed them to their limits and beyond, demanding that they move faster, run farther, hang on longer, shoot better, and trust themselves to take more risks. The days weren't easy, not by a long shot, but there was no complaining in knots. Every recruit had volunteered for the job, and, as they were frequently reminded, if they didn't like it, they were free to leave. These were life-and-death stakes they were preparing for, and nothing less than complete dedication to the team was acceptable. And so John gave them exactly that. As he had with selection and as a ranger, he threw himself into every task, drill, and challenge. For those 16 hours each day, he pushed himself physically and mentally to the point of exhaustion. And he felt it, too. Every night, when he got back to the corporate housing apartment he'd temporarily rented and climbed into bed, his body was aching, bruised, and begging for sleep. By all rights, he should have passed out cold and been dead to the world for hours. But instead he found himself lying awake in the dark, feeling restless and edgy. So the next morning, he'd start again and push himself even harder. John's mind snapped back to the present as Rivera hit the water with a splash. He and his classmates cheered from the shore when Rivera's head popped up in the water a few seconds later. A handful of HRT divers, hanging out on the river in a Zodiac boat with Watts, shouted out Rivera's scores. And then John was up. He scaled the caving ladder, climbing up to the cargo ship's gunwale. Heights had never bothered him, so when he got to the top, he checked out the view while adjusting the strap of his helmet. The James River stretched out for miles, its shores lined thick with trees just beginning to show off their fall colors. Up here, he couldn't hear his classmates bantering on the shore, nor Watts and the diving team in the Zodiac. Everything was quiet and still. It was quite peaceful, actually. Perched on the edge of the gunwale while waiting for Watts's signal, John took a moment to soak it all in. 6 years ago, he'd come to Quantico with the goal of ending up right here, in this very spot. The men floating in that Zodiac, his classmates on the shore, and the rest of the operators back at the HRT compound were among the best of the best, part of a team, a brotherhood, that had judged him during selection and decided that he was worthy of being included in their ranks. He inhaled deeply, waiting to feel a sense of fulfillment. But instead, as he stood there, 60 feet above the water, his brother's voice popped into his head. "If Jessica had been looking for something more serious, you would have had to leave for Quantico knowing that you might have actually had a chance with her." "Fuck," John muttered. Steeling himself when he saw Watts's signal, he looked ahead at the horizon and jumped. Back at the HRT compound, in the locker room, the new recruits' spirits were high after the river jump. While getting dressed, John joked around with his classmates and joined in the smack talk about everyone's scores. His undercover skills came in handy right then. To everyone else, he appeared as cool and relaxed as ever. But on the inside, he was pissed off and giving himself one hell of a lecture. He wasn't entirely sure what direction his mind had been heading in up on that gunwale ledge, but he did know that this wasn't the time or place to be distracted. After lunch, he and his classmates would be loading into a UH-60 Black Hawk Harlow for a rappelling exercise, and he needed to be crisp and sharp for that. Whatever was, or more accurately, was not, going on in his personal life would have to wait. When he was here, at Quantico, the team came first. Period. After pulling on his shirt, he grabbed his phone off the locker shelf and reflexively checked it before sticking it into the pocket of his pants. Unexpectedly, he had a new message from Levitt. "You coming?" Rivera asked, on his way out of the locker room with the rest of the guys for lunch. "I'll be right there." Not looking up from his phone, John quickly skimmed Levitt's message. Apparently there'd been some kind of development in the Blair investigation, and the Jax agent wanted to know if John would be free any time that day for a conference call with him, Agent Todd, and the 2 assistant U.S. attorneys who would be leading the prosecution of the mayor and the developers who'd bribed him. Jessica, too, would be on the call. The locker room quiet now. John took a seat on the bench and read through the email a second time, trying to glean any further information about whatever the heck was going on in the investigation. He'd gotten an email from Levitt last week, letting him know that the grand jury had indicted Blair and the developers, so he'd assumed the next time he would hear about the case would be on CNN, after word got out that the mayor of Jacksonville and 8 prominent local businessmen had been arrested in a corruption and bribery scandal. But now, apparently, there was a development. He briefly considered texting Jessica. "What's the deal with this call?" he could ask her, casually. But then, almost certainly, she'd ask him how HRT was going, and then there'd be some back and forth, and she would probably say something saucy and funny that would remind him of all the moments he'd spent the last 2 weeks busting his ass to not remember. It was better to maintain some distance, he reminded himself. That decided, he hit reply all to the email, keeping his response short and sweet. "How about 6 p.m. EDT?" During the dinner break before the evening lecture, John made his way to the HRT classroom, which was currently deserted. Cell phone in hand, he took a seat in one of the chairs and pulled up the email Levitt had sent everyone with the phone number for the conference call. After he dialed in, a beep on the other end of the line prompted him to identify himself. He stated his name and was patched through to the others. Levitt immediately welcomed him. "John, glad you could join us. How's Knots treating you?" "Not too bad. But ask me that again once we start fire training," John joked. He caught himself listening for Jessica's voice among the subsequent chuckles. Huh. Maybe she hadn't dialed in yet. "Well, we all appreciate you calling in tonight on such short notice," Levitt said. "I'm sure they're keeping you busy up there at Quantico, so I'll try to move this along as quickly as possible. Agent Todd is here, too, and Mark Duffy and Kristen Leffler are joining us from the U.S. Attorney's Office. As I mentioned in my email, they'll be leading the prosecution team. Unfortunately, Jessica had a last-minute conflict and won't be calling in. Something about a change in the trial schedule for one of her old cases, and she had to catch a flight out to Los Angeles." Oh, well, that was probably for the best. John had wanted distance, and that's exactly what he'd gotten. "Sorry to hear she won't be joining us," he said, before exchanging hellos and small talk with the two AUSAs. Then Levitt got down to business. "So, John, we should bring you up to speed on a couple of things. You already know that last week the grand jury returned indictments against Mayor Blair and all 8 developers. Our plan had been to arrest the 9 of them this week. In fact, we just about finalized the details for that when Jessica called me yesterday morning to let me know that Blair had contacted her over the weekend. From the sound of things, he's decided that Ashley and Dave are a couple of cash cows, and now he's looking for another score. This time he has his sights set on that second restaurant you guys told him about, the farm-to-table neighborhood bistro with a rotating special of gourmet scrambled eggs. I still say somebody needs to actually open that restaurant," Todd chimed in, getting a laugh out of everyone. In the message he left Jessica over the weekend, Blair said he knows of a location that would be perfect for the bistro, an abandoned building in the San Marco Historic District, Levitt said. When Jessica returned the mayor's call and expressed interest in hearing more about the property, Blair told her that she could get it for a steal. And he's right. We looked up the address he gave her, and the building is indeed listed below market. John highly doubted Blair had brought this to Ashley's attention out of the kindness of his heart. "What's the catch?" "The catch," Levitt answered, a hint of excitement creeping into his voice, "is that in order for the building to be used as a restaurant, it would have to be rezoned by the city's land use committee." "Ah, let me guess. And Blair would be willing to help facilitate the rezoning of the property. For a fee, of course," John said. "He didn't expressly state that on the phone, but that was certainly the implication," Levitt said. "He made a reference to the pizzeria and wine bar, and said he saw no reason why the zoning issues related to this second property couldn't be resolved just as easily." Mark, one of the AUSAs, jumped in. "This is new for Blair. Assuming he's going where we think he's going with this, it's the first time he's ever initiated his own bribe. In the past, Morano had always arranged the deals. In a corruption case like this, we have to assume that Blair's attorneys might argue some sort of entrapment defense. I don't believe it would be a successful defense, but Kristen and I aren't taking anything for granted. Blair is a very popular mayor. If even one juror buys into some cockamamie theory that the FBI set him up and that he was enticed into taking the bribes, we'd have a problem." Kristen, the other AUSA, picked up there. "But if we have proof of Blair actually soliciting his own bribe, that essentially puts the nail in the coffin on any entrapment defense. Given how valuable that kind of evidence would be, Mark and I, along with Agents Levitt and Todd, feel it's worth reopening the investigation. We discussed this with Agent Harlow yesterday, and she'll be going back in undercover to meet with Blair." John went still. "When?" "She's flying down to have lunch with him this Saturday," Levitt said. "And Blair also suggested that afterward, the two of them take a drive to the San Marco property so she could check it out." I'm sure he did, John thought dryly. Obviously, we're all excited about this development, Mark said. It's a credit to the work you and Agent Harlow have done on this case. If you hadn't earned Blair's trust in such a relatively short amount of time, we wouldn't be fortunate enough to be in this position. He cleared his throat. There is one slight issue, however. While reviewing the audio recordings of your meetings with Blair, Kristen and I noticed that the mayor has been making overtures of a personal nature to Agent Harlow. That's lawyer speak for flirting, Kristen joked. We know that the four of you discussed how to handle that situation, and we agree with the call you made. One potential concern, however, is that in a one-on-one scenario, Blair might take the flirting up a notch, or several notches. That could put Agent Harlow in an awkward situation. John opened his mouth to say that they could put Agent Harlow in any situation, and she still would do what needed to be done. But Mark, the AUSA, beat him to the punch. We have every confidence in Agent Harlow's ability to manage such a situation, he said. But I think we all can agree that the best-case scenario would be to not put her in that position in the first place. He paused meaningfully. As in the past, if someone else were at that meeting with her and Blair, it would force Blair to remain more business-focused. We can't bring in another agent at this point, Kristen said. That would make Blair suspicious. And we can't use Morano either. The mayor has deliberately cut him out of the loop. So if there was going to be another person at Saturday's meeting, it would have to be you, Agent Shepard. There was a pause then, as everyone waited for John's response. He said nothing for a moment. Technically, he didn't have a direct conflict with the meeting. Even knotheads got occasional weekends off, and as it happened, the only plans he had for Saturday were to go house hunting. But regardless, this was a big ask on the part of Levitt and the U.S. Attorney's Office, and they knew that. John was an operator now, and his responsibilities and dedication lay with the hostage rescue team. Undercover work, Jessica, and the Blair investigation were all in his past, part of a life that he'd left behind. As if reading his mind, Levitt spoke. We realize that this is asking a lot with you being at Knott's. If you can't do it, John, we understand. In fact, Jessica made me promise to pass along a message to you. She said that she can handle Blair on her own if need be, and that she knows a good leg move that'll keep him in line. I'm guessing that's some sort of inside joke? Something inside John softened, and he smiled despite himself. Yes. And in that moment, he knew what he needed to do. He might not have been a special agent anymore, and yes, he had a new life at Quantico now. But he and Jessica were partners in this. They had started this undercover assignment together, and now, with this one last meeting with Blair, they would finish it. That decided, he gave Levitt and the others his answer. I'll book my flight tonight. 33. Sitting alone at a table near the back of Alexander's Grill, a crowded surf and turf restaurant in Jacksonville Beach, Jessica took a slow, quiet breath to calm her nerves. The mayor would arrive any moment, although that wasn't the reason she had butterflies in her stomach. She knew how to handle Patrick Blair, and understood exactly what she needed to get out of him during today's meeting. They would have a nice lunch with lots of schmoozing, a little shop talk, and, knowing Blair, some not-so-veiled flirting on his end. Following lunch, they'd drive out to the property the mayor had found for Ashley and Dave's second restaurant, where, after examining the building, they would agree that it was indeed the perfect spot for their farm-to-table brunch bistro with a rotating special of gourmet scrambled eggs. Jessica doubted it would take much prompting to get Blair to spell out the terms of his bribe. In addition to his general propensity for bragging about his ability to get things done in his city, he was greedier now, and bolder, and believed he'd found an opportunity to score another quick $50,000 in cash. He would be chomping at the bit to get the ball rolling on that front. Of that, Jessica had no doubt. What she was less certain of, however, was the thought of seeing John again. When Levitt and Todd had informed her earlier in the week that the U.S. Attorney's Office wanted to reopen the Blair investigation, and that they also wanted to ask John if he, too, could go back in undercover, she'd answered, as she should, like any other special agent in those circumstances, "If John can make it work with his knot schedule, he's more than welcome to join the party," she'd said breezily. Frankly, she'd never thought he'd say yes. She'd assumed he'd be far too busy at Quantico with the other HRT guys, scaling burning buildings with their pinky toes, playing with their flashbang grenades, and running around with their helmets with the little bushes on their heads. And to let John know that there were no hard feelings, that she understood and respected that he had other commitments, she'd even passed along an inside joke via Levitt. But now, here they were, working side by side once again, or at least they would be as soon as John actually showed up. They'd had to roll with one minor glitch this morning. John's flight out of Virginia had been delayed, and as a result, he would be about 10 minutes late to the meeting with Blair. She'd been mid-flight when John had found out that his flight would be late, and then he had been in the air after she'd landed. But through a series of emails with Levitt and Todd, they'd worked up a cover story to explain why Dave and Ashley hadn't flown in from Chicago together. Professionally, the delay wasn't a big deal. Jessica could chat up Blair until John arrived. But on a personal note, it meant that she wouldn't have any time to be alone with John before lunch, to get a read on him before they slipped into their Ashley and Dave personas. Although what she'd been hoping for, if she'd had the chance to get a read on John, was a question she wasn't sure she was ready to face. The easiest scenario, obviously, would be if she saw John and felt something along the lines of, say, warm fondness. That had always been the plan, for the two of them to part as friends. After wrapping things up with Blair, they could grab a drink before catching their respective flights back home, and jokingly toast to being really, really done with the investigation. He'd tell her about HRT, she'd tease him about being a hotshot operator, and then they'd hug, perhaps a moment longer than necessary, just because, and go their separate ways once again. Her inner pragmatic was a big fan of the easiest scenario. In fact, she'd been praying for it all week. But something deeper inside Jessica, a voice she'd been trying to shush since the morning she'd said goodbye to John, kept asking what her plan was if she saw him and felt, say, more than warm fondness. The simple, scary truth of the matter was, she had no damn clue. And the other simple truth was, she needed to momentarily table that, and all the other scary truths and what-if scenarios, because it was showtime. The Honorable Patrick Blair walked through the front door of the restaurant, accompanied by the 2 police officers from the sheriff's office, who were his personal detail. As the 2 officers settled in at the bar up front, Blair did his usual politician thing, smiling, waving, and stopping to shake hands with some of the restaurant patrons as he followed the hostess to Jessica's table. When he got there, Jessica stood up to greet him. "Mr. Mayor," she said warmly, extending her hand. He wrapped his hand around hers and stepped closer. "I thought we agreed you would drop the title." "But you wear it so well." He grinned, not disagreeing with that, and took a seat in the chair across the table from her. Then he cocked his head, eyeing the 2 empty chairs next to them. "Just you today?" There was a sudden gleam in his eyes. "Dave's coming. He's just running a little late. He's flying in from Detroit, and his plane was delayed." "Oh," Blair frowned. "What's he doing in Detroit?" They'd chosen Detroit because it was a city John was familiar with, in case Blair asked him any questions about the trip. "He's scouting out potential restaurant sites." Blair spread his napkin over his lap, sounding a touch haughty. "I wasn't aware Detroit had much of a culinary scene." "Neither was I until an hour ago." As soon as they'd come up with their cover story, Jessica had done some quick research into the Detroit market. She'd emailed the information along to John as well, so that they were on the same page. "Actually, it's really exploded in the last couple years. Zagat puts Detroit at number 3 in America's next hot food cities, and the Washington Post just did this interesting piece about how the city is in the middle of a culinary revolution. Apparently, statewide restaurant sales are expected to increase by 5.2% this year." She feigned a self-deprecating smile. "And that's probably more than you ever wanted to know about the Detroit culinary scene." "Probably. But still, it's interesting to hear you talk about these things." Blair rested his forearms on the table, looking her over. "You're very good at what you do." "Buddy, you don't know the half of it. I'm fortunate to have a job that I enjoy." They were briefly interrupted when the waitress stopped by the table to take the mayor's drink order. After she left, Blair sat back and casually draped one arm over the back of the empty chair next to him. He made no attempt to hide his appreciative gaze. Jessica had chosen to wear a slim-cut navy dress and heels, even though it was a weekend, because Ashley didn't strike her as the kind of woman who would wear anything less to a business meeting. "Speaking of your job, what's happening with your pizzeria and wine bar?" Blair asked. "I drove by the building the other day and noticed you haven't started construction yet." "We had to tweak the plans based on some recommendations from our general contractor, but we're hoping to get started next week," she lied. "I would imagine you'll be in town more often once that gets started." Jessica had a sneaking suspicion that comment was not as casual as it sounded. "Dave handles most of the day-to-day stuff, but I'll probably fly in a few times a month to help oversee the project." "I'm glad to hear it." Blair's eyes held hers. "You'll have to let me show you around town sometime. You certainly would make a qualified tour guide." She used Blair's comment to buy some time until John arrived. "Here's a hypothetical question for you, Mr. Mayor. Let's say I'm a tourist in Jacksonville for a weekend. What things should be on my must-see list?" As she'd expected, Blair spent the next several minutes talking about his favorite things to do: going to the beach, kayaking along the St. Johns River, eating snake and alligator at Clark's Fish Camp, driving in a convertible along A1A from Jack's Beach to St. Augustine, horseback riding on Amelia Island, and drinking craft cocktails in the speakeasy room of the Grape and Grain Exchange. Apparently they made a mean vodka blueberry black tea drink. Jessica nodded along attentively, thinking that, for all his faults, the mayor did love his city. It was a shame, really, that he'd strayed so widely from the straight and narrow path. When he wasn't renting out the power of his office for $50,000, or making not-so-subtle innuendos and ogling women's chests, he had a natural charisma that probably would have taken him far in politics. "Do you play golf?" Blair asked her. "Not as well as I'd like," Jessica said. Right then, John walked through the front door of the restaurant. Seeing him for the first time in 3 weeks, Jessica immediately noticed something that made her want to smile. He'd cut his hair. Looking as handsome as ever in his gray suit and light blue shirt, John glanced around the restaurant and spotted her. His eyes met hers as he crossed the room, and for a split second, Jessica could have sworn they'd traveled back in time. Between the short haircut, his clean-shaven jaw, and the suit, he looked almost exactly the same as he had 6 years ago, that first day they'd met at the academy. "Chicago, huh? We should team up, Harlow. I say we take down the 3 trainees from New York first." Swallowing, Jessica stayed in character. "Ah, good. Dave's here." Just before he arrived at the table, John gave Jessica a slight, private smile. "Let's do this," his look said. It was exactly what she needed to see. Given their history, it was more than a little weird reuniting with John here, under these circumstances, without having spoken to him once in the last 3 weeks. There were so many things she wanted to ask him, how he was doing, and if Knott's was going well, and more than anything, she wished she could tell him how good it was to see him again. God, it really was. But there were things happening in that restaurant that went way beyond her and John. They had a lot of people counting on them to do their jobs right then, so that was precisely what they would do. "Look who finally made it," she said to John, with an easy smile. "The joys of airline travel," he said. An inside joke. The same thing she'd said to him the morning after she'd been stranded in Colombia. Then he turned to Blair with a charismatic grin. "Mr. Mayor, my apologies for being late." After shaking Blair's hand, he took the seat next to Jessica. Blair looked John over. "New haircut, huh? You look like you just stepped off the Navy base." Thinking it was best to steer away from that analogy, Jessica was quick to change the subject. "How was Detroit?" she asked John. "Promising. I can fill you in more during the flight back to Chicago," he said. The waitress came by the table to take John's drink order, and for a while, the conversation at the table remained social. Blair continued to flirt with Jessica, but with John present, the comments never got too forward, which left her free to do her thing and schmooze and pretend to be impressed and entertained as Blair told one personal anecdote after the other. After their entrees arrived, however, Jessica steered the conversation toward business. As much as Ashley might have enjoyed hearing Blair talk about his golf game, or at least she let him think that, she and Dave hadn't flown all the way down to Jacksonville just to shoot the shit over some steaks. "Tell us more about this building we're going to see after lunch," she prompted Blair. "It's in the San Marco Historic District. Used to be a laundromat and dry cleaner, but it's been vacant for 5 years now. Great price," Blair added. "A couple of savvy entrepreneurs could snatch it up and really make something of the place." "What's the neighborhood like?" John wanted to know. "Generally, it's a mix of residential, office, and commercial space, but that particular corridor is almost entirely commercial. Boutique clothing shops, art galleries, that kind of thing." Blair took a sip of his dry vodka martini. "You'll see for yourself. It's a nice spot." "Why has it been sitting empty for 5 years?" Jessica asked. "As I mentioned on the phone, there are some zoning restrictions that probably have scared away potential buyers." "Define some," John said. Blair leaned in, appearing more than happy to do so. He spoke in a low voice, although the restaurant was crowded and noisy enough that no one could hear them anyway. "So here's the deal. The building is currently zoned as a CRO, commercial residential office. To use the building as a restaurant, however, you'd need to get approval from the Land Use Committee to change the zoning to a PUD, that's Planned Unit Development, that would allow you to serve alcohol and seat up to 150 customers. Jessica raised an eyebrow. "How difficult would that be?" "Not difficult at all. if you know the right people." Letting that sink in, Blair looked at them both. "You know I can make this happen." "For a price," John noted. Blair smiled, all charm. "Well, I am a busy man, Dave. As I told y'all before, I can't help everyone who asks me for a favor. I have to choose those causes I feel most motivated about." "You'd use this friend of yours on the land use committee again? This Paul Yu?" Jessica said. "Yes. And again, he's not just on the committee, he's the director." "That's my one concern," John said. "That Yu gets suspicious and wants to know why you're now supporting a second zoning change on our company's behalf." Blair shrugged unconcernedly. "So I'll tell him the truth." "The truth would put us all in prison, Mr. Mayor," John said dryly. "The truth, at least as far as Paul needs to be concerned, is that the building we're talking about hasn't had a tenant for the last 5 years. You have this beautiful neighborhood with an empty building that sticks out like a sore thumb. Of course I'd support putting the property into reuse. Paul isn't going to ask questions beyond that." Jessica paused, as if considering that. "All right. Let's say we're interested. How much would it cost to get you motivated to help us out?" "I'm not trying to gouge you," Blair snorted. He met her gaze. 50,000, same as last time. And the deal stays between us. Morano never needs to know about any of this." And there you have it, folks. In her head, Jessica pictured Levitt and Todd sitting in their car parked a few blocks away, high-fiving each other as they listened in via the microphone she had stashed in her bra. The Jax agents and the U.S. Attorney's Office had wanted evidence of Blair soliciting his own bribe, and now they had just that. She looked at John. "What do you think?" He took a moment. "If the building meets our needs, I think it could be too good a deal to pass up." She turned, giving her answer to Blair. "I agree." Blair grinned. "Good. We'll drive by the place after lunch. I don't think you'll be disappointed." He picked up his steak knife and dove into his fillet. Thinking she'd earned a sip of wine for a job well done, hell, she'd earned more than that, Jessica reached for her glass. John picked up his drink, too, and Jessica mentally clinked her glass to his. "Cheers, partner." And just when all was right with the world, the unimaginable happened. "John Shepherd!" boomed a voice. Heading straight for their table, with a huge grin on his face, was a guy in his mid-30s, wearing jeans and a t-shirt and an obvious look of recognition. He threw out his hands excitedly. "Dude, what are you doing here?" he said to John. "Last I heard, you were working for the FBI up in Chicago." Oh, shit. It was every undercover agent's worst nightmare, being recognized while on the job and instantly having one's cover blown. For that reason, Jessica always told her family and friends to never approach her if they ever randomly spotted her out in public. But this kind of fluke happenstance was nothing any agent could prepare for. To John's credit, even though he undoubtedly was sweating bullets right then, he handled the situation as best he could. He calmly set his drink on the table. I think you've mistaken me for somebody else." The guy laughed this off. "That's funny, Shep." He then noticed who else was sitting at the table. "You're hanging with the mayor? Nice." He turned to Blair, gesturing to John. "We were in the 75th Ranger Regiment when the FBI came to recruit him. They told Shep he could put bad guys in prison for the rest of his life, and he couldn't sign up fast enough." Oh my God, it just kept getting worse. Jessica jumped in, needing to do something. "You have an FBI twin? How exciting," she teased John. "Apparently," he said. his expression a mixture of bewilderment and amusement. "Sorry, but you really do have the wrong guy," he told his ranger friend. The other guy opened his mouth, but then paused. "Oh." His face went pale, as if he'd just clued in to what was happening and how much he'd messed that up. "Sorry about that. You look a lot like him. But, yeah, my mistake." Shifting nervously, he gave them an apologetic wave. "Sorry for the interruption." He turned and walked toward the front of the restaurant. Jessica didn't want to stare, so she glanced at John instead and remained in character. Well, that was odd. "I think somebody had a few too many drinks for lunch," John said. It was the best they could do under the circumstances. But Blair was no fool. "FBI?" He spat out the letters, looking at both of them. Then his gaze settled on Jessica. "You whore," he sneered. "Watch it, Blair," John growled. The mayor ignored him, continuing to focus on Jessica. "How the fuck is that possible? The guy who vouched for you has known Marano for years. They went to college together, and he said—" He stopped, and a sudden look of realization crossed his face. There never was any friend from college, was there? Marano is in on it, too. Jessica kept one eye on Blair's hand and the other on his face as he leaned in toward her. "That son of a bitch. Did he cut a deal with you to sell me out?" Blair demanded angrily. "Put the knife down, Mr. Mayor," John said in a low voice. Blair blinked and looked down at his hand, as if unaware that he'd been holding his steak knife and jabbing emphatically with it this whole time. He stared at the knife for a moment, then looked back up at John. John didn't so much as blink. "You'll lose." Blair swallowed, then set the knife down on the table in front of him. He sat frozen in his chair for several seconds, then cocked his head as if something else had just occurred to him. "You're not armed. Neither of you." He looked at Jessica and John, as if waiting for them to acknowledge this. "You can't keep me here. I can leave this restaurant right now." "Yes, you can." Jessica's tone was calm. She could see the cornered look creeping into Blair's eyes and wanted to de-escalate the situation. "You're free to walk out, Mr. Mayor." The truth was, she and John were in no position to stop Blair from leaving. They were unarmed and had no handcuffs and no FBI credentials. On top of all that, this wasn't their case. Agents Levitt and Todd were calling the shots, and they could hear what was going on through the microphone Jessica wore. Undoubtedly, now that John and Jessica's cover was blown, they were already on the move and had called in backup. Blair locked eyes with Jessica. "And what happens after I walk out of this restaurant?" Jessica remained silent, as did John, neither of them having an answer that would help. "What? Are you going to arrest me? I'm the mayor of this city. I can't—" Looking shell-shocked, Blair stumbled over his words. "I was just doing a few favors for some people. Everything I've done, all the deals I've made, that was part of my job. It's all been for the good of this city. Nobody gives a shit about these zoning restrictions anyway." He scoffed. "Jesus Christ, with everything going on in this country, the FBI doesn't have anything better to investigate?" As he reached for his glass, his hand trembled, belying the bravado in his voice. He took a sip of his drink, then stared them down. "I'm not going to prison." He waited, then slammed his hand on the table. "Say something, damn it!" Out of the corner of her eye, Jessica saw people looking over curiously. "You don't want to do this here, Mr. Mayor," John said. "Here's what we're going to do. Dave and I will stay and settle up the bill, and you'll get up and walk out," Jessica said. "Just like that?" Blair said. "Just like that," she answered. He said nothing at first, looking her over. You're wearing a wire, aren't you? He swallowed, panic sweeping across his face. I know what you're doing. You're signaling them. The rest of your FBI team, telling them where to get me. His lips curled in a sneer. Fuck you. Fuck you all. I told you, I'm not going to prison. He stood up abruptly. Reflexively, Jessica and John stood up too. She had a very bad feeling about this. You still have choices here, Patrick. Don't do anything you're going to regret. For a split second, a shadow crossed Blair's face. I'm afraid it's too late for that, Ms. Evers. Then, without warning, he pointed at Jessica and John and shouted at the top of his lungs, They've got guns! They're going to shoot! Everybody run! Get out of here now! Oh, crap. This was something Jessica had not been prepared for. The panicked words, coming from the city's beloved mayor, caused the entire restaurant to erupt in pandemonium. People jumped up from their tables, screamed, grabbed their children, and ran for the door. Glasses and plates broke as tables were bumped in the fray. A chair tipped over, hitting the floor with a loud crack that sounded enough like a gunshot to elicit more cries. That son of a bitch, John growled, as Blair seized upon the distraction and pushed people out of his way. He hurried for the back of the restaurant, presumably in search of an escape route. He's heading out back, Jessica said to the microphone, for the benefit of Levitt and Todd. Cops, John warned her. Barreling through the crowd, heading straight toward them, were the 2 police officers assigned to protect the mayor. Not taking any chances, Jessica and John immediately put their hands in the air. We're FBI! We're unarmed! Jessica shouted, and John did the same. Unfortunately, their words were drowned out in the commotion. They each took a step back from the table so that the police officers could see that they had no weapons on them. The cops broke through the crowd, drew their guns, and pointed them at John and Jessica. Keep those hands up and get the fuck down now, one of them yelled. John shifted a few inches closer to Jessica. We're FBI. We're not armed, he repeated. We're going to get down on our knees. And then everything happened in an instant. Just as Jessica moved to comply with the cop's order, someone from behind, later she would learn he was an off-duty security guard who'd been sitting at a nearby table, reached an arm around her throat and pulled her down to the ground. Startled, she let out a yelp. John spun around. Stand down! She's FBI! He shouted. With John momentarily distracted, the 2 police officers didn't wait for a second chance. Together they lunged to restrain him, one cop grabbing for John's hands while the other shoved him down. All 3 men stumbled awkwardly, and as John fell, without the use of his hands to regain his balance, his head hit the edge of the table hard, with a dull thud. He slumped to the ground, motionless. No. Seeing him go down, Jessica struggled to break free from the security guard's hold. Let me go! Get off me! We're undercover agents, goddammit! Apparently, her words sank in. The security guard let her go, saying something, an apology maybe, that she barely heard. She scrambled up from the ground and hurried over to John. Let me see him. Hovering over him, the cops made room for her as she knelt down at his side. He still wasn't moving. The older of the 2 cops was already on his radio, calling for an ambulance. We have a suspect down and request immediate. We have a federal agent down, Jessica told him, then turned back to John. Blood trickled down the side of his face, coming from a gash near his hairline. Bending, she put her cheek close to his mouth. He's breathing. Next to her, the younger cop, in his late 20s, looked shaken. I heard you say that you were FBI, but with the mayor yelling about guns and shooting, I didn't want to take any chances. He pointed to John. I just wanted to restrain him until we figured everything out. I didn't mean to hurt him. The scene around them was beginning to quiet down, with several remaining restaurant patrons keeping a respectful distance back. Jessica didn't want to move John in case he'd hurt his neck when he hit the table. Instead, she put her hand on his shoulder. "John." He didn't respond. She glanced at the cop who'd radioed for assistance. "How long before the ambulance gets here?" "They're on their way," the cop said. Jessica tried his name again. "John." She gently squeezed his shoulder this time. Nothing. "Wake up, baby." Every second that passed felt like an eternity. What if he'd broken his neck? What if he never came to? What if she never again got a chance to talk to him, or tease him, or be annoyed by him, or hear him laugh, or... He opened his eyes. Thank God. Jessica smiled gently at him. "Hey, you. That was some hit you took." He stared at her blankly. "Say something," she silently pleaded. "Anything." Then he blinked. "How do I keep ending up on the ground in front of you in the stupidest ways possible?" he groaned, lifting his head up. Tears sprang to Jessica's eyes as she choked back a sob of relief. "Just my dumb luck, I guess." When he started to push himself off from the ground, she protested. "I really don't think you should move until—" And he was doing it anyway. All around them, people were clapping and cheering as John sat up and leaned against a chair. Jessica grabbed a napkin off the nearest table. She moved closer to him and pressed the napkin against the gash on his forehead. "You're bleeding." He winked. "Adds to the authenticity of the scene." Seriously. He grinned at her unamused look. "Give it time. That joke will be a lot funnier in a couple hours." Jessica checked the cut on his forehead. "You might need stitches. How bad does your head hurt?" "Not as bad as my pride," he said dryly. As she pressed the napkin to his skin once again, his expression turned cheekier. "Although it certainly helps having you." She cleared her throat pointedly, glancing at her chest. She still wore the microphone in her bra. "Here to wipe the blood off," John finished chastely. He pushed himself off the ground and stood up, then held out his hand to her. She tossed the napkin to the ground. Apparently they were done with the taking care of the man who'd just been knocked unconscious portion of the day, and slid her hand into his. He helped her up. Any dizziness? There was more she wished she could say right then, if A, they hadn't been surrounded by a crowd of people, and B, she hadn't had a microphone in her boobs that was transmitting her every word. Not exactly a private moment. "I'm okay." "What happened to Blair?" John asked. From behind them, a familiar voice answered that. "He must have escaped out the back door." Wearing his FBI jacket, Levitt stepped around a pile of broken glass and made his way over to them. "Todd has 20 agents and 2 SWAT teams looking for him. Blair won't get far." "You should be with them, too," John said. "What? And miss all the excitement here?" Levitt reached out and clasped John's shoulder, his tone turning more serious. "You had us worried there, Shepard. Hell, even Jessica sounded nervous. I didn't think that was possible." John looked at Jessica. She blushed and went for a joke. On the upside, John got to catch up with one of his old army buddies. "You should have seen me and Todd in the car when that happened," Levitt chuckled. "I looked at him and said, 'Holy shit, did somebody just yell John Shepard?'" They went through the post-game analysis, all of them needing a little levity after the high intensity of the last several minutes. More FBI agents arrived on the scene, and more police officers, too, both from the Jacksonville Beach Police Department and the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, including the sheriff himself. "Who the fuck is responsible for this shit show?" the sheriff demanded, storming through the front door with the under-sheriff at his side. Levitt looked at Jessica and John. I believe that's my cue. He headed over, all charm. Sheriff, Special Agent Ben Levitt, Federal Bureau of Investigation. How are you today? Jessica watched Levitt walk away. I have never been so glad to not be the case agent in my life. John turned to her, with streaks of dried blood along his face. Yes, thank goodness we got the easy job. Jessica smiled. God, she'd missed his dry sense of humor. Feeling all sorts of emotions, she reached up and touched his short hair. You look like you should be on a Wheaties box with this haircut. His expression softened for a moment, just before the paramedics hurried in through the front door. Then he sighed. Are you really going to make me do this? Can't you just drive me to the hospital? Humor me, big guy. She'd seen how hard he'd hit his head against the table, and she wasn't taking any chances. The paramedics agreed to let her ride with John to the emergency room, not that she gave them much choice in the matter. Levitt followed them out to the ambulance, promising to update them as soon as they'd found Blair. Before climbing into the ambulance, Jessica reached into the front of her dress, pulled the microphone out of her bra, and handed it off to Levitt. Ashley and Dave were officially retired. 34. At the hospital, once they were in a private room, the doctor did a thorough physical examination before removing the cervical collar the paramedics had insisted John wear around his neck as a precautionary matter. Finally, sitting on the examination table, John tilted his head to stretch out his neck. Well, you're not showing any symptoms of a concussion. The doctor looked at Jessica, who sat in a chair across from the table. How long was he unconscious? About 3 minutes. 180 seconds that it felt like a lifetime. Was he dazed or disoriented when he came to? The doctor asked. Jessica felt John's eyes on her as she answered. He didn't seem to recognize me when he first opened his eyes, but as soon as he started talking, he was lucid. The doctor nodded, turning back to John. I'd like to do an MRI, just to be certain there's no concussion. As for the cut on your head, I don't think stitches are necessary. I'll have the nurse put a skin adhesive on it. That should do the trick. He smiled. All in all, from the sound of things, you're a very lucky man, Agent Shepard. After scribbling a few things in John's file, the doctor headed out, leaving Jessica and John alone for the first time that day. Jessica exhaled, feeling shaky now that the adrenaline was wearing off. The doctor's right. You are very lucky. She met John's gaze. I saw what you did when the cops pointed their guns at us. You moved toward me. She paused meaningfully. So you could block me if they fired. His expression was momentarily unreadable, and then he shrugged. Seemed like the gentlemanly thing to do. Getting up from the chair, she walked over to stand next to him at the examination table. If I believed that patronizing explanation for 1 moment, I'd be even more pissed at you, she said, without any real heat. He raised an eyebrow. You're pissed because I wanted to protect you? Before you said that was cute. No, I'm pissed because you got hurt trying to protect me. She looked him in the eyes. If you hadn't moved closer to me, you would have cleared the table when you fell with the cops. You hit your head because of me. His expression softened. Jessica. Don't Jessica me, she pointed. Do you have any idea, John Shepard, how close you came to turning my life into a Nicholas Sparks book? I never would have forgiven you for that. John laughed hard at that. I have no clue what that means, but if I had to guess, I'd say that what you're trying to tell me, in your saucy Jessica Harlow way, is that you would miss me if I were gone. She threw him a look. Of course I would miss you if you were gone. His expression turned more serious, and he cocked his head. So, do you miss me? The air between them suddenly seemed to stand still. She could make a joke. That was her thing, after all. But after seeing him hurt, after being this close to potentially losing him forever, she no longer felt like joking, or avoiding the truth, even if it was scary and invited questions to which there were no easy answers, because she'd known the truth in her heart the moment he'd walked through that restaurant door. Her feelings went way beyond warm fondness at this point. In fact, she'd dare say she was in love with John Shepherd. Yes, her voice cracked with emotion. I've missed you every day you've been gone. So much that it hurts. He went still and just looked at her. Okay, that was not the reaction she'd been hoping for. There was a knock on the door, and a nurse with a bright smile strolled into the room. Mr. Shepherd, or I guess I should say Agent Shepherd, it's time for your MRI. John held Jessica's gaze for another moment, then looked at the nurse. Right. Taking a deep breath, he stood up. He'll be back in about 45 minutes, the nurse told Jessica, before smiling at John again. Right this way. After John left the room, Jessica sank against the examination table. Oh, God. Her hands shook as she ran them through her hair. Okay, he obviously didn't feel the same way, but she could salvage this. They could at least still be friends. She could lie, she was damn good at that, and tell him she'd gotten swept up in the moment. Sorry, could you hang on for a second? She heard John say to the nurse, his deep voice carrying in from the hallway. Jessica looked over. When John appeared in the doorway, her heart began to pound, with hope. He stepped into the room and strode toward her, determination etched on his face. Then he grabbed her, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her. His mouth swept possessively over hers, hot and fierce. Cupping his face in her hands, she kissed him back. All the emotions she'd been trying to hide these last 3 weeks, hell, probably longer, pouring out right then, in that moment. When they finally pulled back from the kiss, he touched her cheek. We need to talk, he said huskily. She nodded, finding herself uncharacteristically overcome right then. Yes. He traced his thumb over her skin. Do you know how long I've waited for you to look at me this way? She assumed he was teasing her. What are you talking about? You didn't even like me for most of the time we've known each other. He bent his head before turning to go, his voice low and confident in her ear. Or maybe I'm just that good of an undercover agent. Unfortunately, when John returned from his MRI, he found half the damn population of the 13th largest U.S. city waiting for him with Jessica, or at least it seemed that way. Among his visitors were the public corruption squad leader and the special agent in charge of the Jacksonville field office, both of whom had dropped by to personally check on John and to let him and Jessica know that Blair had been apprehended. We caught him at a marina on the Intracoastal Waterway, with the keys to a friend's boat and a duffel bag of cash. Apparently his plan was to make it all the way to Cuba, the SAC informed them. Agents Levitt and Todd have the mayor in custody now, and we're quite pleased to inform him that the FBI will be adding incitement of a riot to the list of criminal charges against him. Also there to check on John's status were the 2 police officers who'd tackled him, both of whom seemed extremely relieved to hear that John was doing okay. No offense, but even though you were saying you were FBI, you had this look on your face like— The younger cop made an angry face, demonstrating. John held out his hands innocently. You told me to keep my hands in the air and get down. That's exactly what I was doing." The older cop cocked his head. "Yeah, but when you do that, you somehow still give off this vibe that's particularly intimidating." Jessica smiled from her corner of the room as John glared. Yeah, he'd heard that one before. Next to knock on John's door was Dan Frazier, his ranger friend who'd unknowingly blown his cover at the restaurant. "How'd you know where to find me?" John asked, after the two men exchanged backslaps and man-hugs. "They said on the news that a federal agent had been brought to the emergency room here." Dan pointed to Jessica. "Your partner spotted me in the waiting area, asking about your status, and told me where I could find you." His expression was filled with guilt. "I can't believe how bad I messed that up for you, Shep. I didn't even stop to consider that you might be working undercover." Jessica made her way toward the door. "I'm going to step out for a few minutes. Let you guys catch up." "No." John resisted the urge to growl and block her way as she walked out. He knew she didn't want to intrude, and he appreciated that. Just like he appreciated that Dan and everyone else simply wanted to make sure he was okay. And on any other day, he'd be more than glad to catch up with one of his ranger buddies and shoot the shit for old time's sake. But if he didn't get Jessica alone soon, heads were going to roll. Dan watched, too, as Jessica left the room. Then he turned to John with a sly expression. "By the way, your partner? Wow. Is she from Jacksonville? Any chance you could help an old friend out by hooking us up for coffee or something?" Whatever particularly intimidating look John must have displayed right then made Dan smile sheepishly. "I'm thinking maybe I should just stop talking today." 20 minutes later, after Dan left, Jessica walked into John's room carrying 2 cups of coffee. "It's from the cafeteria, so drink at your own risk." Without saying a word, John walked over and took both cups from her. He set the coffee down next to the sink, then drew the privacy curtain closed. Jessica raised an eyebrow. "That'll look suspicious to anyone who drops by." "It'll look even more suspicious if they see us doing this." John hooked one arm around her waist and pulled her in for a long, hot kiss. "We're leaving," he said, in no uncertain terms, when they finally pulled apart. Her lips curved. "Not until the doctor clears you." Her concern for him touched something deep inside him. Sliding his fingers through hers, he lifted her hand to kiss it. "You're cute when you're protective." There was a tentative knock at the door. Agent Shepard?" the doctor said, on the other side of the curtain. Jessica yanked John's shirt out of his pants, covering his erection. Moving just as quickly, he adjusted the skirt of her dress so that it lay straight again, and then they stepped apart. "Come on in." John smiled casually when the doctor pulled the curtain open. "Sorry. There's been an endless line of visitors. Figured the curtain would buy me a few minutes of quiet." "I think we can buy you more than a few minutes," the doctor said cheerfully. "You're free to go. I got the results of your MRI back, and there's no sign of a concussion. Nevertheless, I strongly advise that you have someone monitor you tonight and wake you up every 2 hours." He turned to Jessica. "All you need to do is ask him a couple questions, just to make sure he's lucid." Jessica blinked. "Oh, I think you misunderstood the situation here. I won't be with John tonight." "No," she chuckled, gesturing between them. "He and I are just partners." The doctor smiled. "Sure you are." He looked at John on his way out the door. "If you need something for the headache, stick to acetaminophen. No ibuprofen or aspirin." After he left, Jessica shook her head. "That's the worst cover I've ever done." "You do seem a little off your game." John's tone turned teasing. "I heard you were even nervous earlier." She looked up at the ceiling and sighed. I knew that was coming back to haunt me. During the short drive to the hotel, John switched his return flight to Virginia to the following day. "What time's your flight tomorrow?" he asked Jessica, who was driving. 4:45 p.m. Originally, she'd been booked on an early flight, but she'd moved it back while John had been getting his MRI. "I'll take the 5:15, John said, speaking on his phone to the airline's customer service rep. Jessica glanced at the clock on the car's dashboard. It was almost 5 o'clock now, so that gave them less than 24 hours together before they had to return to their separate lives that awaited them in Chicago and Quantico. It wasn't much, but at least it was something. When they got to her hotel room, John grinned when he saw the ocean view. "They finally upgraded you." "Apparently the 4th time's the charm." Jessica set her purse onto the desk and kicked off her heels. "Do you want to go to the gift shop now?" Because John hadn't planned to stay overnight, he hadn't brought a suitcase with him and didn't have a change of clothes or toiletries. "Later." John took off his suit jacket and set it over the back of the chair by the balcony door. "Right now, we have a few issues to address, like the fact that I'm pissed at you." She pulled back in surprise. "You're pissed at me? What did I do?" He folded his arms across his chest. "Do you know the real reason I was mad at you the day we had to fight at the academy?" Jessica paused at the non sequitur, not sure why they were suddenly rehashing this. "Because I resorted to tricks to get you in a hold?" "Actually, I thought that was brilliant," he said. "I was mad because I saw how nervous you were before the fight, as if you thought there was a chance I might actually hurt you." She softened, hearing that. "Mostly, I think I was nervous about making a fool of myself." She cocked her head. "But why are we talking about this now?" "Because 6 years later, you still don't get it." She wasn't following. "Get what?" "You lectured me today about moving closer to you when the cops were pointing their guns at us, as if there were any other possible way that situation could go down." He moved closer to her, his eyes a warm, deep blue. "Jessica, you have to know that I would step in front of a bullet for you without even thinking about it." Her throat tightened, and she found herself momentarily unable to say anything. "And no, not just because you're my partner." His eyes held hers. "Because I love you. I think I've always loved you. From that very first morning in the auditorium, when you stood up and inspired our whole class with your speech. You amazed me every day at the academy. And now that we've reconnected, and you're actually being nice to me for a change," he added with a smile, "those feelings have only gotten stronger." Her eyes had filled with tears. "I didn't know you felt that way." "Well, I had a hard time accepting it myself," he conceded. He reached up and wiped a tear from her cheek. "Especially once I found out I'd made HRT. Because I was leaving, I convinced myself that it was better to keep things casual between us. But when you told me at the hospital that you'd missed me, it was like everything else fell away. I knew in that moment that the thing I want most is to spend the rest of my life with the one person who drives me crazy in all the best possible ways." She wiped away another tear, complete mush by this point. "For the record, you are knocking it out of the park with this speech." "You always did make me up my game, Harlow." "Ditto." She laced her fingers through his. "We have a geography problem. About 750 miles, to be specific." He nodded, his expression turning more sober. "Yes, we do." She squeezed his hand reassuringly. She'd thought a lot about it at the hospital while John was getting his MRI, and apparently Tara wasn't the only one who was as sappy as a Hallmark movie these days. I'd like to think that when two people feel that way about each other, somehow, some way, they can find a way to make it work. Damn straight they could. Obviously, I'm stuck in Chicago for the short term, but I was thinking that we could do the long-distance thing for a while, and then, after I've been in Chicago for a year, I'll put in for a TDY at the D.C. office. He studied her face. You'd really be okay with that? I'd really be okay with that. More than okay. I can be a special agent anywhere. Well, not anywhere, in one of the 56 metropolitan areas across the U.S. and Puerto Rico where the FBI has field offices. When John's lips curved, she slid her arms around his neck. But I won't find another you. And I know I'll never find anyone else who makes me happier. She peered up into his eyes. So where you go, I go. His voice was thick with emotion. You don't know how much it means to hear you say that. He tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. But I've already decided to quit the hostage rescue team. What? No! Pulling back in shock, Jessica shook her head. You can't give up HRT, John. So few people can do what you can. True, but just because I can do something doesn't mean I should. That's another thing that took me some time to figure out. He cocked his head. You'd be surprised how much becomes clear when you're standing 60 feet above the water on the gunwale of a ship. But this is the hostage rescue team, she emphasized. Yes, it is. And for the team to do what it does, every operator has to be 100% committed. He looked at her without hesitation. I'm not there, and I'm never going to be there. Not when I think about everything you and I could have together. She stepped forward determinedly, closing the gap between them. You don't have to choose. I'll come with you. But I'll be gone, a lot, and you'd be left alone in a place that neither of us thinks of as home. It's one thing when I only had myself to think about, but it's not the life I want for us. He smiled tenderly. Somebody has to be around to teach our gaggle of tow-headed girls how to make fire with the ass end of a lightning bug. And here she thought she'd been total mush before. Swallowing, she took a moment. I'm so afraid you're going to regret this, and that you'll end up resenting me. He cupped her face in his hands and looked straight into her eyes. Trust me to know what I want. She nodded. She already trusted John with her life. If they were going to do this, really do this, she needed to trust him with her heart, too. Okay, she said softly. Okay, he repeated. She knew that look. You're going to kiss me, aren't you? He pretended to consider this. Well, with all the emotions flying around, it just feels expected. She smiled as he lowered his head and claimed her mouth in a deep kiss. He guided her back toward the bed, his hands already working the zipper of her dress. I need to come clean with you about something, Jessica said, walking backward. That morning we said goodbye. I lied when I told you that I took a cab to your place. I actually drove there in my rental car, the rental car I'd picked up in Columbia the night before. He paused. You drove all the way from South Carolina that night? Yes. Why? Because I didn't want to depend on the airlines, she could have said, or even because I wanted to make sure I had the chance to say goodbye. But really, it boiled down to one thing. Because I love you, she said. His mouth curved in a smile. Took you long enough to figure that out. He stepped closer, his eyes a deep, heated blue. In my defense, I might have realized it sooner if you hadn't spent our first 6 months together constantly hounding me. He slid her dress off her shoulders, and it fell to the floor. Not hounding. I told you. I was trying to motivate you. He scooped her up, climbed onto the bed, and set her down against the pillows. We'll still have to agree to disagree on that one, she said. He leaned down onto his forearms, trapping her between him and the bed. I have a feeling that's something you and I will be saying a lot over the course of our lifetime together, Harlow. She linked her fingers behind his neck and pulled him closer. You can bet on it, Shepherd. And she couldn't wait. 35. 2 weeks later. John parked the car on the tree-lined street, and Jessica looked at him before opening her door. Ready for this? She asked. This would officially complete their Meet the Friends and Family tour. After quitting HRT and being reinstated as a special agent with the Chicago field office, John had packed up his things and come home. Jessica had asked him to move in with her, and he'd said yes. No messing around, no hesitation. They both knew this was a good thing, a really good thing, and they wanted to be together as much as possible. Then they'd realized that the majority of their friends and family didn't even know they were dating. Clearly, they had some splainin' to do. They'd tackled John's side first, thinking that would be easier since Jessica's family, with the exception of her mom, had no clue John existed. She met his brother and his friend Wes on the day John returned to Chicago. Since he was paying his own moving expenses this time, and also had to reimburse the Bureau for his moving expenses out to Virginia, he needed 2 people who would be willing to help him unload a U-Haul in exchange for a couple of cold beers. Apparently more than willing, Nate and Wes had shown up on Jessica's doorstep with grins on their faces. The infamous Jessica Harlow. At last we meet, Nate said. We've heard all about you. Wes cocked his head, looking her over curiously. Huh, John's right. You do seem taller in person. Before leaving town, my brother showed off this photo of you from the academy, Nate explained. Showed off? That's not exactly how that went down, John said dryly, standing next to Jessica. Nate breezed into the condo and patted John on the shoulder. You're moving in with her. I think the game's up, bro. He turned to Jessica, whispering faux dramatically, Spoiler alert, he likes you. When John looked up at the ceiling and shook his head, Jessica had a feeling she was going to like these 2 very much. That Sunday, she and John went to dinner at his father's house. She'd been a little nervous while getting ready, which John seemed to find amusing. I just want to make a good impression, she told him, changing her outfit for the 2nd time. John watched her undress from the closet doorway. You're smart, know how to shoot a pistol, and have a whole cache of stories about catching bad guys. Tell him you're a Cubs fan, and you're pretty much his dream daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law? Jessica's pulse skipped a beat. You and I haven't had that conversation yet. You should probably brace yourself, then. She gestured to herself. We're going to talk about getting married while I'm standing in my underwear? That's the best time to talk. About anything. His gaze heated. He stepped into the closet and pulled her close. They ended up being 15 minutes late to dinner at his dad's house. Managing the situation with their co-workers took a little more finesse, because they didn't want people knowing they'd hooked up while working together, nor did either of them want John Shepherd gave up HRT for Jessica Harlow to become part of the office gossip. They devised a plan to control the narrative. On John's 2nd week back in the office, his first week having been spent convincing his shocked squad mates that, no, he hadn't been kicked out of HRT. He'd simply decided it wasn't the right fit for him. He just so happened to be working out in the weight room of the gym with several of his squad mates when Jessica just so happened to walk in. She spotted him and headed over. "I heard a rumor you were back in town, Shepherd. Couldn't resist the lure of undercover work." At the sound of her voice, his 5 squad mates instantly peeked their heads up from their weight machines. "Apparently not," John said to Jessica, with a self-deprecating shrug. "At least that's the story," Jin told her, making air quotes while lying on a bench to work his hamstrings. "They think I washed out," John explained to Jessica. Well, I'm sure you had your reasons for leaving," she said, as if being diplomatic. "Ooh, the leg machine just opened up." "Hey, we should grab coffee sometime and catch up," John said, as she turned to go. "I'm around all day tomorrow. Text me when you want a break." With a smile, she headed off. John deliberately let his gaze linger a moment, then turned back to face his squad mates, all 5 of whom were grinning at him. "Nice move," Jared said approvingly, as he did another shoulder press. "It's only coffee." John glanced one more time in Jessica's direction, then looked slyly at his squad mates. "Has she always been this cute?" Brandon snorted. "You just figured that out now?" They turned back to their workouts, all except for Ryan, who'd been spotting John at the bench press. He studied John carefully. "Over 2 months she's been at this office, and I've never once seen Agent Harlow working out at this time. How curious that we just happened to run into her today." "Good timing for me, I guess," John said casually. When the other agent gave him a highly suspicious look, damn it, Ryan always had been the cleverest one in the bunch, John switched to plan B. He lowered his voice. "She has a friend named Tara, who's single and the spitting image of that actress who plays the green girl in Guardians of the Galaxy. You stay quiet, and I'll arrange an introduction." Ryan smiled. "Done." John reached around to the back seat to grab the flowers he'd bought for her mother and the bottle of wine that was one of her parents' favorites. "So, we've got your mom and dad, Finn, Kim, Kayla, and Andrew, Maya, Camilla, and Oliver. Anyone I'm forgetting?" he asked. "Nope, that's everyone." She glanced sideways at him. "Don't tell me you're nervous now." She hadn't thought that was even possible. "I'm just wondering what your family must be thinking. They've never heard of me before, and then out of the blue, I'm the guy who's moved in with you." Admittedly, her family had been surprised when Jessica had first broken the news. She'd talked to her parents over the phone so she could explain the situation, but for kicks, she'd merely sent Maya and Finn a text message. "Bringing a date to Mom and Dad's on Sunday. BTW, he and I are living together. Catch you later, smiley face." They'd lit up her phone for an hour straight after that one. She shrugged in answer to John's question. "Well, seeing how I'm a pretty level-headed person, and a good judge of character, too, I guess my family will just have to assume you're that damn good a catch." John grinned, looking quite pleased with the compliment. "We don't have to make a whole thing of it," she added. He laughed and leaned in closer, tangling his hand in her hair. "Still so saucy. Always with you." As they kissed, she touched her hand to his jaw. Seconds later, she heard her phone chime with a new text message, and then another. Pulling back from John, she checked her phone to make sure it wasn't a work emergency. "Stop making out with the man. We're dying to meet him," Maya wrote. "Please tell me you brought those salted caramel brownies," added Finn. If I have to stand out here watching you kiss your new boyfriend, I better at least get brownies. Jessica looked up from her phone. They'd parked 2 houses down from her parents', and through the car windshield she could see her entire family standing on her parents' front lawn. They waved collectively at John and Jessica, and the kids yelled, "Aunt Jess!" which got the dogs all excited and barking and racing around the yard in chaotic circles. "Yep, that would be my family," Jessica said. John winked at her. "Let's do this." They got out of the car and walked over. Her family welcomed John warmly, hugging him and joking with him about being Jessica's mystery man. She sensed they liked him right off the bat, a feeling that was confirmed later when they were all hanging out in the backyard. "So, your guy?" Maya cocked her head in the direction of the grill, where John was talking to their dad. "Blows my guy totally out of the water. My guy, too, even without the Maserati, and that's saying a lot." Finn put his arm around Jessica. "So why all the secrecy?" "It wasn't supposed to be serious between us, but then—" Jessica trailed off, watching as her 3-year-old nephew walked up to John and matter-of-factly handed him a pretzel rod. Getting down on one knee, John broke off half the pretzel, handed it to Oliver, and they each took a bite. "Oh my God, you are so smitten," Maya said to Jessica. Finn laughed. "Your eyes literally just turned into hearts, Jess." Seriously, 3 moves, and she'd have both these clowns on the ground before they even knew what was happening. Just saying. When the food was ready, the kids sat on a picnic blanket in the yard, surrounded by the dogs, while the adults gathered around the patio table. As they ate, Jessica's dad asked John about the kinds of cases he worked on. "I'm on the organized crime squad. I do a lot of undercover work, like Jessica," John said. Maya pointed at them with a kebab. "And that's how you two met, right? Working undercover? By the way, I would know this already if somebody had done more than merely send a text message to announce your relationship." She threw Jessica a pointed look. "That would have been more informative, but less fun," Jessica said. "Actually, we first met at the academy 6 years ago," John told Maya. Finn looked intrigued by this. "Really? I didn't know that." He threw Jessica a cheeky look. "Did you make hard eyes at him there, too?" "Heart eyes?" John chuckled. No. More like daggers." "John and I weren't on the best terms at the academy," she explained to her family. "There was a bit of a competitive thing going between us." Sounds like there's a story there," her mom said. Jessica shared a look with John. Yes, there was a story there. One about a valiant heroine and an ex-ranger hero who'd come a long way from their days together at the FBI Academy. They'd hit a few bumps in the road, but 6 years later, they'd ended up right where they were meant to be. "Come on, Jess, don't leave us hanging. Tell us the story," Finn urged. Underneath the table, she slid her hand into John's. His lips curved as he linked his fingers through hers. "I think you have to tell them now," he said. And so she would, which left only one issue to be resolved. Jessica smiled coyly. "Your version or mine?" This concludes The Thing About Love by Julie James. Narrated by Karen White. Copyright 2017 by Julie James.